I stiffened in the saddle, not wanting to cross paths with anyone else tonight. From where the moon hung in the sky, it had to be past midnight. The only people driving hard on horseback at this hour either wanted to hide under cover of darkness or had no choice but to risk the dangerous riding conditions. Could it be Haslam back already? I dismissed the idea. Nobody rode that fast in the dark. I sat deeper in the saddle and nudged my horse forward, ready to push him into a gallop if need be. The buckskin whinnied again, and I watched the rider, a man, pull up hard on the reins. I couldn't stop the gasp that came from my lips. Brother Haslam! I couldn't barely believe what I was seeing. It was nearly 150 miles from Fillmore to Salt Lake. A fresh horse could be pushed to cover around 20 miles at a gallop before giving out. It was a fast way to travel, and a fast way to ruin a good horse. If he'd made this journey in one night, that meant he'd traded spent horses again and again. He cocked his head as if perplexed that I recognized him. "It's Sister Robinson," I told him. "I traded a blue roan mare with you." He stared at me a moment longer, then shook his head. "Yes, of course. It's been a very long night." The weariness in his voice told the story I suspected. If he'd left southern Utah early this morning, he'd been riding hard for nearly 20 hours straight. "Did your message reach President Young?" I asked, unable to stop myself. Surely Brother Brigham would set everything right. He was the prophet. He spoke to God. If someone had made a mistake, he would intervene. Haslam kicked his horse, a lithe gray mare who still looked fresh enough to run. "Yes, Sister Robinson," he called as he moved past me. "All is well in the kingdom of God." And then he was gone. Tears of relief pressed at the back of my eyes. I listened until the sound of Haslam's mount's hoofbeats disappeared, then pushed my own horse on toward home. "All is well in the kingdom of God," I murmured to myself, mustering all the faith I had. 31. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Day 3 in the meadow. I barely felt the pain in my crushed toe as Hampton helped me toward the large supply wagons circled in the center of the matted grass. Alexander has a plan, I repeated to myself. A plan for what, I didn't know yet. But with each step I took, I let myself believe that there was a way out of this nightmare. I let the hope of it burn in my chest right until the moment I saw the faces of the men crouched around him beside the innermost wagon. The heads of household who remained from each family. The group was startlingly small. No one looked hopeful. The opposite, in fact. The men turned to each other in disbelief and fear. Alexander's eyes flicked to me, then Hampton. He wasted no time in repeating what he must have just told the small circle of men. "We can't win this fight." My vision blurred as clear-eyed hope drained from me. His voice rasped, but his eyes were set as he looked around. Alexander waited for his words to sink in while he took another sip of water from the pouch Eliza handed him. Pleasant Tackett shook his head. "We're holding them off. We've still got ammunition. We can outlast them until the Duke wagon train gets here. They'll help us." The other men murmured their agreement, even as they knelt in the dirt, so weak from thirst they could barely stand. Alexander shook his head. "We have no idea where the Duke train is at. They could be delayed. They could be under attack as well." Then he turned to me. "Katrina, can the children last another day?" In any other moment, I would have balked at the idea of speaking my mind so freely among this group of men. I was already sticking out like a sore thumb as the only woman. But I could hear Peter's voice in the back of my mind. He'd never been one to agree with a crowd. And now, it fell to me. Give us some words, kid. We'll die in the trenches, I said. The children first of all. They'll be dead by morning. I forced the words from my mouth. I didn't want them to be true, but they were. And I knew this was what Alexander wanted me to say. The men were willing to die of thirst while they picked off snipers and waited for help that might never arrive. But they wouldn't let that fate fall on the children. No one spoke. Hampton said you had a plan? I finally managed. I was afraid I'd misunderstood him now. Alexander nodded. We surrender. This made Pleasant Tackett scowl. What makes you think those savages will let us surrender when they can just wait a little longer for us to die of thirst, then walk over our bodies? Alexander fixed him with a hard look until Pleasant sighed and shook his head. Then, to my surprise, Alexander looked at me again. Katrina, tell them what Yuri said. I balked. What do you mean? What he's been saying all along about the Mormons. I hesitated, unaccustomed to speaking in front of the men like this. Yuri thinks the Mormons have the Paiutes in their pocket, that they ordered this raid and armed the Indians. I managed in a rush. But you said that the Mormons— I was wrong, Alexander said softly. Yuri was right. The sound of a gunshot cracked in the distance, and I flinched. Alexander shifted to one side to sit upright, wincing as he moved. Eliza tried to keep him lying down, but he shook her off and addressed the rest of the group. Hampton and Thomas found a group of white men, camped with Paiutes, not far from here. He lowered his voice. I believe that if we raise a flag of surrender, we'll see white riders heading into camp to negotiate, not Paiutes. A collective murmur ran through the group. Why should the Mormons accept our surrender if they ordered the attack? Pleasant asked. Because if they're still hiding under the pretense that the Paiutes planned this raid, it means they're still willing to let us pass through the meadow. For a price, Alexander said. But all of us have to be in agreement. If we raise the white flag, we do it together or not at all. The buzz of cicadas swelled in the silence between gunshots. An older man, Daniel Ulrich, spoke up. They've already taken most of our cattle. Many of our horses and oxen are dead. What will we offer? Alexander drew in a deep breath. We all have savings we've brought with us. Heirlooms we hoped would make the journey to California. We'll offer it all, if need be. The men exchanged looks. Daniel Ulrich raked a dirty hand through his thinning hair. If we give them our savings, all our supplies, how will we survive the journey across the desert? Alexander met his gaze. There won't be any journey to survive unless we do this. His words hung heavy in the air, thick with the inescapable stench of death that made it impossible to deny that he was right. The only thing we could hope to escape with was our lives. Pleasant Tackett looked at the others, then raised his hand. Aye. One by one, the others followed suit. I tried to think what Peter would do. I thought of my children pressed against the sweltering dirt in the ditch. Then I raised my hand too. While the men spread the word through the trenches and the wagons, Eliza and I strung a white nightdress through the skinny trunk of a sapling that had been uprooted at some point during the past 3 days. While we forked the branches through the white sleeves, I tried not to wonder whose nightdress I was holding, and whether that person was still alive. There was some discussion of who would go out into the open and raise the makeshift flag. Hampton offered to do it. So did Pleasant Tackett. "Oh, for goodness sake," Eliza said finally. "If any of you men show your faces, they'll shoot before they realize what you're holding. I'll do it." Then she snatched the flag we'd made and moved to the edge of the inner circle of supply wagons. I could see the strain in Alexander's expression. He wanted to stop her. Let Pleasant Tackett do it. But instead, he let her go. I trailed Eliza to the edge of the supply wagons, my eyes moving directly to the spot in the trench where I knew my children were hiding, where Bright and Belle's bodies lay unmoving too, still attached to the wagon that, if all went as planned, would be ransacked to give our valuables to the monsters who had ordered this attack. When we'd set out with Captain Alexander's wagon train 1,000 miles ago, I'd been frightened to think how many cattle, how many wagon tongues, how many axles we might lose along the way. Now, I was prepared to give them all away, and gladly if we could leave this meadow with our lives. "Pleasant just gave the sign," Daniel Ulrich said from where he stood on the other side of Alexander, eyes scanning the outer circle of wagons. My stomach coiled. Within minutes, everyone in our group knew the plan. Cease fire if riders approached. Eliza didn't look behind her as she stepped away. She shuffled past the tiny gap in the chained, circled wagons, hoisting the sapling and the white nightdress as high as she could above her head. The hum of swarming flies rose to a fever pitch in the silence that followed, and I prayed like I'd never prayed before. 32. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Day 3 in the meadow. Eliza stood waving the flag back and forth out in the open for what felt like an hour. Each time she lifted her shaking arms higher, I felt certain I would hear the crack of a rifle, then watch her topple onto her face like little America Dunlap. Then Daniel Ulrich hissed, "2 white riders on the other side of the river. They're crossing." My mouth dropped open, and I whirled around to look at Alexander. "I'm going back to my children." I limped a step toward one of the spaces between the wagons. Alexander offered me a tight-lipped shake of the head, not quite a scowl, not quite a smile. "Stay here, Katrina. Daniel, gather the other heads of household back here. Once we reach an agreement for the surrender, we'll need everyone ready to act. Nobody speaks except me. The Mormons can't know we suspect they ordered the attack." He glanced at Eliza and Hampton. "Help me get my jacket back on." I averted my eyes while he struggled to stand, brow drenched in sweat and furrowed in pain. My heart pounded like a drum in my ears as I leaned farther into the space between the wagons. At first, all I saw was the matted grass and our unburied dead within the inner circle of supply wagons. Then my eyes landed on a narrow opening between 2 of the wagons in the outer circle. I held in a gasp as 2 of the men unchained a pair of wagons and the first rider appeared, threading the opening. I hadn't expected to see military men. He was followed by a second man, both sitting atop a skinny horse. What at first glance appeared to be smart military uniforms quickly revealed themselves as shabby. Their dark blue coats were faded and frayed at the edges. The brass buttons, several of which were missing, looked dull and tarnished. As the riders drew even closer, I could see that the fabric of their coats had been patched in places with mismatched thread. Their trousers were a patchwork of mended tears, revealing a life far removed from any garrison I'd seen back in Arkansas. I glanced at Alexander as he moved past me. Even with sweat beading from his forehead and blood seeping through his shirt, he looked far more regal than any of the so-called militia approaching on horseback. In less than a minute, they would be near enough that I could see the whites of their eyes. Both men were armed, their rifles holstered within easy reach. When the two riders were a stone's throw away, they stopped. Alexander stepped into the open, Hampton at his side to support him. The man in the lead, a stout fellow with tawny blonde hair, squinted in the sun, sending deep crow's feet across his cheeks. He dismounted and approached Alexander on foot. Movement along the trench drew my eye, and I caught a glimpse of several heads bobbing above the lip of the embankment, watching.
"We're grateful for your intervention."
Alexander's voice rose strong and clear above the hum of the cicada choir.
"My name is Captain Alexander Fancher."
"General John D. Lee,"
the man replied, his voice matching Alexander's tone.
"And Major Isaac Haight."
He nodded to the man behind him on horseback.
"It seems you've landed in the hornet's nest."
My stomach clenched as I moved my eyes between the two men facing each other in the trampled, bloody grass.
"It seems we've been kicking this nest since we crossed into Utah territory,"
Alexander replied solemnly.
"The fact that you're standing here tells me you have a great deal of sway with our neighbors."
He gestured toward the river, where the first hailstorm of bullets had ripped through our camp 3 days earlier. Lee kept his gaze focused on Alexander.
"Our friends, the Paiutes, have authorized my militia to negotiate your surrender."
He flicked his eyes to the tightly circled inner wagons.
"It took some doing. Chief Kanash would just as soon scalp the lot of you. The Paiutes are tired of the wagons and emigrants, ruining their grazing land. The drought this summer has been the worst in years, and grass is mighty scarce. President Buchanan is sending a mob of soldiers to remove Governor Brigham Young, the only white man who's ever treated them kind, and you're the unlucky group they've decided will pay the price."
The way he said that last sentence made my stomach clench. Like he agreed with Chief Kanash. I was glad, for the moment, that Yuri was back in the trench with the children. He wouldn't have been able to hold his tongue.
"We've certainly paid. They've got our cattle,"
Alexander said. He stood a little taller.
"But we're prepared to offer them more."
I couldn't help but hear the faintest emphasis on the word them. What Alexander was really asking was what General Lee and the rest of his men wanted.
"How much are your scalps worth?"
Lee asked, turning his head ever so slightly so that his pale gray eyes met mine. This time, I refused to look away. My skin crawled like ants, trailing up and down my legs. "Don't trust him!" I wanted to cry. But these militiamen were the only allies we had. There was no other option. Alexander hesitated only a moment.
"In addition to the cattle we've parted with, we're prepared to offer plenty of fine furniture, clothing, and jewelry. There's gold hidden beneath every single one of the wagon bolsters. We'll gladly part with all but the tiniest bit."
Lee glanced over his shoulder at the other man, then gave a curt nod. Alexander's offer seemed to please him. Lee cleared his throat.
"Your generosity will go a long way to soften the Paiutes' anger."
He lifted a hand and beckoned to the second rider. Major Haight had a dark, scraggly beard and tiny, wide-set eyes that made me think of a toad.
"We'll need to secure your rifles and ammunition before we can escort you through the canyon. Brother Hate and the rest of my men will assist you."
Alexander stepped back as if he'd been stung by a hornet.
"Surely that's not necessary."
Lee's mouth made a hard line, and his brows furrowed as if he were displeased by the idea too.
"The Paiutes won't accept an armed surrender. Your rifles will be returned to you once my men have led you safely past the meadow."
I cast a glance back at Daniel Ulrich. The anger and mistrust in his beet-red face and bulging eyes echoed the wariness in Alexander's.
"What's to stop the Paiutes from attacking my wagon train again? Forgive my bluntness, but given what's happened, surely you understand that I have no confidence that this Chief Kanash won't attack our unarmed party."
He lifted a hand to indicate the destruction in the meadow. Lee nodded like he'd anticipated this objection.
"Certainly. Every single man in your party will be accompanied by an armed military escort, whom the Paiutes trust wholeheartedly."
He twisted his mouth up in concentration, then added,
"I suspect you have a number of injured among you, many women and young children. We'll evacuate them in turn, accompanied, of course, by armed escorts of the Nauvoo Legion. As soon as possible, if you're agreeable. A short mile march will put you out of the canyon."
The Nauvoo Legion. The words made my skin prickle. I'd heard them before. Yuri said that the Mormon militia had been formed by Joseph Smith back in Nauvoo, Illinois, with the intent of protecting the Mormons from persecution and overthrowing the government to establish a theocracy. Now, the Nauvoo Legion answered to Brigham Young. I'd been disturbed by the idea of a rogue militia. But now my mind clung to the thought, desperate for reassurance. Brigham Young was a man of God, and these militiamen answered to him. We could trust them. So, despite knowing that General Lee would be lining his pockets with my family's treasures before the end of the day, my heart dared to hope. We could be out of the meadow within the hour. We could survive on rationed beans the rest of the way to California if we had to, scrape together whatever money we had left to buy oxen to replace Bright and Bell, trade with Indians beyond the borders of Utah Territory, crawl through the desert on our hands and knees if need be. Anything but stay in this place. Before I knew it, Alexander was holding out a hand and the blond man with pale gray eyes was grasping it, showing his teeth in a wide smile and directing the other men to arrange the logistics of the surrender. Without waiting to look back at Alexander or the other heads of household, I limped across the meadow to the trench where I knew I'd find my children. For the first time in 3 days, I didn't expect to feel a bullet tear through me. 33. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Day 3 in the meadow. A smile tugged at my lips for the first time in days as I approached the edge of the trench. "It's done!" I burst out before I could even see the tops of my children's heads. "We're leaving the meadow!" My heart swelled when I saw their faces, bleary but bright-eyed again. The crush of dusty women and children lining the trench sat up and tilted their heads toward me, too. "Does that mean we can stand up, Mama?" Mary asked hopefully. "Thank God," Louisa whispered.
"It's a load of horse shit,"
Yuri spat as Louisa and William tried to help him stand. "Yuri!" I stared at him in shock. I'd heard him curse more since we'd reached the meadow than all the years I'd known him. Have a little gratitude. Nancy, who had been lying in the dirt with her thumb in her mouth and her head in his lap, whimpered and reached for Mary's hand. So did Tryphena, no matter how much Louisa cooed at her. It was decided, though. The plan was already in motion. More men in raggedy uniforms moved into the meadow on foot, gathering our people into groups. A wagon carrying children aged 4 and under would lead our exodus out of the meadow first, followed by a wagon carrying the wounded. The women and older children would follow on foot. Alexander and the rest of our men would be the last to leave the meadow. Each man would be escorted by an armed militiaman.
Horse shit.
Yuri muttered again under his breath. I gripped his good arm as he faltered. Shh! I hissed, leaning close to his ear. Louisa drew closer to listen, her face a mask of weary terror. Alexander knows that. He knows we're paying off the Mormons as much as the Paiutes. It's the only way out. Especially since you insulted them in Cedar City. I didn't dare say out loud. I knew the blame for what had happened didn't actually rest on Yuri's shoulders, but I'd be damned if I listened to him try to add more powder to this keg, while the rest of us scurried around like insects trying to get out of this canyon by the skin of our teeth. Mary, William, and James looked at me with the faintest flicker of concern, but stayed where I'd instructed them to sit together along the lip of the trench. I hefted little Nancy onto Mary's lap, forcing my lips into an encouraging smile. It's nearly over. We'll have plenty to drink once we get to the other side of the canyon. The sight of all my children sitting together like ducklings made my heart swell. Chins up, I told them. Just a little longer. When Alexander asked for time to let everyone drink from the river, the militiamen had said no. That was where the Indians were hiding. Time was of the essence. They might change their minds about the terms of this surrender at any moment. We're nearly there, I told myself over and over. More armed militiamen wearing weathered and patched uniforms gathered in the meadow by the minute, lingering along the banks of the river, ready to escort us out of the canyon as soon as we were organized. Beyond them, in the brush, skulked the Indians, who had finally shown themselves, at least at a distance. Their bodies were painted with bold strokes of color, vibrant against the dusky red walls of the canyon. I thought of the red and black painted man I'd seen in the early hours of the first attack and shuddered. In all my hours on the overland trail, I'd never seen war paint like that before. It covered their bodies from head to toe, even their hair. The sight made my blood run cold. The Indians held a collection of rifles, wicked-looking knives, and clubs, as if they'd wanted to finish us off, every last one of us. Despite myself, I felt a surge of gratitude toward the Mormons for negotiating our surrender.
Children 4 and under!
The toad-like man with the scraggly beard and wide-set eyes bellowed. He walked the edge of the trench, pointing to a wagon that had been separated from the rest of the train, with the purpose of carrying the youngest children out of the meadow first. The Mormon militia insisted that everyone's arms must be empty, even the women. No children would be carried by anyone from our group.
Bring your wounded to the second wagon!
He barked again, motioning to a wagon behind the children, where most of the injured had already been gathered in order to be loaded up. I locked eyes with Louisa, then Yuri. Come on. You have to go.
I can walk.
Yuri growled, even as he leaned so heavily against Louisa that she stumbled to catch him. But when William and James flanked his side to help him up over the edge of the trench, he didn't object. This was a surrender now, not a fight. Be good, Yuri, I told him, leaning in to kiss his cheek. His wound had begun to bleed again, fresh red liquid dripping from the buttons on the jacket he insisted on keeping in place. Yuri grunted and looked past me at the military man approaching.
Traitors!
He hissed, mouth set in a hard line. I didn't have to ask who he was talking about. Hush! I snapped. Save it for later. Right now, they're our saviors. Louisa hefted Tryphena on her hip and took Yuri by the arm. She glanced back at me as she shuffled away, eyes blank and wide. Her lips were so chapped and red, it looked like she was wearing rouge as she moved farther away from me. Nancy shrank against my side as Major Haight reached us and pointed a thumb in her direction.
That one. How old is she?
All of my children are old enough to walk, I told him, keeping my voice sweet. He raised an eyebrow and stopped walking.
That's not what I asked.
I hesitated. In my experience, women could tell a 4-year-old from a 6, nearly 7-year-old. Men rarely could. If I told him Nancy was 4, she could ride in the children's wagon with baby Tryphena, who was already whimpering at the idea of being separated from Louisa. The thought was a rock in my gut.
Ma'am?
He asked impatiently. She's 6, I admitted finally, unwilling to let Nancy be separated from me. Haight nodded. Then he shifted his gaze to my foot. Blood soaked through the shoe covering my crushed toe.
You're injured,
he stated.
You'll slow everything down. Paiutes won't like that.
I can walk, I told him. Then I took a few steps forward to prove it, even though my toe screamed in protest. He frowned but shrugged.
As long as you can keep up.
But since it fell onto my lot that I should rise and you should not. The lyrics to Peter's song slapped me with so much force, so sharp, so clear, that I made a little, oh, sound. But the man's back was already to me as he circled down the trench, calling out again for any more injured, for any younger children. I shook the lyrics off, confused, wondering why it was the song that had been stuck in my head since Peter died. I could almost hear them in his voice, sung sad and mournful and sweet at the same time. A lump rose in my throat, and I knew that if he was with us now, he'd be humming the tune. I gripped Nancy's hand harder and tried to focus, but an uneasy feeling boomed in the pit of my stomach as the words came again. But since it fell unto my lot that I should rise and you should not. This time, the lyrics came with a memory of Peter explaining the song's origin. A farewell song, penned by a Scottish prisoner on the night of his execution. My skin prickled with goosebumps, despite the heat. I found myself staring across the meadow at Louisa, attempting to place baby Tryphena into the wagon for the littlest children, the babies. Tryphena was red-faced and screaming, trying again and again to get out of the wagon and into Louisa's arms. A clean-shaven military man, accompanied by an older fellow with salt and pepper hair, was trying to calm her, but she'd have none of it. I looked down at little Nancy and locked her hand in mine. But since it has, so ought to be, by a time to rise and a time to fall, come fill to me the parting glass. Good night, and joy be with you all. Nancy's favorite line. Tryphena's shrieks got louder. I wondered again if I should put Nancy in the wagon with her cousin and the younger children. I gritted my teeth. We'd been through so much over the past 3 days. I had been drifting in a fog of grief for longer than that. I wouldn't abandon her again if I could help it. The Mormons would be none the wiser if she walked with me. My eyes moved to the wagon full of wounded, where Yuri had settled, behind the wagon carrying the children. A cross-looking uniformed man with a balding head had climbed into the driver's seat. There was something strange about his neck, a red smear, like he'd been wounded, but too bright for blood. I squinted at it, then turned my attention to Louisa, who was still trying to convince little Tryphena to stay put in the first wagon after parting with Yuri. The baby frantically held out a hand toward her mother, still making those little shrieks. Louisa fixed me with a helpless gaze as she walked away from her daughter across the meadow, face pinched and puckered with tears that wouldn't come after so many days baking in the sun. Behind her, baby Tryphena suddenly went quiet, eyes fixed on an unidentifiable woman being carried toward the wagon for the wounded. She'd been caught in the face by a bullet. I wouldn't have believed she was still alive if not for the way her hands clutched the top of her bloodied dress. The cross-looking driver didn't move to help. I motioned to Louisa, then grabbed Nancy's hand and turned to Mary, James, and William. "Everyone stay together. There will be water soon. It will be all right," I promised them. "We're safe. We're together. We're almost there." I forced all 3 phases through my head again and again, willing them to be true. My children's heads nodded in unison. I planted a kiss on each of their dusty faces, then pulled Nancy along as I stumbled through the field, behind the wagon where they'd loaded the woman without a face. I swallowed back the tears. There would be time to weep when the danger had passed. The clean-shaven man had climbed into the driver's seat of the children's wagon. When his eyes met mine, I saw a stricken look on his face. I realized, with a start, that something about him reminded me of Peter. The thought pressed at the corners of my mind, insistent, in time with the lyrics still circling round and round. Beside me, Louisa fixed me with a look that made me wonder if I had said it out loud. When she spoke, her voice wavered with tears. "Try wouldn't stop crying, kid. She wants to be carried. I couldn't make her understand." "She'll be back in your arms soon," I said, my own voice shaking. I cut my eyes back to the silver-haired man who was prepared to drive the wagon carrying the babies.
"So fill to me the parting glass, and drink a health, whate'er befall."
The lyrics galloped through my mind in Peter's gentle voice, stronger than ever, and I let them, because, for a moment, it felt like he was here with us in this awful meadow. And then, suddenly, the song went quiet.
"Leave her with Tryphena, kid."
I gripped Nancy's hand so hard, she made a little squeak. "Mama, ow!" I found myself shaking my head as the fear in my heart clenched its fist. No. Peter was gone. I was here, and I'd be damned if I let Nancy go. She would stay here, with her mother, with her aunt and siblings. Baby Tryphena would ride with the man who made me think of Peter. We're almost there.
"Last call for little children."
I shrank away from the voice. The man with the wide-set eyes was circling round. When nobody answered him, he raised his voice and boomed,
5 minutes! Keep your hands at your sides. The wagons will lead you out. Once they're on their way, you'll follow. Then your men."
I looked back at the line of men, the last group to be escorted to safety. At each man's side stood an armed, uniformed member of the Nauvoo Legion. A few minutes later, the wagons carrying the babies and the wounded jolted, and a whoop went up from those of us on foot. We were finally leaving the meadow.
34. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, September 1857. Awan was back. Awan was alive. I wanted him to wrap his arms around me, to kiss me like he had the night he left, to show me the shy smile he saved for me when he looked up through that long black hair. There were no smiles, though. Not from Awan, not from the other men who returned with him. Their faces were drawn, their eyes blank.
They looked like ghosts of their former selves. After a few minutes, their mothers' and sisters' cries of delight went quiet. I didn't understand. Almost all of the men had returned to camp, including a stone-faced Kanash. But not because they were injured. The men had a few more of the Gentiles' cattle with them, but nobody seemed victorious. The village hummed with an unspoken tension. I desperately wanted to pull Awan aside and ask him to tell me everything, but there was nonstop work to be done preparing food and tending the horses that had returned dusty and shaking from a hard ride. All day long, I took animals to water with the other women, careful not to let the horses drink too much. It wasn't until the sun began to sink in the west, and I made my final trip to the churned-up, muddy creek, that Awan found me. He wouldn't look at me at first, even when I reached down a hand to place it on his arm. He flinched at my touch. When he finally turned to face me, there were tears brimming in his eyes. In a voice so soft I could barely hear him, he said, "You were right. They weren't troops." Then he told me everything. 35. Katrina Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Day 3 in the meadow. We were moving. We'd have water soon. It was almost over. We're safe. We're together. We're nearly there. With my injured toe, Major Haight's predictions proved correct. Despite my best efforts, I was significantly slower than the other women and children. "Stay at the front with the children so you can keep eyes on baby Try and Yuri's wagons," I told Louisa reluctantly, not wanting to create a bottleneck with so many of us moving slowly. I pressed Mary's hand into Sissy Lou's and squeezed my boys' hands. Then Nancy and I lagged to the back of the crowd. When I turned to look, I could see just the start of the long line of our men marching single file, each one escorted by a Mormon militiaman. It was like a strange parade, but it didn't matter. The shooting had stopped, and we were almost out. I couldn't see the wagons carrying the smallest children or the wounded anymore. When I craned my neck, Nancy squeezed my hand. Then, so quietly I could hardly hear her, "I miss Papa." The tears I thought had dried out with the thirst prickled at my eyes again. "I do too." Nancy was quiet for a few seconds. Then she added, "He'd be proud, though, wouldn't he?" "He would," I managed. "He'd be so proud." I turned to glance behind me again, so she wouldn't see me cry, trying to catch a glimpse of Captain Alexander in the line of men, but it was so long that I couldn't make him out. A quiet cheer for the Mormon militia rippled through our men. I smiled, knowing how much Yuri would hate to hear it in the wagon for the injured. And then, from the front of the line came a booming voice. "Halt!" My mouth went dry. The man riding between us and the men pulled up his horse, lifting his rifle in the air. I clutched Nancy's hand tighter. Was something wrong? Were the Paiutes going back on their word? Was there about to be a battle? Sweat dripped faster down the back of my dress, and I darted my gaze to the canyon walls. Not a single Paiute in sight. The meadow was peaceful. Then I watched in horror as every single one of the Mormon militiamen escorting our men raised his rifle, not pointed toward the hills, toward the sagebrush and the Paiutes by the river, but directly toward our men. "No, no, no!" The seconds dripped like molasses as the scream rose in my throat. Pleasant Tackett, at the front of the line, was still looking straight ahead. His eyes were on the women and children in front of him, his mouth still open in the cheer he'd just joined. "Run!" I wanted to shout, but there wasn't time. The scream ripped through my throat at the same time the militiamen fired in unison, the sound of it lost in the deafening boom of gunshots. My vision blurred at the edges. A crimson spray erupted from the side of Pleasant Tackett's balding head as his body jerked sideways and he crumpled to the ground. Behind him, the rest of our men, necks snapped sideways from the force of the bullets, faces half obscured by gore and bone, crumpled in tandem like a macabre dance. 50 men, dead in seconds. Executed by firing squad. My heart nearly stopped in my chest. Pleasant Tackett was dead. Captain Alexander was dead. Daniel Ulrich was dead. Almost all of our men were dead. No. But there was no time to mourn, no time to process, no time to drop to my knees and retch. Because more men, all of them painted, began swarming down from the riverbanks, knives and clubs and rifles raised over their heads, right toward us. I yanked on Nancy's arm, thinking of nothing but Louisa, Mary, William, and James. Then Peter's voice, louder than ever as my body unfroze.
"Run, kid. Run." Part 2. 3 years after the massacre. Article in the Los Angeles Star, Los Angeles, California. In our last publication, we shared a rumor about the massacre of a large party of immigrants on their way to California through Utah territory. We were unwilling at first to credit the statement and hoped that rumor had exaggerated the facts, but the report has been confirmed, and the loss of life is even greater than at first reported. This is the foulest massacre Indians have ever perpetrated on this route, and calls loudly for government intervention. There is no longer reason to doubt the facts. We have them from different parties, and all agree in placing the number of the dead at over 100 souls, men, women, and children. 36. Kapeputs, Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, June 1860. I tried to make my footsteps move in tandem with the sound of beating drums. They got softer with every step I took away from the village, toward Corn Creek. My heavy heart refused to keep time. Keme was dying. The last of the men who'd been injured at Mountain Meadows, finally succumbing to the crippling injuries to his stomach that had tormented him for the past 3 years. I walked faster, tugging on the old mule's rope to urge her onward. Keme's death, like every other painful reminder of what had happened at the meadow, would reopen the wound that had been festering in the Paiute camp ever since. And, like always, I would be punished for it. The Paiutes couldn't turn their lingering anger on Brigham Young or the Mormon leaders. That would be suicide. But they could turn it on me. It had been 3 years now since anyone had called me Brigham's little doll. I was still technically Kanash's wife, but there was no more talk of building me a special cabin. I existed among the tribe like Sweet Pea the mule, there to obey, there to work, there to kick when the mood in camp soured. I was invisible on the best days, a scapegoat on the worst. Like today. For a brief moment in time, I'd thought the Paiutes could become my people.
I loved Enola like a mother, and I loved Awan like a husband. But neither could be true. When Kanash had returned with the rest of the men after what happened at Mountain Meadows, he was stone-faced and humming with indignation.
Cowards!
He spat at the Paiute men, including his own son, who had abandoned the meadow when it became clear that the white leaders intended to leave no witnesses to the failed raid left alive. But over the year that followed, Kanash's indignation had melted into rage. Not at the Paiutes who had abandoned their allies, but at Brother Brigham and the other white leaders. The U.S. Army had retreated from Salt Lake 1 year after the massacre at the meadow, when Brigham Young agreed to step down as governor and Indian agent of Utah Territory, claiming he wanted to focus his attention on building the kingdom of God. I suspected that the real reason had something to do with what had happened in the meadow 3 years ago. A man named Alfred Cummings replaced Brigham Young, and his administration no longer treated the Paiutes or the Blackfoot or the Bannock or any of the tribal leaders as allies in a war against the United States. Brigham Young and the Mormons had abandoned the Paiutes. They'd lied to us. There had been no uprising by Mormon and Indian against the government of the United States. There was no safety from the wagon trains which once again rolled through our land in an endless stream, pointing their guns at us any time they wanted. There were no more meetings with the chiefs in Brother Brigham's mansion, in the room with the hair wreath. Even the pitiful number of cattle we'd taken from the white Gentiles had lasted only a few months. We'd eaten them to keep from starving during that winter. As for the rest of the cattle and plunder, it had been taken by the Mormons in southern Utah. The last time the white leaders from Fillmore and Cedar City had ridden out to Corn Creek, they'd come with a warning on their lips. Keep quiet about the meadow. Let the dead bury the dead. Kanash did exactly that, refusing to speak with the army men who passed by Corn Creek in search of the missing wagon train. He ignored their questions again when, nearly 3 years later, the army men finally uncovered the mass graves in the meadow. But now it was fear, not loyalty, that earned Kanash's silence. Every promise had been broken, and there was no end to his fury. He directed most of it at me, insisting Brother Brigham had given Sally Indian to him as just one more manipulation. I couldn't say I disagreed with him. Sally Indian. That's what most of the Paiutes called me after the massacre. Not Brigham's little doll, not Sally, but Sally Indian, stressing the last word like a taunt. Enola joined the rest of the village in scoffing at my presence, at least outwardly. When no one was looking, she spoke to me just like she had before. As I approached Corn Creek, I reached into the pocket of my crinoline dress. The black color had become so faded it had turned a pale brown in the sun. The stitching at the collar had come undone, along with the lace along the bottom, and there was a long rip at the hem that showed part of my stomach. I wore it anyway, knowing better than to ask for anything else. The pockets of the dress still held, at least. I tugged on the mule's rope with one hand and felt for the familiar shape of the little yucca horse with the other. I'm sorry, I whispered as I stroked the rabbit fur mane. I looked up to see a red-winged blackbird warbling along the wall of cattails that formed a protective wall on the far side of Corn Creek. I glanced to my right at the dusty desert, then the left, to see if anyone was nearby. The blackbird trilled again and nibbled at the cattail. Just a song, not a warning. So I continued toward the creek. Upon reaching the shore, I let go of the mule's rope so she could graze while I crossed through the shallow water to the other side of the creek. When I was a few steps from the cattail wall, another tune rose up to greet me. Not a blackbird, but a whistle I'd learned to love over the past 3 years. I returned the sound with a smile giving myself permission to forget everything else for just a moment. I relaxed against the warm earth with Awan's head on my bare stomach, trying to memorize the moment. The muttering sound of the reeds in the breeze, the fine red silt that met the small of my back, the faint smell of damp from the muddy banks of the creek. 1 more minute, I murmured. I'd already stayed too long, but the idea of walking back to the village was almost unbearable. Awan had cleared this patch of ground for us earlier in the spring, like he had for the past 3 years. Now, the lush green walls of reeds and cattails woven with sweet peas surrounded us on all sides like a protective oasis. Even the mosquitoes weren't bad this morning. The drought had finally ended, breaking the storm clouds open across the withered desert for once. The drought would return, but for the past few years our cornfields had been tall and green. The melons spread runners all across the land. Everything was blooming. It wouldn't last, but in my experience, beautiful things never did. I've already stayed too long, I said, keeping my eyes closed and weaving my fingers through Awan's hair. I felt him sigh, his warm breath tickling my stomach. But he didn't argue, just ran a hand along my bare thigh, circling his fingers teasingly, as if he were about to begin again. I pushed his hand away, even though it was the last thing I wanted to do. I need to get back. Someone will come looking to find out whether I've been eaten by a puma. Awan laughed, but we both knew what would happen to me if we got caught, and it would be much worse than being eaten by a puma. Like many of the Paiutes in the aftermath of what happened at the meadows, Kanash no longer considered himself a Mormon, but that didn't mean he was above blood atonement if he found out his 4th wife had been sleeping with his son. Awan sat up beside me. When I reached for my dress, he caught my arm and pulled me into one more kiss. His lips tasted earthy and sweet, like Awan himself. Tomorrow, he said simply. Then he pulled on his clothing and disappeared through the tall reeds, toward the paint mare he'd ridden to meet me at the creek. Tomorrow, I thought, already wishing away the time in between now and then. We'd parted this way nearly every day over the past 3 years. At the edge of the creek in spring and summer, in the underground caves he'd shown me a short distance from Corn Creek in fall and winter. What looked like an alcove in a rocky bluff was actually the opening to a short tunnel leading into a dark room big enough to stand. Not that we'd wanted to stand. Awan was supposed to be hunting during these times. I was supposed to be gathering water. As long as I hurried, nobody would be the wiser. The stolen time at the creek made everything else in the village bearable. I picked up my pitch baskets and filled them with water. Then I walked back to the mule, who was feasting on the lush spring grass along the banks. "Come on, Sweet Pea," I told her, once I'd loaded the baskets, even though Enola insisted the chubby donkey didn't deserve an affectionate name. She had a habit of stubbornly planting her feet and refusing to move forward. I'd secretly learned the trick to making her walk quickly, dangling half a cooked camas root just out of reach until we arrived at the creek. Then dangling the other half when we walked back to the village. I saved the sweet, nutty camas root from my breakfast each morning, even though it was half of what I got to eat. Sweet Pea made it easy to explain why drawing water took so long. And I loved her for it. The mule brayed and picked up her feet. Good girl. I held the rope with one hand and dangled the root an arm's length in front of her face. You'll get your treat soon. I couldn't help smiling because I'd already gotten mine. When the first wiki-ups came into view, I tightened my grip on the mule's rope and dropped my expression to make my face blank to anyone who would observe. Sometimes I wondered if Enola suspected the love I had for Awan. And him for me. When the other wives talked about who he might marry, she brushed the talk away. insisted he would marry when he was ready. I loved her for this, but I knew Awan wouldn't be able to put off marrying forever. He was 21. Time to choose a wife and begin his own family. Kanash chided him about it all the time, pointing to the widow of one of the men who'd died at Mountain Meadows. She was beautiful, with amber eyes the color of honey and a bird-like frame. And she was clearly in love with Awan. I watched her stare at him with unmasked adoration whenever he was nearby. But I couldn't do a thing about it. In addition to the chores I'd already been assigned, like gathering water, I spent my days collecting dead sagebrush for the fires, disposing of horse dung, and cleaning dirty clothes. The chores nobody else wanted. Same as I'd done back at Brother Brigham's. And, same as before, I'd slowly stopped speaking to anyone except Awan, and sometimes Enola, when Numa and Povi weren't nearby. Thanks to Kanash, I'd become a symbol of the Mormons' bad magic and our men who had died at Mountain Meadows. My daily ridicule seemed to please Kanash. I accepted it without complaint, because at least it meant he hadn't tried to crawl into my bedroll again, even though I still shared a wiki-up with the other wives. The message was clear. I still belonged to him. He'd taken away my rabbit blanket, insisting it was being wasted. A real Paiute deserved a blanket like that. Not a girl like me, brown on the outside, but white on the inside. But rabbit skin or not, ridicule or not, endless chores or not, I was happier than I'd ever been. I lay down each night covered in invisible kisses, burning with anticipation for the following day when I'd see Awan again. I'd never belonged anywhere. But I belonged with Awan. I belonged with his strong, lean body that had lost all of its sharp, skinny edges. I belonged with his warm brown eyes that shone like pebbles in the creek when he saw me. I belonged with his gentle hands that knew just how I wanted to be touched. His lips, which called me by my real name, Ka Piputs, and were softer than any rabbit blanket. His heart, which beat steadily against my ear when I lay my head on his chest. Even though I knew that what we'd been doing couldn't last much longer, I'd decided that I was going to live in these stolen minutes as fully as I could until they ran out. Just like the rain that would inevitably dry up. My past was filled with darkness. My future looked just as murky. Like Sweet Pea, all I had was the sweetness right in front of me, close enough to touch, but just outside my grasp. It kept me gladly putting one foot in front of the other until I could taste the one truly good thing I had left. Tomorrow. 37. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah, June 1860. When I found Vic in the middle of our apple orchard, lying on his back among the last of the crumpled brown blossoms that had fallen from the trees, I thought he was dead. I froze where I was, heart pounding, holding the bread and butter sandwich I'd made for him. His eyes were closed, his mouth slack in a half-open frown. Horror, then sadness, then despair ripped through me, and the only thought that took shape clearly in my head was, it killed him. I wasn't sure what it was exactly. All I knew was that nothing had been the same since he'd returned from the north. Vic blinked and rose to standing. His frown didn't go away, though. I swallowed hard, trying not to let the tears fall. He wasn't dead. Still, he wasn't alive either. Fighting had never officially broken out with the United States Army 3 years ago, and thank heaven for that. The Army outmatched us in weapons and numbers, but not zeal. Our men had held the line in Echo Canyon by day. By night, They set fire to the prairie grass the troops counted on to feed their animals, stampeded their oxen, lit their wagons ablaze, kept them from sleeping in surprise night disturbances, and blockaded the road in front of them with fallen logs. By October, with early snows, the soldiers had been forced to draw back. That's when my Vic had come back to me. I'd learned what I knew about the standoff with the troops back then from others. Not Vic. While he hadn't seen direct combat, his time in Echo Canyon had changed him all the same. He refused to talk about what he'd done and seen, and I'd stopped pressing him long ago. The last time I'd demanded he answer my questions, it was the only time I'd ever been afraid he might hit me. The distance between us had grown like a canyon of its own over the past 3 years, sending cracks through all the places I'd thought were strong. Vic had taken a second wife the week after he returned to Fillmore, a widowed Bannock Indian woman named Kima. Several of the men in Fillmore had gone on to take Indian women as second or third wives, after a sermon from an apostle traveling through our city proclaimed, "It is my will that you should take unto you wives of the Lamanites, that their posterity may become white delightsome. For even now their females are more virtuous than the Gentiles." Though Kima spoke little English, she was as hard-working as she was kind, young, and beautiful. The children accepted her with open arms, and she them. But no amount of faith made my stomach stop clenching when Vic went into her room for the night. There was also the fact that her deep brown skin and eyes made me think of Sally, who I hadn't seen that night I blessed the Paiute men, and what had happened at Mountain Meadows. Word had spread like wildfire in the days and weeks following the cattle raid down south. According to the rumors, the Paiutes hadn't just raided the cattle. They'd slaughtered every last Gentile. More than 100 men, women, and children. At first, Apostle Smith and the other leaders had sung the Indians' praises in our sacrament meetings, along with strict instructions not to speak of the matter to Gentile outsiders. But when newspapers in New York and California started printing ridiculous rumors that Mormons were involved in covering up the fate of the missing California-bound wagon train, the praise quickly dried up. Now, nearly 3 years later, more rumors that the U.S. Army had finally discovered the bodies in the meadow had been trickling in. Everyone still whispered that the Gentiles deserved what they got from the Indians, for poisoning the steers they left behind, for their hand in murdering Joseph Smith back in Illinois, for their wickedness. I kept my mouth shut and did my best to carry on, but sometimes, in the back of my mind, I could still hear Sally's words. Loco weed. Women and children. "There you are," I told Vic brightly, pretending I hadn't been standing there like a statue behind the trees, thinking he was dead. "It's long past time for lunch. You must be starving. Kima and I made sandwiches." Vic startled and jerked his head toward me like I'd fired a gun. For a split second, the mask dropped and I saw the old Vic. "Oh, you are dear to me," I thought as my eyes moved over his lean face, those peculiar eyes, one pale green, one dark green, like the beginning and end of summer. There you are. I missed the Vic who used to sing hymns while he tended the orchard, coaxing the roots to go ever deeper into the dusty Utah ground. The Vic who'd slept in my bed each night, arms tucked around my waist. But just as quickly, that man retreated back to the place he'd been hiding, locked away from all of us, even the children. Vic turned away from me, so I could only see the murky green of his dark-colored eye. I swallowed hard. One more bit of goodness the Gentiles had stolen before their troops retreated. Sister Johnson said that Brother Johnson had been a different man since he returned from the north, too. I knew it before she said so, though. You could see it on his face in the guarded way he said hello and the tightness to his jaw. Like if he let it loose for even a moment, something awful would tumble out. Vic picked up his bucket of tobacco water, meant for the aphids and whiteflies that were swarming in the orchard in late spring.
"You can leave it,"
he said gently.
"I'm not hungry yet. Might be out here a while."
I knew he'd be out here until after dark, whether he was finished treating the trees or not. The orchard seemed to be his one refuge. It used to be me. "The children will want to say good night," I replied softly. And little Amina drew a very pretty picture. This made him jerk his head up.
"A picture of what?"
I frowned. "An apple tree. I think it's meant for you." Our family had grown by yet one more, shortly after Vic's marriage to Kima, when he returned in early November. Bishop Brunson brought baby Amina to my doorstep like the stork one Sunday after dinner. It was supposed to be a temporary arrangement. The little girl's mama had died during childbirth the year before, and Amina had been born with a twisted, withered arm. When the arm had to be amputated, her poor papa turned to Bishop Brunson for help. He could barely take care of the 6 children he already had, let alone an ailing baby. So, out of desperation, he gave Amina up. We had the means to adopt her, so we shuffled our beds and prepared for yet another soul to join our household. This time, my faith made room without protest. Her brown eyes reminded me of Proctor's, dark and deep. I loved her fiercely from the moment Bishop Brunson held her out toward me and Kima, and she clung to my neck first. Vic sighed but didn't say anything else. He turned around and picked up the bucket of dark, foul-smelling tobacco water, wringing out the sponge, wiping the leaves and branches around the trunk. "Come back to me," I begged him silently. "What will it take?" "Vic?" I prodded. He acted like I hadn't spoken until I added, "Peach will be here tomorrow, with the rest of the Willis girls." That drew a nod and the barest smile, and broke my heart all over again. All summer, every Wednesday morning, 16-year-old Peach Willis had been making the 3-mile walk to our home. We paid her a little money to tend Amina and clean house, while me, Vic, Kima, and the older children spent the day at the tithing house. As Bishop Brunson's first counselor, Vic was in charge of opening up the cellar filled with 10% of Fillmore's produce, goods, and clothing that had been donated to the church for the benefit of the poor. It was an all-day affair, distributing the goods, throwing out anything spoiled, and organizing new donations. Our Adelia was old enough now and could have stayed behind to watch Amina, but we all knew there was more to the arrangement than that. 2 wives wasn't that many, not for a family with our means, so when Bishop Brunson had prodded us to consider taking a 3rd wife, perhaps sweet Peach Willis, we'd agreed without question. I wouldn't let my faith get away from me again. I set the wrapped, buttered bread beside him, then turned back the way I'd come, taking the path along the far side of the orchard that would lead me past Proctor's grave. The trees had grown and flourished so much over the past 3 years, I barely recognized the forest they'd become. Some days, it felt like the thriving orchard survived on my grief alone. 38. Emma Willis, Fillmore, Utah, June 1860. When I tried to scream, the sound came out funny, like my mouth was full of cotton. After thrashing around in bed for a few seconds, I realized my mouth was filled with cotton. I'd gotten myself so twisted up in the sweaty quilt that even my head was wrapped in the scratchy blanket. I clawed at my face to peel the fabric away and sat up in bed, gasping as quiet as I could, trying not to stir up the whole house in the dead of night. I blinked in the dark room, trying to see whether I'd woken up my sisters in the bed next to me. If I had, they didn't show it. Peach breathed, steady and soft. Violet had scooted herself nearly to the foot of the bed, scrunched in a ball. I rolled over and put my hand under the bed to feel for the familiar, pokey edges of the little horse. I had no idea where it'd come from, but it had been under there for as long as I could remember, hidden from view in the gathering dust. I didn't dare sleep with it, even though I wanted to. The black strips of sinew binding two of the legs had already started to come undone. A familiar wave of shame washed over me as I stroked the little horse's rabbit fur mane and tail. The nightmares were getting worse, not better. "You're a big girl now." Mama's voice. "Not a baby who cries at night." She was right. At nearly 8 years old, I should have stopped waking up screaming in the night long ago. But by now, my nightmares were so familiar, we'd almost learned to sleep through them. Everyone but me, of course. I listened for Mama's stern, clomping footsteps, but the house stayed silent. If she was still asleep, Papa probably was too. I especially hated to wake him, on account of him needing to leave before dawn for the grist mill. But try as I might, and I tried, I couldn't stop the screams from burning their way out of my lungs. Couldn't stop them any more than I could stop myself from vomiting the time Mama made a soup out of spoiled deer meat. The fear had to go somewhere, I guess. The nightmares always started with me wrapped in Mama's best quilt, the one she kept in a chest at the foot of our bed that none of us were allowed to touch, let alone sleep with. In the dream, the fabric was soft against my face at first, warm against my body. I felt safe, tucked away. After a while, the dream shifted. Something would splatter against my cheek, softly at first, like a sprinkle of warm rain. What is that? I always asked myself in the dream, unwrapping myself from the safety of that warm cocoon to find out where the water was coming from. That's when I realized I was in a big bed with Mama and Papa and my sisters Peach and Violet. The bed seemed to grow around me as I sat up until it filled the whole room. The bed grew, and I kept finding more people tucked in with our family. All of a sudden, our neighbors were there too, Brother and Sister Robinson, Amina's parents. Then, our whole congregation. Everyone tucked in together. They were all wiping their faces like me. But it wasn't rainwater. The liquid was dark and thick, smearing into a mess. I couldn't see the source of the dark droplets for a few seconds, just wiped them away from my eyes, looking at my hands in confusion. Then I thought to look up. When I did, I could make out dark shapes hanging in the air, directly above those of us lying in bed. Not just shapes, but bodies, floating near the ceiling. I realized that the dark liquid was blood. All of us in the bed started wiping at our faces faster, clawing at the giant-sized quilt, trying to get away. The blood dripping down on my face, all of our faces turned into a waterfall of gore. In the dream, I could taste that thick, dark red liquid, metallic and warm, like when I accidentally bit my tongue. It ran over my face and into the corners of my mouth, falling faster and harder. Amina screamed next to my ear. I screamed too. All I wanted was Mama. Mama! I wailed through the chaos, choking and smothering. Just her name, again and again. Mama! 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 Her hand always found mine somehow, while the blood poured down from the ceiling and I squeezed my eyes shut to avoid seeing. Try, baby, she said sternly. Try? Try what? I always asked, frantic to obey her. I'd do anything to get away from the blood and the bodies on the ceiling. Instead of answering, she pressed something small and round into my hand. This is yours, she said. It was a ring, a metal surface warm and smooth against my skin. I squeezed it tight, knowing it was somehow meant to save me. There was an inscription on the inside of the band that I could feel when I rolled it against my fingers, words that would stop the blood from pouring if I just tried hard enough to read them. I never could. Sometimes, like tonight, the dream ended right then and there, with me screaming and thrashing in my bed, sometimes waking up Peach and little Violet, and then Mama and Papa. Other times, the dream kept going. Those nights were the worst. I hated falling asleep. But when the dream wouldn't end, I hated sleeping even more. As soon as I had the ring in my hand, the bloody rain stopped and I opened my eyes, thinking it was over. I cried, I was so glad. The bodies above me were gone. But next to me lay Mama, Papa, Peach, Violet, and the rest. Lifeless and barely more than skeletons, all covered in blood in the bed with me. Most of the time, the dream ended there. Sometimes I screamed so loud, my throat felt raw and swollen all the next day. I'd tried telling Mama about the dream once, tears and snot running down my cheeks while I wiped them across my face. I thought maybe she'd ask Papa to lay his hands on my head and give me a blessing, like he'd done for Violet when she had a high fever. She didn't call for Papa, though. She fixed me with an uneasy look and said, "Child, those dreams are from Satan. Do not speak of them to me or anyone else." She said it would only give Lucifer and his angels more power over me. That talking of dark things would only make them worse, especially with my clever little tongue. Once, when she didn't know I was listening, I heard her tell Papa, "She talks like she's already grown. It's not proper, a child speaking to adults like that." So I kept my thoughts to myself when I could, and did what Mama said when the dreams came. Pray. She said that whenever I needed to, I could just fold my arms and kneel by my bedside. Heavenly Father answered the prayers of all little children, since he loved them best of all. The prophet Joseph Smith had been 14, just a few years older than me, when God the Father and his Son Jesus Christ had appeared in a vision while he prayed in the grove. God would hear my cries too. I told Mama that praying had worked. Heavenly Father had taken the bad dreams away. But what really happened was I started sleeping with my head buried deep under the covers to muffle the sound of my own screams. Peach and Violet still woke up once in a while, given that they shared a bed right next to mine. Most of the time, though, their breathing stayed heavy and deep while I gasped for breath, strangling under the stuffy, scratchy blanket, sweating and afraid, wanting Mama, and sure I could still feel the blood on my face. Dear Heavenly Father, please protect me from evil. Please make the bad dreams go away. Please. Thy will be done. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. No matter how much I prayed, the dreams didn't stop. This made me despair nearly as much as the dreams themselves. From what I'd learned about prayer in Sunday school, Heavenly Father couldn't help but answer a righteous prayer, as long as it was according to His will. My teacher, Brother Larson, read us a passage from the Doctrine and Covenants.
Section 82, verse 10, is my favorite scripture.
He'd said, looking each of us in the eyes.
It means that Heavenly Father will always bless us with the righteous desires of our hearts. He's bound to do so by His own promise.
I looked the scripture up later and memorized it. I, the Lord, am bound when ye do what I say, but when ye do not what I say, ye have no promise. If my dreams were coming from Satan, like Mama said, surely me and God agreed on wanting to stop them. But the dreams hadn't stopped. If anything, they'd gotten worse this summer, which meant I began to suspect that the problem wasn't God's ears. It was me.
39.
Emma Willis, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. All that summer, Mama sent me, Peach, and Violet to the Robinsons' house once a week on Wednesdays. 16-year-old Peach was the only one who got paid for minding the house and caring for Amina, but she was supposed to be teaching me and Violet how to do her chores. She wasn't likely to be hired help much longer. Mama suspected that Brother Robinson planned to propose to her soon, which meant that Peach wouldn't get paid for her labor anymore. But I might, if I could learn to
put my shoulder to the wheel,
like Papa always muttered. Violet was even more hopeless than I was, but to be fair, she was barely 4. I was nearly 8. I tried my best, but most of my waking hours felt fuzzy at the edges. The dreams had gotten so bad that I hardly slept at night, for fear of what I'd see. Some days, it was all I could do to keep my eyes open. But school started again next month, so there were new things to worry about. Our teacher, Sister Brady, cut a fresh willow branch each morning as a warning to lazy and forgetful children. I was well acquainted with its sting. I was also terrified to tell Mama that Heavenly Father hadn't actually answered my prayers. What if it confirmed what I already suspected? That I was a wicked child. Peach was as pure and good as fresh snow. Quick to act, quick to obey, with a perpetual smile on her pretty face. Even her hair seemed to comply without a fuss when she plaited it. And that was just the outside. Peach's mind was as soft and sweet as she was. And little cherubic Violet was her spitting image with bouncy, tawny curls, bright blue eyes, and skin the color of seago lilies. Me, on the other hand? My dark brown hair was a mess of cowlicks that never lay flat. Mama said I looked like her brother Richard, and by the tone of her voice, I could tell it wasn't a compliment. Instead of a creamy white, my skin was a sallow mess of freckles and dark circles under my eyes, and my mouth curved down in a perpetual frown, no matter my mood. Smile, I sometimes had to instruct myself. And that was just the outside. I was clumsy, slow, and forgetful. But worst of all, there was a darkness inside me, pressing at the edges of my mind all the time like it wanted to swallow me whole. It came out at night without fail, when my tired body finally lost the battle with sleep. Then it emerged from the shadows to run amok in my dreams. I could tell by the way Mama and Papa looked at me that they suspected as much. When Mama was particularly flustered with my mistakes, she sometimes thundered, "The devil is surely in you, child." She never said that to Peach or Violet. The only one who knew that my nightmares hadn't stopped was Peach. Soon after Violet and I started coming with her to the Robinsons' house, I broke down in a puddle of tears when I tripped over a loose board on the floor and dropped a whole dustpan of debris. "It's okay, Emmy," Violet told me, while Peach brushed the dirt off my dress and the tears from my cheeks. Amina, who never said a word, patted me with her one hand. I laced her fingers with mine and she smiled up at me. The kindness in their eyes brought all my fears to the surface in a jumble of words that barely made sense. Eyes on the floor, I rambled on about my downturned mouth and the devil in my dreams. About the blood that dripped from the ceiling and turned Mama, Papa, Peach, Violet, and even my friends from Sunday school into dead bodies. Peach was silent for a long time after I finished talking, while Violet kept patting the hand I'd scraped on the floor. "You just need some rest," she told me finally. "You're a good girl, Emma." After that, Peach let me sleep for a few hours each Wednesday, curled up on the floor in the corner of the Robinsons' 3-bedroom house while she cleaned the house and then washed laundry outside. Both Violet and Amina could generally be coaxed into cuddling up next to me part of the time, listening to the soothing rhythm of the broom scratching back and forth while Peach swept. The air in the quiet room was still and sticky, from the pressing July heat, but it felt so good to get some rest from the overwhelming tiredness that I didn't care. The dreams never came during the daytime. While Peach busied herself with chores, I was supposed to be learning. Most days of the week, Brother Robison, his first wife Lucy, his second wife Kima, and their children worked in their apple orchard. But on Wednesdays, when they opened up the tithing cellar to the poor, Mama and Papa always stopped there first thing, before Papa went to work at the grist mill. We relied on the donated food and clothing in the cellar of Bishop Brunson's house as much as anybody in Fillmore, except for maybe the Robisons. I'd heard Mama say that most of the donations in the cellar came from them. No one wanted to say it, but the harvest would be poor in October. Again. Elder George A. Smith visited Fillmore once a month to check in on the grist mill and the sawmill, which both served surrounding cities with flour and lumber. And when he did, he got a report from Papa, who oversaw the whole grist mill. Each time, he came by our house and stayed for Sunday dinner. The darkest, meanest, most selfish parts of me hated these visits. We ate small rations of beans for days in advance of his arrival, hoarding food so that we could serve him a proper dinner, which he ate with gusto. Sometimes I stared at his jowls wobbling back and forth while he chewed on a biscuit dripping with butter that might have been mine. I had to keep my mouth clamped shut to hold back a burble of disgust. "He's an apostle of the Lord, Emma." I reprimanded myself with all the ire Mama would have used if she could read my thoughts. "It's an honor to share your table with a servant of the Almighty." But between my grumbling stomach and my dark and willful mind, I couldn't help it. I couldn't say exactly why, but I deeply despised him. All of the families in Fillmore were poor, especially the millworking families, like mine. But compared to my family, Vic and Lucy Robison were plenty comfortable. They didn't pay much for Peach's chores, 50 cents a week, 45 cents after tithing. But as Mama liked to say, we'd just be underfoot for free at home once we finished our own chores. On Wednesday afternoons, Brother Robison came home a little early from his service at the tithing house to say hello to Peach. When Peach heard his horse's hooves clatter on the hard dirt road leading to the farm, she roused me, Amina, and Violet from sleep, then set to preparing a supper of camas root, venison from the larder, and dried beans that she'd started soaking in the morning. Violet and I helped with this part, and wolfed down a small helping of our own before Brother Robison's boots thumped toward the front door. Peach ate her meal with Brother Robison, Vic, she was supposed to call him, while Violet and I walked home along the dusty road to start our own pot of beans boiling. Brother Robison wasn't courting Peach officially, but he'd made his intentions clear enough. Sometimes Peach returned with a handful of wrapped horehound candy to share, or ribbons for her hair. One time she even came home wearing a whole new dress, a hooped thing made of crinoline that Brother Robison had purchased on one of his trips to Salt Lake City. It came up to her neck in a crisp white collar and down to her ankles in an elegant, flouncy bell that made Peach look like a woman of substance and status instead of a skinny girl from Utah territory. Mama asked for every detail of these dinners, bursting with pride when Peach reported that Brother Robison asked about Apostle Smith's most recent visit to the grist mill. Brother Robison was the first counselor in the bishopric, to Bishop Brunson now, and a longtime friend of Papa's. Sweet Peach praised Brother Robison's spiritual knowledge, his dedication to building up Fillmore, and his affection for his dear wives Lucy and Kima. During one of these conversations, I learned that the Robisons had spent time in Winter Quarters, Nebraska before they made the journey west. Peach herself had been born in the very same camp. This knowledge sobered me. Still, I sometimes wondered if a small, mean part of Peach watched Brother Robison chew his venison with the same disgust I watched Apostle Smith eat. If she did, she never showed it on her face. Unlike Apostle Smith, Brother Robinson had no trace of jowls. Instead, his pale face was drawn and skinny. He was only 45, the same age as Papa, but his thin hair and strange eyes, one pale green, the other nearly black, made him look much older than that. I never told Peach, but after a while, Brother Robinson started showing up in my dreams. When he did, all the pale skin on his skinny face was gone, replaced with a bony skull and empty eye holes. Instead of arms, he hefted big black wings that shielded the enormous bed from the dripping blood on the ceiling. In the dream, his dark eye was gone, replaced by a gaping black socket. "Mama!" I screamed. Always Mama. But under the cover of those wings, the blood stopped raining down long enough for me to catch my breath in the nightmare. Like always, her hand clasped mine and pressed that ring into my palm. In this new version of the dream, the ring wasn't sticky and slimy with blood anymore. It was dry and smooth in my hand. I still couldn't read the inscription in the dark, but when my fingers traced the letters, I suddenly knew what it was, as clear as if I'd read it on the chalkboard in Sister Brady's classroom. It said simply, "Beloved." For the briefest moment, under Brother Robinson's dark wings with Mama's hand and that ring pressing into mine, I felt safe and loved. Like maybe I wasn't a wicked child full of cowlicks and evil thoughts. Like maybe everything would be okay this time. But the blood kept coming.
40. Emma Willis. Fillmore, Utah, July 1860.
"The answer is Jesus!" I burst out, thinking about how the answer was usually Jesus. But it earned me a withering look from our Sunday school teacher, Brother Larson. Amina's sister, Adelia, made a startled little O with her mouth, same as she always did.
"Emma, the question was for Amina."
Brother Larson scolded me.
"She'll never learn to answer if you always speak up for her."
I refused to apologize. Everybody knew Amina didn't talk. Maybe she could, maybe she couldn't, but the fact was, she didn't. And if her own sister wouldn't stand up for her, I would. Amina's missing arm already made her stand out as different. When Brother Larson turned back to the Book of Mormon, I made a silly face at him, knowing Amina was watching me. It earned me a rare smile from her. And Peach, who was righteous enough not to make faces, but sweet enough to know that Brother Larson was in the wrong for how often he tried to make Amina speak. I loved that about her. Everybody loved my sister Peach. Everybody except maybe Sister Robinson. When we spilled out of Sunday school, Peach and I walked Amina back to her mother like we always did, following 7-year-old Adelia. Sister Robinson already had 3 children of her own, but Peach told me her son Proctor had died 3 years earlier, and adopting little Amina seemed to fill some of that mothering hole inside of the woman that had been empty ever since. "Hello, Peach," Sister Robinson said with a pretend smile, like she always did. With her smooth, dark hair and baby face, she barely looked older than Peach, even though she'd been married to Brother Robinson for 20 years. "Hello, Sister Robinson," Peach said, letting go of Amina's hand. "Your dress is just beautiful." Sister Robinson murmured her thanks, pleasant as anything, but there was no ignoring how she stiffened up whenever sweet, beautiful Peach came around. Sister Robinson smiled and tugged Adelia by the hand, but the smile never crinkled up her eyes. I'd noticed she wore the same expression when she looked at Kima. Poor Peach smiled hard enough for all of us, but it was no use. Brother Robinson's two-toned eyes moved between me and Peach. He was looking right at us, but something told me his mind was somewhere else. He blinked, shook his head, then held out a hand for shaking like everyone did in church when you said hello.
"Nice to see you, Peach. And Emma."
Brother Robinson added my name like he'd wanted to end the sentence differently and changed his mind at the last second.
We'll see you on Wednesday.
Brother Robinson didn't seem to notice or care about the daggers in Sister Robinson's eyes. As long as she mustered up some kind of smile, he seemed happy enough, whether or not it was real. Brother Robinson hadn't proposed to Peach yet, but we all expected it was just a matter of time. Mama cared, though. One night, when I was lying awake in bed trying my best not to fall asleep, I heard her talking with Papa in the next room. "It's pride, pure and simple," Mama huffed in a voice loud enough that I knew she thought all of us girls were fast asleep. "Polygamy was good enough for Adam, Enoch, Noah, Abraham, David, Solomon. I could go on, but not Lucy Robinson? She looks at Kima like she'd just as soon strangle her. I'm sure Brother Robinson would have proposed by now if it weren't for his wife's selfishness." She tutted and set something on the floor with a soft thud. "I, for one, would welcome the help. She's lucky to get Peach and not Emma." The words barely stung. Mama was right. Peach was everything I wasn't. I strained my ears but couldn't hear Papa's reply. Truth be told, I sometimes daydreamed that Papa would take another wife, like Brother Robinson. Maybe he could find a Lamanite woman like Kima. Unlike Sister Robinson, she always smiled at me. I loved Mama fiercely, and I believed she loved me too, deep down, but sometimes I wondered what it felt like to be Peach, to be liked as much as loved. When I was feeling extra wicked, I thought about what it might be like to be adopted, like little Amina. Sister Robinson didn't love Kima or Peach, but she loved all her children, including that little girl who wasn't hers by blood, with a ferocity that made my stomach hurt. With Amina's enormous blue eyes, pale skin, dark curls, and perpetual silence, she seemed just like a porcelain doll, except for her missing arm. When I learned about Amina's mama dying and her papa not wanting her, I'd started paying extra attention to her. Though we'd never said a word to each other, she was the kind of quiet that was easy to be around. And when Peach started working for the Robinsons, with me and Violet tagging along, Amina warmed up to me so quick. I wondered if she'd been hoping I'd speak to her all this time. I told her in Violet's stories while Peach cleaned house, lulling all of us to sleep out of the way behind the Robinsons' woodpile and stove. My stomach grumbled as Peach, Violet, and I walked home from church with Mama and Papa in silence. I tried to keep my mind on Jesus like I was supposed to, but my stomach was demanding. It was the first Sunday of the month, or Fast Sunday. But it was anything but fast. Today was the day we skipped breakfast and lunch and donated a little more money to help the poor. More and more, I wanted to ask Mama and Papa, or maybe Brother Larson, why we did this fasting. It was meant to remind us of the poor among us who went without food. We were poor, though. We were all poor, except the Robinsons. And most days, we already skipped breakfast and sometimes lunch too, when it had been a bad year for the crops. Like this year. I was old enough now to know better, though. The less sense something made, the more faith you had to muster. I kicked at a rock in the dirt, and the clatter made Mama turn around to frown at me. "Sorry." I wrapped my arms around my stomach, trying to squeeze it into thinking it was full. The one good thing about fasting was that it made your stomach so small, you felt full after eating just a little for dinner. Sometimes I slept better those nights, and I needed sleep worse than I needed food. My eyes stung with longing for a good rest, and I let them close for a few seconds while I walked, hoping I wouldn't kick any more rocks. Little Violet giggled up ahead as she walked next to Peach, but Mama didn't scold her. "Please, Heavenly Father, don't let the bad dreams come tonight," I prayed in my head. I almost asked him to soften Sister Robinson's heart toward Peach while I was at it. But my selfishness won. If Brother Robinson was delaying his proposal on account of Sister Robinson, I'd just as soon keep my sister a little longer. 41. Lucy Robinson, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. My boys were picking apples in our orchard, exclaiming over the branches full of fruit the size of melons. All three of my boys, Elman, Elbert, and Proctor. "You must be proud to be their mama," the woman with the dark curls said, her voice sincere and soft. "I am," I said, watching my boys, heart swelling up the same as it did on Sundays during the hymns. Then a feeling rushed me, like the floor dropping out beneath my feet. Something wasn't right. At 11 and 13 years old, Elman and Albert were nearly men, tall and lanky. Proctor looked the same as he always had, 14 years old. "Because he's dead," my mind whispered. "Because you never got to see him grow up. Because this is a dream." The awful thought tried to wake me, but the woman's voice called me back. "They're good boys," she said, reaching for my hand. "Kind boys, and handsome." I looked at her, and she smiled. She wore a simple brown dress, high at the collar, with buttons down the front, finer than anything my neighbors wore. "Thank you," I said, staring at her in puzzlement. "Do I know you?" I asked, suddenly not sure. "Of course," she said. "We're all sisters, aren't we?" Then she laughed softly, twining her fingers in mine. "Look, Lucy. There are my children." I turned my head, peering through the sun-dappled orchard to see another group of children, 2 girls and 2 boys, sitting in the grass. They sat close to each other, heads ducked shyly. "They're beautiful," I told her. "Your children are just lovely." "I know how Jesus could liken the kingdom of God to a child," the woman whispered, eyes shining. She said the words like a quote, so I asked, "Is that scripture?" She shook her head. "Charles Dickens. He's one of my very favorite writers." We sat in silence a few minutes longer, moving our gazes between my boys picking apples and her children sitting in the grass. "Are your children hungry?" I asked, suddenly ashamed I hadn't thought to ask earlier. She nodded sadly. Then her children began to cry softly, a mewling sound that made my stomach ache. I tried to move to go to them, but my body was immobile. Proctor heard them and turned around, shirt untucked and filled with red fruit. "Look, my son will bring them apples right now," I insisted, desperate to stop the children's cries. She shook her head, eyes filling with tears as the mewling sound got louder. "You know he is dead. Just like my children." I awoke with a start to hear Amina crying beside me in bed. "It's all right, it's all right." I pulled her to my chest and she clung to me, trembling all over. I couldn't tell whether the wetness on my cheeks was from her tears or my own. 42. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, July 1860. No, I whispered, shifting my hips against the tight rock passage, trying to wriggle free. My stomach heaved, and I swallowed back the bile. For a moment, I thought I'd sealed myself inside the cave. I'd been here before. Awan and I had used the lava tubes for our winter meetings when the weather got bad. But I'd forgotten how narrow some of the passages were. I'd only meant to explore today, figure out how far the lava tube extended beneath the ground, find a smaller chamber where, in a few days, I could tuck myself away with the meager stash of food I'd been hoarding in a skin pouch under a rock behind the wickiup. But the cave was narrower than I remembered, and I must have taken the wrong tunnel. Now there was nowhere to turn around, and crawling out backwards inch by inch was proving impossible. Idiot, I whispered to myself, grunting and dragging myself a few more inches forward. I imagined that my belly dragged along the bottom of the cave most of all. It was just my imagination. My stomach was still mostly flat, but over the past month it had puffed out just enough that I had to force myself not to constantly touch my middle. My pregnancy was getting more difficult to hide. The billowy crinoline dress hid my rounding stomach well enough, but the morning sickness was getting hard to explain away. With the risk of discovery mounting by the day, I couldn't stay in the village for much longer, but I also couldn't bear to leave Awan, who still insisted we'd find a way out of this mess. So, we'd decided I would hide. Buy ourselves a little more time to come up with the plan. I thought I remembered that this particular tunnel opened up into a larger cavern, but the longer I crawled, the narrower the dark, humid space got. I pushed my body another few inches along the floor of the tight cave and swallowed back another wave of nausea, no longer caring that my arms were getting scratched up or that my dress was going to be filthy. I didn't even care that I'd be missed in camp soon. How long would it be before anyone noticed I was missing? Before Awan would think to look for me here? My breath came fast and shallow as I peered into the darkness. Would he find me? I'd left the tiny yucca horse on a rock near the cave entrance, but it would be easy to miss. Idiot, I told myself again harshly. The words knocked back and forth in the rocky corridor, loud in my ears. Why hadn't I turned back earlier when the cave was less narrow? I drew in a shaky breath and lay my head on my hands. Was I going to die in here? Was this how my story would end? Was there any other ending left to find? I thought of the last time I'd see Awan, who still waited for me by Corn Creek each day when I went to gather water with Sweet Pea. Only now, instead of lying together on the warm grass, we would stand inside the safety of the cattail walls, whispering half-spun plans to run away, find a life together outside Corn Creek, take our chances and hide the pregnancy a little longer. But each time we parted ways, we were no closer to a real plan, because every scenario ended in Kanash finding out what had happened. And he would. Which meant that, in all likelihood, the only way I was leaving the Paiutes camp in the long term was dead. But as long as there was a chance, as long as Awan loved me, I'd keep trying to find a way out. I finally found a small pocket in the lava tube big enough for me to turn around. An hour later, panting and exhausted, I felt a breeze on my face as I re-emerged at the mouth of the cave. I closed my eyes and took a steadying breath, willing my heart to slow its hammering. I was safe again. For now. But when I peered out through the opening and blinked into the sun, now high in the sky, I heard an unexpected sound. Sweet Pea's honking bray. I opened my mouth in surprise. I hadn't brought the mule with me. Not here, not when I didn't want anyone to follow me. My heart seized up in fear, and I scrambled past the rocky lip edge and onto the dirt, trying to see the mule. Had she followed me all this way? I'd already been to the creek once this morning with her to gather water. Maybe Sally. Not Sally Indian. I heard the words at the same time I laid eyes on the mule and the woman holding her rope. Enola. Sweet Pea pulled the rope tight, clearly ready to go home. When she saw me, she flickered her big ears forward and brayed again. Enola sat in the shade of an enormous sagebrush beside the mule. Her eyes moved to my scratched arms and legs, then to my belly, then to the hole in the earth where I'd just emerged. There were a few times I'd caught Enola studying me in the village, her brow creased in an unreadable expression. But to my relief, she'd never said anything. Deep down, I wondered if she might have a soft spot for me. But if my pregnancy ever came to light, I knew she'd do whatever she could to protect Awan. Not me. Enola reached for the pitch basket hanging at the mule's side and pulled out something I couldn't see. She took a step closer to me, still not saying anything, and opened her hand. In it was the yucca horse. I reached for it, put the little horse in my dress pocket, and forced a smile as I swiped off some of the sweat and dirt on my arms. Thank you. I finally dared meet her eyes, and when I did, she frowned. She didn't look angry, or ashamed, or even sad. She looked just like Awan, determined and stubborn. He told you, I said, not really asking. When she didn't respond, I looked at my feet again, studying the lacing on the worn moccasins that had finally replaced my pinched shoes when the straps broke. Enola, I trailed off, feeling tired and ashamed and so deeply sad I couldn't bear to look at her. In another world, she would have been my mother-in-law, not my sister-wife. Her son would have been my husband, and my baby would have been her grandchild. Enola nodded. Yes, this morning. I'm sorry, Sally. She studied me with kind eyes, but didn't try to tell me that everything would be okay. Didn't try to convince me that Kanash would somehow let this slide. I was grateful for that. I came looking for you. Those caves are nowhere to hide, she added gently. Then she drew in a breath. I told Numa and Povi. She must have seen the terror on my face because she quickly added, I told them I'd sent you to gather prickly pear leaves. My shoulders sank in relief. The thickets of tiny cactus leaves were difficult to harvest without earning a few spines. It was the perfect job for me. Thank you. I also told them I was coming out here to confront you. This made me look up sharply. To confront me? She nodded and yanked on the mule's rope, pulling her toward me and a patch of grass. They've always thought I secretly hated you. Like they do. I didn't understand why she was telling me this. I'd never gotten the sense that Enola hated me, not the same way Numa and Povi did. If anything, I'd always felt like she pitied me. Her eyes softened. Things won't be good for you when we get back to camp. She studied my scraped legs and dirty dress. Terror seized in my stomach. She was taking me back to camp? I won't go, I began. My brother Keme died this morning, while you were away. My stomach seized and I leaned over, sure I was about to vomit. Keme had been clinging to life for the past month, and every time he took a turn for the worse, Kanash fell into a sullen despair, muttering about Brigham Young and me, his stupid little doll. I'm sorry, Enola. I looked at her and winced, then hung my head, thinking of Keme. He was a good man. When I moved away from the cave opening and started walking toward camp, Enola sidestepped in front of me to block my path. She leaned in closer to examine the bruises forming on my elbows and knees. That's not enough. I shook my head in confusion. Did she actually want to punish me for Keme's death? She tugged at Sweet Pea's rope and picked up a rock in her free hand. We need to make your face look worse. If we fought, I would hit you. Slap you, at least. I stared at her wide-eyed. You want to slap me in the face? She lifted her chin, and I couldn't read the expression in her hooded brown eyes.
I told you. Numa and Povi think I'm here to confront you. She shook her head. They think I'm finally going to put you in your place, now that Keme has died. They've been nudging me to do it for years. Her eyes shone with tears. Now, do you want to split your own lip, or do I need to do it? We have to get back to camp to mourn Keme. I shrank back. Sweet Pea watched me curiously. Enola didn't lunge at me with the rock. Instead, she held it out like an offering. I'm going to help you. And A1. I have a plan, and it will work if you both do exactly what I say. The tension in my stomach relaxed just a little, and I drew in a shaky breath. First, she was going to hit me. Now she was going to help me in A1? Nothing my sister-wife was saying made sense, but I clung to her words all the same. I've already spoken to A1. He knows what to do. He loves you. To my utter shock, there were now tears spilling freely down her cheeks, tracing lines on her face. Will you do what I say? She grimaced and looked behind me at the cave opening. No more talk of running away. No more caves. And no speaking to A1 until it's time. Do you understand? Her eyes moved to my stomach. We don't have long. I didn't understand at all. I felt like I was going to throw up. But at the same time, a delicate spark of hope had edged out the tiniest bit of despair. Could I trust her? I wasn't sure. But the other alternative was dragging my body back into that godforsaken cave, possibly for the very last time. I took the rock from her outstretched hand. Yes.
43. Emma Willis, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. I ran headlong through the fig trees, pumping my legs as fast as they would go in the early morning half-dark. Kior! Kior! I cried, flapping my arms and doing my best to mimic the hawks I'd heard screeching overhead. A flurry of birds that had been pecking at the half-ripe fruit took off in all directions. I stopped to catch my breath, knowing they'd be back in a few minutes. My stomach was sour, and my eyes were so gritty from lack of sleep that I could barely see straight, but my heart beat with pride. I wasn't good at very many things, but I was a good scarecrow. It was the household chore Mama assigned to me. And besides, today was Wednesday. Soon, Peach and Violet would come to find me in the scraggly fig trees or wheat fields, and we'd go to Brother and Sister Robison's house where I could sneak a nap. Kioo! I screamed again, launching myself at the birds that returned and were already pecking at the figs. They were relentless, but so was I. As I started to run, someone echoed the call back to me. Kioo! I grinned and flapped my arms harder. That would be Violet, and they were coming to fetch me. I ran toward the sound. It was hard work tending to the fields and the figs, but there were worse jobs. If Peach and I were boys, we would have been sent to work in the grist mill or the sawmill with Papa for the summer. But someone had to mind our wheat fields and the straggling fig trees Papa had planted along the side of the house, in hopes they'd bear a good crop someday. Not to mention keeping watch over Violet, who was still too young to do much of anything. Unfortunately, this scarecrow job also scared the birds away from eating the grasshoppers that clung to the stalks of grain, nibbling at the ripening kernels with their tiny jaws that kept moving long after the birds gave up and roosted in the evenings. That was my other duty, to pluck the insects from the stalks, smash them, and pop them into a bucket that I'd used to feed the mama pig. Papa had given me a hopper smasher, so I wouldn't have to crush the insects between my fingers. It was a wooden cup he'd carved, along with a round ladle that fit neatly inside the cup. It looked a little like the mortar and pestle Mama used to crush herbs. In went the grasshopper, in went the wooden smasher, and crunch went the legs and body and wings. Thursday through Tuesday, I ran back and forth through the acres of wheat fields all day long, starting before sunup. Sometimes I bellowed hymns while I ran. Back and forth, back and forth. Even Sundays, that were supposed to be a day of rest, held only a brief break for Sunday school and sacrament meeting. The birds and the grasshoppers didn't rest, so neither did I. Each morning before the sun rose, I'd choke down a breakfast of sago roots and cornmeal mush in the dark, then position myself in the center of the wheat fields to work outward in a loop until I reached the fig orchard. Emma! The first rays of light filtered through the inky trees along with the sound of my own name. Violet let go of Peach's hand and ran toward me like she hadn't seen me in ages. "You're sweaty," she said, giggling. I shrugged. It was true. My bonnet and dress were always sweaty from running through the fields. I tossed a last handful of pebbles at the birds in the nearest tree and pinwheeled toward her with my arms flung out wide. "Now you'll be sweaty too!" I cried, laughing as I scooped her up into a hug and she squealed. The work in our fields was brutal and unrelenting, but I took a certain amount of pride in it. Fretting over how many kernels of wheat we'd lose each Wednesday when it was time to make the trek to Brother Robinson's house with Peach, and again each Sunday while I fought to stay awake in the pews. Once, I'd heard Mama brag about how we'd thwarted the birds and grasshoppers out of their share of wheat on account of my scarecrow and smashing skills. I was determined not to let her down in this one thing, at least. "Mama said Brother Robinson is going to marry Peach tonight," Violet exclaimed. My mouth dropped open and I looked at Peach, whose brown eyes had gone wide. "Violet, no." Peach hushed her. "Mama said she thinks he'll most likely propose tonight." Her cheeks tinged red at this admission. My stomach flipped. "Will he?" She shrugged and started walking, tugging Violet along with her. "He took Papa aside after sacrament meeting on Sunday and asked for his blessing. Mama thinks he'll come calling tonight." I wanted to smile and tell her this was happy news. I knew that's what sweet, beautiful, kind 16-year-old Peach wanted. But like usual, I couldn't seem to help but wear my insides on my outsides. I could feel my face making a strained, ugly smile that was getting worse by the second. "You don't like Brother Robinson?" Peach asked. "Do you like Brother Robinson?" I asked instead of answering, imagining his weathered skin and strange two-toned eyes. She hesitated just long enough to make my stomach hurt. Then she said, "He's a good man, Emma. Look how he and Sister Robinson care for little Amina. He'll be good to me." "But he's old. And he already has 2 wives, I wanted to say. I didn't say that, though. I just nodded fast and said, "I'm just tired, that's all. Come on, Violet. I'll race ya." 44. Emma Willis. Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. "Your hair looks real nice," I told Peach when she caught up with me and Violet on the long dirt path that would lead us to the Robinsons' house. I felt bad for running ahead. I knew Peach was trying to keep her dress clean on the dusty road. Mama had probably spent extra time fussing over her hair, helping her unwind the rag curls she'd slept in the night before so they wouldn't tangle. Violet and I watched in a sleepy daze as each fresh spiral bounced down the back of Peach's best dress like a ribbon of gold. It seemed silly to wear the nice dress on a day of chores at the Robinsons, but I knew better than to say so. Even without being there, I knew Mama had gone, "Ooh," and "Ah," with each curl. I could just hear her saying, "Vickery Robinson will propose today. Yes, I really do believe he will." I touched my own frizzy mess of brown cowlicks and wished for the umpteenth time that I had hair like my sister's. When Mama forced my hair into rag curls, they never failed to poof into a wild, tangly mess. "Thanks, Emma," Peach replied to my compliment. "Do your legs feel better this morning?" I nodded. They were still sore, but nothing like last night. Last night, my legs had conspired with the nightmares to keep me awake, cramping up and aching like the dickens from running all day in the heat. When Peach woke up to see me thrashing in bed and clutching my calves, she told me we'd sneak some jam from the Robinsons' larder. The sugar would help with the cramping. I whispered a thank you and tried not to thrash anymore, but the fierce off-and-on-again cramps kept me awake all night. When we got to the Robinsons, we found little Amina sitting on the porch waiting for us like usual. Her eyes lit up when she saw me, and she leaped off the porch and wrapped her good arm around my waist. I patted her hair and tried not to show how happy this made me. Besides Violet, I knew I could count on Amina to be genuinely happy to see me. I knew it was only because I looked after her and Violet while Peach did chores, but I didn't care. It felt so good to get a greeting like that. It almost made me wish I was the one who'd be moving into the Robinsons' house for good, not Peach. Almost. While I played with Violet and Amina on the porch, Peach did the sweeping first, like she always did. Then, when the floor was bare and clean of debris, she poked her head out the front door. "Emma, would you please tell the girls a story and help them take a nap?" My heart swelled up with gratitude whenever she did that. It meant that the best part of the week was here. The part where I could sleep without the nightmares. I'd discovered this one day on a chilly spring morning when I fell asleep from pure exhaustion at the Robinsons' house. The just-swept floor behind the stove looked so inviting I told myself I'd lie down for just a minute. And then little Amina cuddled up next to me like it was a game, followed by Violet. And the three of us slept for a whole 2 hours, warm and safe, without a single bad dream. When Peach saw how happy it made me, she insisted I tuck myself behind the stove for another nap the following week with Violet and Amina. She said it'd keep the little girls out from underfoot. Amina and Violet were old enough that they didn't really need a nap anymore. Peach did this for me, and I loved her for it. If Brother and Sister Robinson happened to come home to see me asleep on the floor, they wouldn't like it. I was meant to be doing chores the same as Peach, not napping. Otherwise, maybe I could have laid down on the bed instead of behind the woodpile and stove. It didn't matter, though. All that mattered was the promise of a couple hours' rest. I carefully unfolded the quilt from Sister Robinson's hope chest and tucked myself into the corner behind the unlit potbelly stove. "Amina, Violet, do you want to hear the story about the big old bed?" Both girls toddled over to me, lured by the promise of a story. "Oh, yes," Violet said. Amina just nodded, opening her mouth at the same time as Violet, pretending to speak too. It was the only time I'd ever seen her do this. The girls each tucked themselves under one of my arms, snuggled against me, and popped a thumb in. The gesture warmed my heart for reasons I couldn't explain, and sometimes I was tempted to put my own thumb into my mouth. Amina's little body tucked so close to mine, on account of her missing right arm, that I could feel her heartbeat. I closed my eyes and found the beginning of the story. It was the exact opposite of my bad dreams, which made it easy to remember. I hoped that by telling it often enough, maybe someday it would replace the scary version at night. One day, a little girl named Amina woke up to find out that her bed grew 10 sizes overnight. "Named Violet!" Violet pulled her thumb out just long enough to squeak out the words. She protested when I made the story about Amina, but it was Amina who couldn't speak, who had lost her arm and had been sent to a new family. So I did it anyway, giving Violet a gentle pet on the hair and a smile to remind her that I loved her too. I kept going. And when she woke up, she squealed from pure joy. Her mama and her papa and everybody she loved was curled up next to her, And not just that, but a whole garden had bloomed on the bedroom floor. The walls and even the ceilings were covered with flowers. It smelled like springtime.
Were there butterflies?
Violet asked around the thumb in her mouth this time, her head already heavy on my shoulder. Yes, all colors, blue and red and yellow and white. Amina sighed against me. I could have drifted off to sleep right then, but I wanted to make sure the girls were both asleep first. I heard the front door clunk shut softly and knew it would be Peach, heading into the front yard to dig sago roots until it was time to start on the Robinsons' supper. There were bunny rabbits hopping all around, I continued, with their soft pink noses and white whiskers and grass so soft it felt like velvet. The little girl's mama said, "Let's skip chores and stay in bed a little longer so we can look at the flowers." I lay my head back on the rough log wall and managed to tuck my cheek into a bit of quilt above Amina's head. There were sago lilies and daisies and snow and summer, and I named every flower I could think of until sleep pulled me under. Most Wednesdays, Peach let me sleep as long as I wanted. That one blissful stretch was never enough to make up for the missed hours at night, but when I awoke at Peach's soft hand on my shoulder in the early afternoon each Wednesday, I felt like a new person, like what Mama said being baptized felt like, free of sin and fresh as the Virgin River. Most of the time, Amina and Violet crawled out from under the quilt to leave me sleeping and played on the porch with Amina's rag doll until Peach was finished digging roots. So when I startled awake with a sleeping Violet and Amina still tucked under each arm, I knew something was wrong. There were voices just outside the Robinsons' front door. I blinked and tried to listen, but stayed frozen where I was. The girls sighed in their sleep, unaware. The air was still cool inside the shade of the house, and the angle of the sunlight streaming through the tiny window told me it couldn't be much past noon. Who was at the door? A horse's hooves shuffled in the dust, and I could just make out the soprano of Peach's gentle voice. A terror I couldn't explain sent my heart into a frenzied pounding, and an urge to throw off the quilt and run as fast as I could away from the Robinsons' house came over me. Prickles of sweat beaded up under my arms, and I felt like I might die if I stayed put a moment longer. Stay still. Stop it, I told myself. Peach would send whoever it was on their way, and then I would help her with the rest of the day's chores, like I was supposed to be doing. The door creaked open. "Emma is just digging roots with Amina and Violet. They'll be home soon, I expect," Peach said loud enough that I could hear. "What a wonderful surprise to see you home early." The thumping in my chest sped up. Heavy footsteps sounded on the porch.
"Truth be told, I was hoping I might catch you alone,"
Brother Robinson's scratchy bass voice said. My heart pounded so hard I worried they'd hear it. What was he doing back from the tithing house? He never came home in the middle of the day.
"I wanted to surprise you. I brought a bite of lunch for the two of us,"
he said awkwardly, answering my silent question. My stomach rolled. Violet squirmed in her seat, hot and sweaty. Amina sighed again. Surely one of them would wake up any moment and holler. The three of us were hidden from view behind the potbelly stove and the stacked firewood beside it. But if Brother Robinson came any closer, or if Violet cried out, we were done for. I cringed closer to the log wall, imagining the willow branch Mama would pick out to whip me if she found out that I'd been sleeping while I was meant to be doing chores. What if Brother Robinson blamed Peach and didn't propose to her after all? I felt like I was going to throw up. "Please don't find us," I said to myself. "What about a picnic?" Peach said abruptly. "It's such a beautiful day outside, and it would be such a shame if Emma and the girls showed up just when we started talking." Her voice was teasing and sweet at the same time. I'd never heard her talk like that. "Yes, go on a picnic," I prayed, grateful for Peach's quick mind. "Please, Heavenly Father, make them go on a picnic."
A picnic would be nice.
Brother Robinson agreed quickly, clearing his throat. He sounded almost nervous to be talking to Peach. The thud of his boots on the floor came a couple steps closer. To my horror, Amina suddenly looked up at the sound of her papa's voice. I caught her gaze and shook my head. "Quiet," I mouthed. She nodded without a sound. I bit down on the inside of my cheek as Brother Robinson came a step closer and asked,
"How is Emma these days?"
My heart stopped its caterwauling and went very still, like it was listening too. Why was Brother Robinson asking after me? There was something pitying in his voice that made me want to stand up and demand to know what he meant by the question. Had Mama and Papa told him about my nightmares? Or about what an unruly, clumsy child I was in my waking hours? "Emma is well," Peach finally said, finding her voice. It had lost some of the sweetness from a moment earlier.
"Good. Poor wretch,"
Brother Robinson said after a moment. I could feel Amina looking at me, but I didn't look back. Why had he said that? As my mind spun, his footsteps moved away from the stove toward the door. Peach's soft footfalls followed him outside. The door shut with a quiet clunk. Tears welled in my eyes, taking all the victory out of the fact that he hadn't seen me. Violet mewed and struggled away from the sweaty quilt in the now quiet house. Amina stayed where she was, under my arm. Outside the front door, I could still hear the faint sounds of Peach and Brother Robinson talking while they walked away for their picnic. I stood up with Amina and helped the girls climb over the stacked woodpile, swiping at my cheeks so they wouldn't see me cry. Then I carefully refolded Sister Robinson's quilt, brushing off any dirt, and tucked it back into her hope chest. Violet frowned at me from the floor. She was always grumpy for a few minutes after she woke up. She didn't mean anything by it. But all I could think, looking at her crumpled face framed by wispy gold curls, was that she wore the same look on her face that Mama sometimes did when we locked eyes. I always knew I was a little less golden than my sisters, on the inside and on the outside. But hearing Brother Robinson confirm my deepest fears out loud sucked the air out of my lungs and left me numb. I ran his 2 words over and over in my mind, in time with the painful way my heart was hammering.
Poor wretch.
45. Emma Willis, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. While Violet, Amina, and I waited for Peach to return from her picnic, we started soaking the Robinson's supper of beans and sago roots. Then, when she still wasn't home, I busied myself with chinking the cabin walls with a half-full pail of sand, red clay, and ashes from the fire. I'd never done this chore before, but I had watched Peach enough times that I more or less knew what to do. The sticky mass of clay in the bucket was easy enough to spread with my fingers to block out the tiny cracks and pinholes of light that shone between the logs. The job of chinking was never-ending, since the clay mixture weakened over time, crumbling little by little with the change in seasons and the subtle shifting of the log walls. The little girls weren't any help, but the sound of Violet sitting on the floor with her dolly, singing a tuneless song to Amina, comforted me. Little by little, with each sliver of light I found and blocked out between the stacked log walls, I felt the numb despair recede into the shadows. "Emma is well," Peach had said in response to Brother Robinson's question. Maybe that meant there was hope for me after all. I was doing well, wasn't I? Mama didn't know I was still having nightmares. And I knew I was a good scarecrow protecting our fields. If I could just learn to be a little more polished, maybe I could stop being a poor wretch. I decided that I would ask Peach about it on the walk home. She must know I'd heard Brother Robinson, and if anyone, I trusted her to give me a straight answer. She was everything I wanted to be. When the sound of Brother Robinson's and Peach's voices finally floated into earshot, I hurried to tidy up the chinking pail and check on the beans and sago roots soaking in the pot. Then I carried the pot to the stovetop to boil and stood back to look around the cabin. Everything was neat and clean. I'd covered dozens and dozens of tiny cracks in the walls, and supper would be ready for the Robinsons in about an hour. Peach came through the front door first, cheeks flushed and her smile bright. She was holding one hand out in front of her, away from her body. Her other hand covered it protectively. At first, I thought she'd hurt herself somehow, but that didn't make sense with the way she was smiling. I made my smile as bright as Peach's.
Go on and show them,
Brother Robinson said proudly as he came through the door behind her. Peach nodded and held her hand toward me. A too large ring hung limp on her pale, delicate finger. The band was shiny silver and made a sort of twist in the middle. It looked like a little river or a snake. My mouth went dry and my heart set to pounding. Tell her congratulations, I told myself, but I stood there like a dead-eyed fish. Keep smiling. Be happy. The buckskin horse Brother Robinson had tied up outside the house whinnied, announcing the arrival of a wagon and buying me a little time to swallow the lump in my throat. I'd known this would happen, but I felt sad all the same. I didn't want Peach to leave me.
That'll be Lucy, Kima, and the rest of the family,
Brother Robinson said, his strange two-toned eyes turning into slits when he smiled.
They'll want to congratulate you,
he told Peach, but from the way he said it, we all knew he was trying too hard to make it sound true. This is good news, isn't it? Peach said to me, watching as Brother Robinson went into the yard to usher the rest of his family inside the house. I nodded numbly as Lucy and Kima came through the front door with Adelia, Alman, and Albert in tow. Alman and Albert were barely younger than Peach. How could she be their mother? Kima clapped when she saw Peach standing there, holding up her hand with a smile on her face. Lucy did not. Instead, she said, "What a blessing." And her voice was real tight. Peach blushed and flicked her eyes back at me. "Do you like the ring?" she asked shyly, holding out her hand to me. Without thinking, I reached out to touch the silver band. The lump in my throat that I'd managed to swallow came right back up. And before I could even make sense of my feelings or touch the ring, a little sob escaped my mouth. Maybe it was what Brother Robinson had said earlier that suddenly bubbled to the surface. Maybe it was just that Peach would be leaving me. But the room full of people suddenly felt far too small. I'd only just wiped my eyes and started to reach for the ring again when Brother Robinson swooped toward Peach and snatched her hand away from me. I jumped back, startled. And then, to my horror, the tears started up again. This time, accompanied by full-on sobs. Brother Robinson cleared his throat awkwardly and let go of Peach's hand.
I didn't mean to scare you, Emma. It still needs resizing. Don't want it to fall between the floorboards.
I couldn't hardly hear him over the sound of my sobs. Peach's happy smile had ballooned into a frantic wide O. "What's wrong, Emma? Oh, Emma, what's wrong?" Kima and Lucy, as if activated by some kind of mothering switch, hurried to my side as well, patting my arm and telling me everything was all right. Adelia stared. I wondered if she'd tell everyone in Sunday school about this. Brother Robinson mumbled something about needing to get some work done in the orchard before dark. His sons followed him, clearly eager to leave the scene. I was so embarrassed I wanted to slip through the cracks in the floorboards myself, burrow down into the hard-scrabble earth and disappear. Peach wrapped me in a tight hug while my wet cheeks burned with shame. Violet joined in the hug too and started snuffling, then set to wailing herself for no reason except that I was doing it. Amina didn't make a sound, but her hand found mine in the chaos too.
I closed my eyes so I wouldn't see the Robisons staring back at me with a mix of horror and concern. Poor wretch. They probably thought maybe Brother Robison was right after all. Peach, Violet, and I walked home in silence. Peach took the ring off and tucked it into a little satchel Brother Robison had given her for safekeeping, so it wouldn't fall off before she could show Mama and Papa. I kept my eyes on the ground, trying not to let any more tears leak out. I wondered if Sister Robison, either of them, knew the proposal was going to happen this afternoon. I wondered whether Brother Robison would tell Mama and Papa about my outburst. I wondered how many weeks I would have left with my sister before she was a married woman. Weddings were simple affairs for a second, third, or fourth wife, especially in tiny Fillmore. Brother Robison, Lucy, Kima, and Peach would travel to Salt Lake to be sealed for time and all eternity in the endowment house as soon as the wheat harvest was over in a couple of months. My ears still burned with embarrassment over the scene I had caused. Peach had a pained look on her face that made my stomach hurt with anxiety. She didn't deserve this. Violet ran ahead of us, chasing grasshoppers. Each time one of them spread its wings and flew a few feet out of her grasp, she squealed with delight and chased it again. She was out of earshot. "I'm sorry I cried," I whispered to Peach. She reached for my hand and squeezed it. "You're just extra tired, that's all." But her voice sounded funny and too high. She was trying to make me feel better, but even sweet Peach couldn't disagree that I tended to ruin things. There were chores to be done before Mama and Papa returned home for the day, expecting to see supper on the table. I wouldn't steal the joy from Peach's big announcement again with my tears, so I swallowed down the question about why Brother Robison had called me a wretch. It would keep until after dinner and chores. Our house always looked slumped and defeated after we'd spent the afternoon at the Robisons'. I didn't let myself look at the wheat fields or the fig trees down the lane, rustling in the slight breeze. I didn't want to think about how many kernels the hoppers had eaten while I was away today. Violet and Peach went inside to start supper, but I trudged around back to the pig pen, where Mama Pig was grunting up a storm. Of the 12 babies she'd thrown in April, only 6 had survived, and Papa had sold them just last month. The cramped pig pen was a stack of rough logs, a miniature version of the house, and the roof dipped down in the middle from too many heavy snowstorms in winter. But Mama Pig didn't seem to mind. She squealed happily when I pulled out the half-full bucket of hoppers from yesterday. The pulpy mash of wings, legs, and gooey bodies were now clustered with a number of live hoppers feeding on their dead. I shuddered and tipped the bucket into the dirty trough, holding my breath so I didn't breathe in too much of the manure. "Sorry there's not more today," I told her as I took a step back and watched her munch the hoppers with glee. Her big gray head came up to my chin, but her flanks were skinny and sunken. I could count each of her ribs. "I'll get you lots tomorrow," I promised. If we didn't fatten her up a little by the time cold weather hit, we'd lose her too. 46. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. I nearly screamed for Vic when the 4 men rode into the yard. I was hanging the laundry up to dry, pinning up our undergarments like soggy white flags, when I heard the sound of hoofbeats. I turned to see riders and snatched the bulky wet undergarments back to my chest. With the symbols of the holy priesthood I'd sewn into the undergarments as instructed by the prophet, they weren't for prying eyes. My chest heaved as the front of my dress slowly soaked through. The men were wearing uniforms. "The army!" my mind screamed, even though I knew the troops were no longer at our northern border.
Even so, I couldn't help clenching my teeth and imagining myself setting fire to the house and fleeing into the hills. Stay calm, cooler heads, find out what they want, I reminded myself. The men on horseback were certainly military, but the uniforms they wore told me at a glance that they were Gentiles from the U.S. Army, not our men in the Nauvoo Legion. Instead of patched pale blue uniforms with missing buttons, these men's coats were dark blue with neat lines of gold brass and collars so crisp I couldn't stop staring at them. The rider in front, a general, by the looks of the medals on his chest, pulled up his horse and removed his wide-brimmed hat when he approached me. The stern expression on his rugged face relaxed a little as his eyes went to the pile of wet laundry I clutched to my chest. He offered me a tight smile beneath his neatly trimmed black mustache.
"Morning, ma'am. Didn't mean to frighten you."
I didn't speak at first. My eyes moved to the sheathed sabers at their sides. Why were they in my yard? The old fears wouldn't let me go. To drive you into the mountains, to take your home, to set fire to your orchard, to tar and feather your husband. I gritted my teeth. No. Brigham Young had stepped down as governor and signed a treaty with President Buchanan. Utah was not at war with the U.S. government anymore. Soon, our territory might even be recognized as an official state, something we'd fought hard against for so long. The general rode closer and spoke again.
"Sorry to bother you, ma'am. We're looking for Arthur Brunson. Can you point us to his house?"
Bishop Brunson. I relaxed just a little. They were in the right vicinity, but I felt no need to point them in the right direction. The Gentiles were relentless, but like the prophet Brigham Young said, we'd build the kingdom of God under their noses, and we'd lie for the Lord when we had to. Arthur Brunson, I repeated. Then I scrunched up my nose and pretended to think. I'm not very good with directions. That way, I think, I said sweetly, pointing toward Corn Creek and feeling a little thrill at misdirecting the polished men carrying swords. Bishop Brunson's house was in the opposite direction, on the other side of the apple orchard. One of the other riders, an older man with a long salt and pepper beard and deep-set eyes, pulled out a piece of paper.
"We just came from that direction. Is there a reason you don't want us to find Arthur Brunson, ma'am?"
My stomach clenched. He turned his head to the apple orchard, toward the faint sound of my children's voices. They were helping Vic and Kima thin the fruit that would make the branches snap if we left it until harvest. It would be a bumper crop this year, Vic had said. The one time I could count on seeing him smile. The general nudged his horse to move a little closer to me. I stiffened and drew the wet laundry tighter.
"Any chance you're Mrs. Brunson?"
He asked gently.
"I think maybe it's best I remind you that we are officers of the United States government and we're here on official business."
He didn't have to give more of a threat than that. I already knew what officers of the United States government could do. Maybe my husband can point you in the right direction, I told them uneasily, feeling a chill from the wet laundry despite the warm day. I wanted Vic beside me so much my hands shook a little.
"What's your husband's name?"
the general asked. "Vickery Robinson," I said, hesitantly, too afraid to lie again. The man with the salt and pepper beard looked at the list in his hand. My hand shook harder beneath the heavy, dripping clothes.
"Good. We have some questions for him, too."
"May I ask what about?"
"About what happened down south of here."
"Down south?" I prodded, not sure what they were even asking.
"The massacre in the meadow,"
he said, looking at me suspiciously, like maybe I had information to hide. I gathered myself up, indignant now. The Paiutes at Corn Creek can tell you more than my husband or Arthur Brunson. Our men were north in Echo Canyon all that time. The army men shared a look among themselves.
Where can we find your husband, ma'am?
The general asked. I reluctantly pointed to the thick trees of our orchard. Without another word, they turned and rode that direction, leaving me standing like a statue. Their horses moved right across the little grave site at the edge of the orchard, so close to where Proctor lay buried that the horses must have walked right over his casket. Maybe they couldn't see the modest headstone. The grass at the edge of the orchard had grown around it so much, and I'd been meaning to clear it away. I shook myself out of the frozen trance and rehung the dripping, off-white garments as fast as I could. They were meant to protect us from harm and remind us of the covenants we'd made before God. The only time we removed them were the few hours it took me to wash and dry them once a week. That meant Vic wasn't wearing his right now. The officers of the United States Army riding through our orchard to find him. I couldn't warn him in time. The men on horseback would find him quickly, given the noise my children made while they worked. My fingers trembled so much that I barely got the garments back onto the pins. Stop it, I told myself. It's all a fuss for nothing. They'll move on to speak with the Paiutes soon enough. Then I sat down in the grass and stared at the orchard, which had gone quiet. My eyes went back to the off-white garments flapping in the breeze and the tiny marks I'd sewn into the material near the knee, the navel, and the chest areas years ago. The mark of the compass. Only one path to eternal life. The mark of the square. Exactness and honor. The mark of the navel. Nourishment for body and spirit. The mark of the knee. Every knee will bow to Jesus Christ. I'd sewn our holy garments right after the prophet Joseph revealed the sacred endowment ceremony to us in Nauvoo. When Vic and I received our invitation to the upper story of his red brick store, we couldn't stop smiling. The temple wasn't quite finished, but the power of God wasn't restrained to physical walls. Vic and I had followed the prophet's instructions while he showed us the sacred hand gestures and secret words that would one day allow us to enter heaven together. He told us we were making the same promises and oaths King Solomon had made in his temple thousands of years ago. The veil was thin during the ceremony, while Vic and I vowed to give our minds, means, and bodies to build the kingdom of God in exchange for the sacred signs and tokens that would admit us into the highest degree of glory as man and wife, sealed for time and all eternity with our children. All of our children. Even the two we'd left beneath the frozen ground in Syracuse, New York.
We'll see our girls again.
Vic had whispered in my ear, thinking the same thing. The truth and longing swelled in my heart until it hurt. Everything we'd endured would be worth it in the end, as long as we kept our covenants. Repeating after the prophet Joseph, line by line, we'd promised to obey God's commandments and the counsel of his chosen prophet and apostles, to live the law of sacrifice, giving all that we had, or might gain, to the work of the Lord, to remain faithful to the end of our days. Finally, we'd accepted the penalties for revealing the knowledge we had received or breaking our promises to God. We drew our thumbs across our throats from ear to ear, symbolizing the penalty. Should we reveal any of the secrets of the Aaronic priesthood, we agree that our throats be cut from ear to ear and our tongues torn out by their roots. Heavenly Father's blessings were unfathomably beautiful. The consequences of disobedience were unfathomably fearsome. 47. Emma Willis, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. The sun was just settling on the horizon when I heard Papa's boots hitting our wooden porch. My heart beat faster. The chores were finished and supper was nearly prepared, but I knew better than to expect smiling faces at the end of a long day in the grist mill and the fields. It was almost the harvest, which meant everyone was keyed up about preserving what was left of the meager yield. Tonight, at least, the news of Peach's engagement would put a smile on Mama's face. Papa came through the door first, his weathered face sunburned in patches where his hat didn't quite shade him, and dark circles of sweat under his arms. His hands always had some new cut or abrasion from his work at the grist mill. Mama followed behind him, her long, thin hair tied back in a bun just above the folded square of fabric that caught the sweat at her neck. Her shoulders were drooped and her steps slow as she walked inside. I glanced sideways at Peach, then hurried to offer her a chair at the table. I could already see her frowning at the apple preserves we'd set out with the biscuits. There was only one jar left until the big harvest down in Fillmore, and I knew she'd been saving them for Papa's birthday. "We wanted to make a special dinner," Peach said. This made her sit up a little straighter. She glanced at Papa. Then her bleary eyes brightened, and she fixed her gaze on Peach. "And why is that?" Peach proudly held out her hand with the little silver ring she had carefully placed back on her finger. The sight of it on her hand still made my stomach churn. "Stop it," I told my insides. "You're being a baby. Be happy for your sister." This time, it worked. I braced myself and kept my smile bright. "Brother Robinson, Vic, proposed today with a picnic. He came home early from the mission." Mama clapped her hands with delight, and Papa's weathered face broke into a pleased smile. "I knew it. Didn't I tell you I knew it? He had a little spring in his step this morning when we saw him at the tithing cellar, and I just knew. Well, at least I hoped." She eyed the apple preserves with new approval. "A special dinner for a special day. You're moving up in the world, my Peach." Papa nodded. My cheeks hurt from keeping my smile in place. She never said, "My Emma," like that. I pushed the selfish thought away and sat down next to Violet at the table. We bowed our heads and folded our arms in prayer. Then Papa offered the blessing like he did most nights.
Father in heaven, we bow our heads before thee with gratitude in our hearts. We thank thee for thy prophet Brigham Young. We thank thee for the food and shelter we are blessed with. We thank thee for Peach and Brother Robinson, and for the blessings that await them through thy endowment. We say these things with humble hearts. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
"Amen," we all said together when he was finished. My stomach growled for a taste of the apple preserves, but I waited patiently while Mama, Papa, then Peach and Violet took their share. I couldn't keep my eyes off Peach's ring hand as it moved to scoop a helping of beans onto her plate. I was just about to spoon a dab of preserves onto my plate when Mama suddenly stopped talking and fixed me with a glare. I put the spoon back into the jar, heart beating fast, wondering what I had done to draw her anger. Her mouth clamped shut, and she stared at my hand, still hovering above the jar of preserves. "What is it, Mama?" I asked sweetly. Then I followed her gaze and looked at my hand. I couldn't see anything amiss at first. It was clean enough. I had washed my hands at the Robinsons' house after I finished chinking the walls, and I'd been careful not to get any of the hopper juice on me. Then I saw it. A lump of clay had snuck onto the edge of my dress sleeve. It had dried there, and part of it had broken off into the half-full jar of apple preserves. My mouth fell open. I'd ruined the preserves. "I'm sorry," I rushed to say. "I'm sorry. I don't mind, though." I reached the spoon back into the jar, scooped up the crumbling lump of clay and ash scattered on top of the syrupy, golden apples, and plopped it onto my plate. Before I could eat a bite, Mama reached out and grabbed hold of my wrist. "I think you've had plenty," she muttered, snatching my plate away from me with her other hand. "The pig needs fat on her bones more than you do anyway."
48. Lucy Robinson, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860.
When Adelia and the boys had come spilling out of the orchard with Kima in tow, the children chattered excitedly about the men in the smart blue uniforms. They were proud the officers wanted to talk to their papa on important business. Kima looked between the children with wide eyes and stayed silent, along with little Amina. I felt a pang of guilt for directing the soldiers to the Paiutes, but only a small one. When Vic emerged from the orchard a few minutes later, his eyes found mine.
"Might be late to dinner tonight,"
he said quietly.
"Priesthood holders will be gathering at the meeting house."
He didn't say why. I knew better than to ask. Still, his eyes gave him away. Whatever was happening, this wasn't a typical meeting. Vic squeezed my hand before he mounted the buckskin. 2 tight pumps of his fist.
"Careful, careful."
The gesture startled me so much I almost didn't squeeze back. What was happening? Had he meant to give me our signal? Or was it an old reflex? It made the hair rise on the back of my neck, like hearing twigs snap behind me at night. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was something. It was impossible to tell without knowing more. What I did know was I'd been sitting in this dark kitchen after the children went to sleep for so long, my head was nodding to my chest. At long last, I heard the sound of a horse plodding up the road toward the house. I sat up straighter, no longer sleepy. When he didn't come inside right away, I peered out the window. The buckskin stood saddled by the fence. Vic, a shadow in the full moon, moved toward the edge of the orchard until I could barely see his dark, lanky figure. I watched as he stopped at Proctor's grave for a long moment first, shoulders hunched. He stayed that way for so long, I thought maybe he'd fallen asleep on his feet. Then, at long last, he trudged toward the house, unsaddled his horse, and came inside. "I've saved you a plate," I said quietly when his eyes met mine in the doorway. He ignored me and moved into the living room. The distance between us felt like the chinks in the cabin, forgotten behind the stove or the bed. So tiny at first that it was easy to overlook them. The next time you checked behind the bed, they were so big you could fit your hand through the logs, and the extra chill that had been creeping up all winter suddenly made sense. Vic didn't reply. Just sat at the table in the dim candlelit room. My eyes moved to the plate of cooling food on the table in front of Vic, then up to his face. With the firelight drawing harsh shadows from each wrinkle, he looked older than my own father had before he died back in New York. Vic wore a cap I'd knit him, even though it was summer. The thinning hair that had covered the top of his head for so long had finally fallen out. And with how much weight he'd lost, he was always cold. But by now, I knew the faraway, cloudy look in his eyes and the set of his jaw. He wasn't really here with me right now. He was in the place he slipped away to mentally during every quiet moment since he'd come home from Echo Canyon 3 years ago. I turned away from the table, bone-weary and ready for bed. I'd tucked Amina into the quilt hours ago, and I was suddenly eager to snuggle her to me. "Good night, Vic," I murmured. I'd long since stopped begging him to tell me what was eating him up. Tonight would be no exception. But as I shifted to rise from the table, he caught me by the arm so tightly I nearly cried out. He squeezed twice. "Careful, careful." He studied me for a long moment with tired eyes that shone feverish in the firelight. I couldn't read the expression in them any more than I could decipher the desperate way his fingers still gripped my arm.
"When the children ask, tell them the officers were here about a census,"
Vic whispered, his face reflecting the glow of the fire in the otherwise dark kitchen. My breath hitched in my throat, but I didn't say anything in response, desperate for him to keep speaking. Did he want to tell me about the meeting with the priesthood holders? Was there something more? When I peered into his eyes, he turned to face me head-on for the first time in so long it made my throat tighten. His eyes gleamed in the firelight, blinking fast like he was dreaming while awake. Even his dark eye, for once, looked shiny. As I watched him, I suddenly wondered if I'd been wrong all these years. Maybe he wasn't wasting away. Maybe he wasn't disappearing little by little away from me and the children. Maybe he was drowning. Like when he was a boy who'd been caught in a river eddy with an undertow when we were children. He was a good swimmer, a strong boy, but the circling current was stronger. All he could do was tread water while it tried to suck him under again and again, getting colder and weaker until his brother found him and reached out a branch. He was so tired of fighting the current that he'd stopped calling for help and was spinning in circles, hoping somebody would find him before the water pulled him under for good. Instead of shrinking away, I placed my hand on top of Vic's, where his fingers clutched my arm. Then I squeezed twice, sending the signal back. My voice shook when I spoke. "Vickery Robinson? If you don't tell me what happened with those soldiers, I'm going to saddle up the gelding and go ask them myself." He stared at me in disbelief, and his mouth tipped into a frown. But there was also the barest glimmer of relief in his eyes. He wanted to tell me. Now that I realized it, I wouldn't stop asking until he did. If I didn't, I was suddenly terrified I'd lose him for good. I had drawn him back to me tonight, before the house bustled with children and wives.
"I can't,"
he rasped.
Bishop Brunson said.
I gripped his hand tighter. "You cleave unto me, not Bishop Brunson. That's what the Bible says. That's what the Book of Mormon says. No more secrets." At the word secrets, he looked away.
"I can't tell you. I made an oath. We all did."
"You made an oath not to tell your wife?" He refused to look at me. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. I tried again. "Whatever you promised, it can't be more binding than the oaths we took in the temple. We keep our secrets together." This brought his eyes back to mine, so I kept going, determined not to lose him this time. "We're one in the eyes of God, Vic. Your secrets are my secrets." I unclasped my hand from his, then replaced the finger so I held him in the same grip we'd shared in the temple. I squeezed. He squeezed back.
"The officers want to know what happened in the meadow,"
he said, his voice barely a whisper. I drew in a breath. "I know that much," I admitted. "But you weren't there."
"I was, though,"
he mumbled. Then he lay his head on the table and began to sob.
49. Emma Willis, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860.
"Peach, why did Brother Robinson call me a wretch?"
The words finally tumbled out of my mouth in the dark bedroom long after we'd snuffed out the lantern and Violet's telltale sleep snuffle reached my ears. When she didn't answer, I thought I'd waited too long to ask. Was Peach asleep already too? I wasn't sure I could stand it if she was. My stomach hurt from missing dinner, and the rest of my insides were so twisted up I knew I'd lie awake all night long. It was just as well. I'd gotten all the sleep I was likely to get earlier that afternoon.
"Peach, please, if you're awake."
I couldn't help it. My voice wobbled on the last word. I was suddenly afraid that I might let loose with a honking, out-of-control sob I couldn't keep back. Just like earlier.
"Peach,"
I tried again.
What's wrong with me? I sat up in bed. Peach, I whispered. The bed she shared with Violet was so close to my small trough bed that Papa made that I only had to lean over to touch her shoulder. Stop, Peach snapped, her voice clear enough that I knew she hadn't been sleeping. I drew back my hand, stunned. Peach never talked to me like that. She must still be upset about earlier. I'm sorry about crying today at Brother Robinson's. I didn't mean it. I love you. She was quiet again for so long I couldn't stand it. Peach, please. What Brother Robinson said, it won't do you any good asking questions like that. Peach whispered back, her voice sounding just like Mama's, except for the slightest tremble to it. Now let me be. I lay back in my little bed, not bothering to shift around like I usually did to make the straw in the mattress lay flat instead of poking me through the fabric. I couldn't make sense of Peach's tone. Was she really that mad at me about how I acted? Hot tears coursed down the sides of my cheeks, trailing into my ears, and all I could do was stare at the ceiling. It felt like I could already see the blood dripping down even though I was wide awake. It was just the tears making a blurry mess of my eyes. I couldn't even bring myself to pray. The dream was different tonight. It skipped right to the part where Brother Robinson became a big black-winged bird. Like before, he snatched the ring out of my hand with his talons. But then something new happened. He took a few steps away from me, then stepped to the side. That's when I saw he was holding the ring out to Peach. And even more than that, he'd turned back into a regular man, holding little Amina's hand. He let go of Amina as he reached for Peach. I could hear Mama's voice behind me again. Try, baby. Try. Amina darted away from Brother Robinson and ran into my arms. I held onto her so tight I must have been wrestling the straw mattress. While I clung to Amina, I watched Brother Robinson slip the ring onto Peach's finger. I woke up with my feet on the ground in the dark bedroom. Not screaming for once. My hand rested on the shelf above Violet's head, where Peach had set the ring safe and sound in the little bag Brother Robinson had given her for safekeeping. I touched the soft velvet material, feeling for the shape of the ring underneath it. The dream was still so vivid in my head. I felt only the tiniest sliver of guilt when I opened the drawstring. I looked at my sister sleeping in bed and felt a wave of loneliness. Then, before I could wake up any further, I slipped my hand into the bag and slid the cold, too big band onto my palm. It was twisted in a pretty shape, and I realized for the first time that it was two bands locked together, not one. I felt sick and sad and cold and warm all at once when I touched it. At first, I nearly threw the ring to the floor like it was full of hornet stingers. It wasn't my hand that hurt, though. It was my heart and my head. Blurry memories pressed at my temples like the water in the Virgin River when the dam broke last spring, wild and dangerous and unstoppable. Gathering every bit of courage, I ran my finger along the inside band of the ring. There was a word engraved there, like I just knew there would be. I didn't have to turn on the light to know what it was when I felt the letters. Beloved. And that's when I knew why my nightmares wouldn't go away. Because underneath the nightmares were memories that were even worse. And suddenly I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, it wasn't Peach's ring. It wasn't mine, though, either.
3 years earlier. 50. Nancy Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857. Mama held my hand so tight it hurt my fingers.
I didn't fuss or let go, though. It felt good to walk through the grass after sitting still for so long in the trench. I tried not to think about how my mouth and throat were sticky and dried up at the same time, because that made me want to cry. All I could think about was water, and how I'd drink and drink when we got out of the meadow.
Just a little longer, Nancy,
Mama said like she knew what I was thinking. In front of us were all the other mamas and the older kids who had to walk. Sissy Lou and Mary and William and James were up there somewhere, but I couldn't see them. Mama kept looking around, trying to spot them. When the trail in front of us dipped down, I could see the wagon where Uncle Yuri was riding with the other hurt people, and the wagon where baby Try and the little babies were riding way up front. All the papas were walking behind us, but not my papa. I felt jealous about that, but mostly I was thirsty and scared. There was one military man riding a horse in front of the women and walking children, and another military man riding a horse leading the papas. Both of them had big guns and blue uniforms, and neither of them smiled.
"Will that man shoot us with his gun?"
I asked Mama, but she shushed me quick. I gave her a pout. The past 3 days had been nothing but gunshots.
"No, he's keeping us safe from the Indians," Mama said. "Just a little longer, and then we'll be all right."
I craned my neck and looked up at the tall red rock and blue sky, because when I did that, my mind stopped thinking about Uncle Yuri's torn-up arm and the people with their eyes open and all bloody and not moving in the grass. I liked staring at the sky, instead of at the mamas and the kids walking in front of us. Some of them had blood on their dresses and shirts. The rest had dirt on their faces and arms that looked a little like blood. I was so thirsty. I was so sweaty. I was so dirty. The little yucca horse the Indian woman gave me was so full of dust, the black ties on its braided legs were light brown. I held it tight in one hand and held on to Mama with the other. I felt proud of her, even though we were at the very back of the group. The mean-looking man said she wouldn't be able to keep up with her hurt toes, but she was doing her best. "We're almost there," I told Mama, same as she told me when my feet got tired and I asked to get in the wagon. "Mama, do you think—" I wanted to ask if she thought Sissy Lou had any more strawberry jam hidden somewhere. I'd been wanting that jam so bad ever since we had to hide in the trench. But then everything bad happened all at once. Right behind us, the military man on the horse screamed one word. "Halt!" I didn't have time to ask Mama why he yelled that when we'd only been walking for a little while, because as soon as he said that word, rifles went off behind him all at once. Boom! Then, the screaming was everywhere. I couldn't see Mary or Sissy Lou or James or William anymore because everybody was running around. I started screaming too. Indians wearing paint all over their bodies had jumped out of the bushes holding clubs and knives and rocks. One of them, a man with a big stomach, lifted a knife over his head and brought it down on America Dunlap's mama a few feet ahead of us. Red spilled out of her face. Everywhere I looked, people were making noises like terrified animals. Men covered in black and red and yellow just kept spilling from the bushes, holding knives and thick clubs. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't make my eyes shut either. The grass was red now instead of green. All the mamas and the children running away tripped over the ones who had already fallen down. So many of them were covered in red. "Mama!" I screamed, but she was already pulling me down to the ground, scrambling into the sagebrush. The sky, then weeds and dirt spun around in front of my face. All I could see through the brush was bodies falling down in red. All I could hear was crying and screaming and more booms. "Don't look," Mama Whisper cried, turning her head toward me, her voice so upset it scared me even more. There were tears on her cheeks. "Stay quiet. Follow me." Then she started crawling on her hands and knees, belly low to the ground. I closed my eyes at first, but then the little yucca horse slipped out of my hand. I popped my eyes open to snatch the horse back. I got hold of it just before Mama tugged me away and pressed it hard into my hand. I wanted to ask how we'd find Mary, how we'd find Sissy Lou and William and James and Uncle Yuri and Baby Try. But the blood and the screaming and the hurting was happening all around us, and I was too scared to do anything but crawl through the grass and trees after Mama. A few feet away, I saw a man with yellow and black paint smeared across his face lift up a wooden club. I couldn't help but stare, even though I wanted to close my eyes again. At first, he looked like an Indian with all that paint, but his eyebrows were blonde, and so was the hair peeking out from under his hat. As I scrambled through the brush to follow Mama, the weeds parted just enough for me to see Mary Ann and Talitha Dunlap, crouched in the grass in front of him. They'd been hiding, just like me and Mama. My stomach felt sick. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. "Please don't hurt us," Mary Ann said in a tiny voice. "Please help us," Talitha begged, holding on to her sister. Both girls were older than me, but younger than Mary. "Nobody saw us but you." The man with the blonde eyebrows who was holding the club grunted.
Unbutton your shirts. Show me those bosoms."
"All right," Mary Ann was saying in a scared voice. "Come on, Talitha." I turned away and didn't see what they did next. The sick feeling in my stomach got worse as I crawled faster after Mama. Tears dripped down my cheeks and thorns stuck in my fingers, but I barely felt them. A little later, I heard Mary Ann and then Talitha scream so loud, I nearly stopped moving forward. Then I heard a wet, thudding sound, and another. "Don't look, Nancy," Mama whispered, and I tried as hard as I could to make the sound of her voice the only thing in my head. I realized we were headed for the front of the group, toward the wagons, holding the injured and the babies. The last place we'd seen Sissy Lou and Mary and William and James. Any second, I just knew that one of the painted men was going to leap on top of us and bash our heads with a club like they did everyone else. When we got to a thicket of brush so dense, we had to part the weeds back to see the meadow. Mama and I peered out into the chaos again. A little bit ahead, hurt people with bandages on their heads and arms and bodies were spilling out of the closest wagon. Some were limping on one leg while they ran, some were crawling. The red splashing all around looked like puddles from some kind of awful rainstorm that had drowned the people lying in them. There were so many people. Mamas and papas and children all tangled together, drowning in that red rain. The meadow turned into little bits of red and golden light in front of my eyes, and my body felt floaty and heavy at the same time. No, no, no. "Yuri," Mama breathed. I saw him right as he tumbled out of the wagon. Before he could duck into the weeds, a painted man with a long knife saw him and screamed something I couldn't understand. The man jumped at Yuri, slicing the hands he held in front of his face, then pushed the knife into his throat. I bit my tongue so I wouldn't scream and moved my eyes away so I wouldn't see. That was when I finally saw Mary and Sissy Lou. They were holding on to each other trying to run back to the papas. A man with a big rock ran straight for them, his mouth open, like he wanted to bite them. He had a big beard that was covered in red and black paint that made him look even scarier. He wasn't an Indian either, even though he looked like one with all that paint. When Louisa threw herself over Mary and held out an arm, he brought the rock down on her head. I knew I was screaming, knew Mary was screaming too from the way her lips made a big O shape,
but I couldn't hear any of it anymore. The man hit Mary next. He hit her, and Sissy Lou again, and again, until there was only red, where they once had faces. My eyes rolled sideways to see William. I closed them right before another painted man holding a knife jumped on top of him. Mama was shaking. I was shaking. There was nowhere to look, so I closed my eyes. When I opened them, they landed on the children's wagon. It stood on a rise overlooking the whole awful scene. There was a little girl peering through the closed flaps, her mouth in the same terrified O that I knew mine was making. Baby Try. The driver was trying to get the oxen to move, but they'd started bawling and wouldn't budge another step. "Mama, it's Baby Try!" I gasped in a whisper, hoping I was making sounds even if I couldn't hear them. Mama turned her head just in time to watch with me as Baby Try tripped over the side of the wagon. Right as it started to move, she tumbled down like a rag doll into the weeds, bumping against the big rolling wheel as she fell.
51. Nancy Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857.
Where the brush was high enough, Mama and I stood up. Then we ducked low and ran fast, trying to stay down so none of the bad men with the clubs and the knives and the rocks would see us. I hoped I wasn't screaming, but I still couldn't tell. Mama reached Baby Try first, at the spot of flattened grass where the wagon carrying the babies had been just a minute earlier. A few seconds later, so did I. She was alive, crying, face red and scrunched up, little fingers on one hand and a fist. "It's all right, sweet girl," Mama said, but she was crying too. And nothing was all right. The wagon wheel had run over Try's arm. It hung, flopping in the grass, barely clinging to her body by a few strips of skin. Mama reached for her, then stopped, like she wasn't sure how to pick her up. But with the chaos and killing still happening behind us, there wasn't time to worry about hurting Baby Try more. She scooped Try into her arms, took me by the hand again, and then we ran back the way we'd come, to the cover of the sagebrush. "Here," she said, darting underneath a bushy scrub oak that would hide us. She pulled Try to her chest and me under her arm. Try couldn't stop crying and screaming. Her voice was so worn out, though, it barely made any noise. "We'll be all right, Try. I'll take care of you," Mama told her. Then she hugged me hard. "We'll be all right, Nancy," she said into my ear again and again, until my heartbeat calmed just a little. "Shh, Nancy, Nancy. That's my brave girl." Her face was covered in tears and sweat and dirt, but she was my Mama, and that was all that mattered. Baby Try's screams calmed down to a whimper. Mama held us close and started to sing, so quiet I could hardly hear. I closed my eyes and listened. I knew that song. I loved that song. "Of all the money e'er I had, I spent it in good company." She whispered my name, then Try's, like she meant that the words she was singing were about us. "And of all the harm that e'er I done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Of all the comrades that e'er I had, they are sorry for my going away. And all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they would wish me one more day to stay. Mama whispered, Nancy, then try, and then, my girls. I squeezed my eyes shut so hard, but the tears leaked out anyway. But since it has so ordered been, by a time to rise and a time to fall, come fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Come fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. As Mama sang, Baby Try's whimpers went quiet, and she tucked her head into Mama's chest and wrapped her one good arm around Mama's neck. I nestled in as close as I could to both of them, even though Mama's chest was turning red from Baby Try's hurt arm. All I wanted to do was cling onto Mama and cover my eyes and ears. Now that I could hear again, I wished I couldn't. All the screams were coming one at a time from the direction we'd escaped, between wet thuds. No, please, I'm begging you, we have gold. Stop, please. I'll do anything. No, not my son. Some people from our group weren't saying words at all, just awful noises like I'd never heard before. Crack! The deafening sound rattled back and forth in my head. Mama's whole body shook. Her arms let go. Something wet and warm spurted onto my face. I opened my eyes to see Mama's shoulder, just a few inches from my face. Not a shoulder anymore. A bubbling mess of blood and ripped clothing. Baby Try screamed again and flailed hard. Her arm that was hanging all wrong whipping toward me. Mama's face turned frozen as her eyes looked at the bloody mess of her arm that was now as badly injured as Try's. Twigs crunched underfoot. I bit my cheek so hard I tasted blood. Someone was coming. We had to run. But we couldn't run anymore. Mama and Try were hurt, and there was nowhere to go. My eyes moved to the wagon Baby Try had fallen out of. It had stopped just ahead. I couldn't see any of the children, but I could see the driver. He sat slumped in the wagon seat. At first I thought he was dead too. Then I saw his head in his hands. His body shook like he was crying. Mama's body was shaking now too. Baby Try had gone quiet again. I turned to see a man standing above us. Red and black paint covering his hairy legs. He wore dirty brown pants and a too-big shirt made of cloth that looked like the sacks we stored our potatoes in back home in Arkansas. He was holding a gun. The one he'd just used to shoot Mama. Please, Mama begged. Don't hurt my children. My stomach turned over. He'd already hurt Mama. The man didn't lift his gun, though. He took a step closer, staring at Mama. There were beads of sweat on his painted face. Mama grabbed hold of my hand and I fingered her ring, the one she had let me touch sometimes, feeling for the words on the inside of the band. Beloved, please don't hurt my children, Mama was saying about me and Try. Please. I just knew the man wouldn't understand or care. He was an Indian, and he'd just shot her right through the shoulder. Then he leaned his face into the shirt he wore and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. The red paint smeared onto the fabric, but underneath, there wasn't any of the chestnut brown skin I'd seen when we stopped at Corn Creek or any of the other times we'd run across Indians. His skin was the same color as mine. My stomach flipped again so hard I gasped. One of his eyes was dark, almost black. His other eye was a wide, pale green. We stayed staring at each other, frozen, while the warm blood dripped down Mama's and baby Try's arms. The air felt so thick I could barely choke it down. The man's eyes searched me and baby Try. He raised his gun at Mama again and gestured to me.
How old is she?
6, Mama said, even though I was almost 7. I didn't argue.
That baby should have been in the wagon with the others,
the man said, looking at Try like it was Mama's fault he'd shot her. While he spoke, he turned his face away from us, so all we could see was the dark eye. More twigs snapped from behind the sage, plotting hoofbeats. I looked up to see a clean-shaven man wearing a pale blue uniform. One of the military men who had ridden up to our trench while Captain Alexander's wife held the white flag. His face looked sweaty and upset, like he was the one hiding in the bloody dirt instead of on top of that horse looking down at us.
Do your duty, Brother Robinson,
he said in a soft voice, nodding toward me and Mama.
I'll take the poor wretch to the wagon.
He pointed at Try. I felt Mama stiffen beside me and make a strangled noise. The man with 2 colored eyes turned so I could see the pale green one.
She's only 4,
he said, pointing to me, even though Mama had told him I was 6, almost 7.
Take them both to the wagon.
His voice thick and gruff. It sounded the same way Papa's had when he begged for whiskey right before he died. Oh, Mama! I screamed, terrified to be taken away from her.
Take care of baby Try,
Mama whispered, hot into my ear.
Hold her hand. Stay together.
I kept hold of Mama's hand, so slippery with blood. I squeezed harder when they pulled me and baby Try away. Her ring, the one Papa gave her when they got married, came off into my palm. I clenched it so tight it cut into my fingers when I heard the scream. Then the last boom from behind me.
52. Nancy Huff, Mountain Meadows, Utah, September 1857.
When the wagon started bumping away from the meadow, my breathing got faster and faster. Where were the men taking us? I tried to hold baby Try's hand, like Mama said I should, but she kept screaming and thrashing, even with her arm all broken up. Her dark hair stuck flat down to her head like she'd just taken a bath. She'd wet her dress, but so had a lot of the kids in the wagon. Everything smelled bad. It was so hot. Everything felt fuzzy in my head, like what just happened to Mama might be a bad dream. I told myself that maybe it was, because I wanted Mama back so bad my stomach felt sick. Just a bad dream. Just a bad, bad dream. I told myself over and over the same way Mama had when I woke up scared at night. After a while, I realized I was whispering the words out loud and not in my head. It made me feel better, like if I just believed those words enough, I'd make them true. With each whisper, I rolled Mama's ring around the palm of my hand, pretending she'd given it to me to play with for just a little while. This is a bad dream, I whispered to baby Try, but she only cried harder and pulled away from me. I held tight onto the hem of her dress, afraid she might tip over the edge again. The man driving the wagon talked in a nice voice, even though most of the kids were crying and screaming. He had gray hair that covered the top of his head in little bits. He had blue eyes and big, thick eyebrows that moved around when he looked over his shoulder and talked to us. That made me think of Papa. His top lip puckered at one side a little, like maybe he got hurt there a long time ago. It made it look as if he was smiling, even when his big eyebrows bunched up and tears rolled down his cheeks. I decided maybe he was Papa. Just for now. Because I missed Mama and Mary and Sissy Lou and William and James so much. Not Papa told all of us in the wagon that it would be only a little longer. Everything would be all right. Then we'd get some water and some food when we got to the Hamblin Ranch. I didn't know what ranch he was talking about, but anywhere was better than here. Just a bad dream, I reminded myself as I rolled the ring round and round. The wagon jolted, and not Papa made a sweet little whistle to the big old oxen.
Get along now. Steady, steady.
After a while longer, baby Try finally fell asleep. A little bit of breeze tickled my hair, feeling good on my face. And as long as I kept on reminding myself that everything would be okay when I woke up from this dream, I felt calm again. With baby Try asleep, I slowly scooted next to her and held her good hand like I'd promised Mama. Then I decided I'd sing her the song Papa used to do with the oxen. Same one Mama sang when Belle and Bright fell down, and when we were hiding together. I looked at the top of the wagon canvas and sang the only words I could remember, drawing them so they'd last as long as possible, even though they sounded funny with my throat all choked up and raw. And joy be to you all. Good girl, I told Try, even though she was sleeping. I'll take care of you, Try. After a few minutes, I felt her breathing turn slow and heavy. Her little head lay back against mine, and I pretended for a second that I was her Mama.
3 years later. 53. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. At first, I was afraid Vic wouldn't tell me what happened in the meadow. I was sure he'd push the cold plate of food away, stand up from the kitchen table and retreat back into the shell of himself and never speak more of it. But when the story finally poured out of him like floodwaters, horrifying in its detail, it was me who wanted to get up and walk out. I didn't. I had asked, and now I would listen. He spewed the whole awful thing, one detail at a time, in a voice that was steady and measured as wagon wheels rolling by. If I weren't paying attention to the words he spoke, I might have thought he was talking about the apple orchard. It was like he'd wrung out all the emotion from his voice after he'd cried. And now there was nothing left in it. I knew Kima and the children, tucked safe in their beds, couldn't hear him. Thankfully, he was speaking too quietly. Besides, they'd been asleep for hours, unaware of these horrors. When we got out of town, Bishop Brunson told us there was a change of plans. We were needed in the south more than we were needed up north. He began. A rider met us and led the way to a meadow just past Cedar City. And there were the Lamanites, chomping at the bit to attack the Gentile wagon train. At least, that's what I thought until we got up close. Up close, I could see they weren't Indians at all. They were white men wearing paint. Some of the men, who'd been struck by bullets, had their shirts or trousers peeled off, and the paint stopped at the arms or the legs. His voice rose a little here, like he still couldn't believe what he'd seen. There were only a handful of real Paiutes left. Just Chief Kanash and a few other men. The rest had gone back to the village with their dead and injured after they stampeded the cattle. The Paiutes who were left weren't angry. Not at the Gentiles, anyway. They were angry at Isaac Haight and Colonel Dame and the rest of the leaders. They were scared, saying the Mormon leaders had no power, that we'd lied to them, that the Mormons took most of the cattle, that the wagon train was full of women and children.
I choked back a soft gasp. Vic bowed his head, not stopping to acknowledge my shock.
Bishop Brunson seemed rattled as I was, but he said to have faith, wait for further instruction. So we did. We waited until Colonel Dame and President Haight and Brother John D. Lee gathered us up and told us what we were to do. We'd sent a rider to Brigham Young's, but he wasn't back in time.
Brother Haslam. The hair rose on the back of my neck. I'd never told Vic that I'd given the rider a fresh horse all those years ago. He'd been so unwell, so unlike himself when he returned from the meadow, that he'd never even commented on the fact that Proctor's mare was gone, replaced by the buckskin.
President Haight dismissed Kanash and the last of the Paiutes, saying they'd fallen short of their duty to the Lord. Then he told those of us who remained that the time had come to avenge the blood of the prophets. We were to keep everything that would happen a secret until the day we died. From our wives, our children, our neighbors. Each of us took an oath to hide what happened in the meadow and to blame it on the Paiutes if it ever came to light.
His voice went even quieter.
I made the oath. Then President Haight told us what we were going to do next.
He looked up at me with eyes so dull, they made me think of Proctor lying in his casket.
I can't stop asking myself if I would have made that oath if he'd told us what we were about to do.
His voice cracked.
I fear I would have.
God forgive me. I think I would have. He spread his hands flat on the table and dug his nails into the wood.
When some of the men balked, President Haight reminded us he spoke for God. And on this day, he spoke for the God of vengeance. Haight, Dame, Lee, and Higby rode down to the circled wagons when the Gentiles raised a white flag, told them that the Mormon military was going to lead them to safety. When their captain agreed, the rest of us moved into place.
He looked at me with so much pain in his eyes. I wanted to weep. I wanted to comfort him. But I had none to offer. The best I could do was let him continue.
Those of us who were painted up like Indians hid in the sagebrush at the mouth of the meadow. While I hid there, I could hear some of the Gentile men still arguing with John D. Lee. All I wish is for you to surrender your arms, and we'll see that you go unhurt," Lee said. And one of the Gentile men kept saying, "If you give up your arms, you are a fool. Don't you be such a goddamned fool as that."
I fought the urge to flinch at Vic quoting the man using the Lord's name in vain, and he closed his eyes.
He was right. But the Gentiles didn't have any choice. They were out of water. They had to trust us.
He swallowed hard.
A wagon filled with the littlest children, the ones too young to tell what we were about to do, led the way out of the meadow. Then came the women and older children, about 50 feet behind. Then the men, single file, each with an armed member of the Nauvoo Legion, one who hadn't been painted up, standing by his side.
Vic drew in a shuddering breath.
Colonel Dame told them that if they didn't give up their guns, the Indians would attack.
His eyes twitched back and forth like he was dreaming. I felt like I might vomit. One part of my mind was sure he couldn't be telling the truth. The other part knew he was.
When everyone was gathered up, we started to lead the surrendered Gentiles out of the canyon. All I knew was that I was meant to jump out of the brush and do my duty. I just kept repeating that again and again in my head.
His eyes twitched faster, blinking, staring at nothing.
Higby, who was leading the men, stopped his horse and cried out,
"Halt!"
Then,
"Fire!"
And then we were all in hell. Each man, escorting a Gentile, fired his rifle and shot the man dead. As the Gentile men fell dead to the ground, that's when those of us who'd been painted up to look like Indians jumped out of the brush along the river. Some of us held Bowie knives and clubs. Others had rocks. Some of the men screamed like they'd turned wild. The women and children were screaming, begging for their lives until all of them had been bashed over the head or sliced through.
Then my husband looked right in my eyes, and I wanted more than anything to look away.
The sound of the screams. All those women and children. I couldn't do it. But I did do it. I did do it.
He repeated incredulously.
I helped turn that meadow red.
I felt my own face tremble and twitch. The sick feeling in my stomach was getting harder and harder to hold inside. Women and children? How? I couldn't find a single word to answer, so I reached for his hand because I needed to anchor myself. His fingers were cold as ice.
There was one woman who managed to slip away, hiding in the bushes with her 2 daughters. I found them.
Of every horrible thing he'd told me so far, this made my stomach curl so violently into itself, I barely held back the gasp.
The first little girl was too old, at least 6. We were only supposed to save the children who were too young to tell what had happened in the meadow. The other child, he choked on his words. She'd fallen out of the children's wagon somehow, and her arm was hanging on by just a thread. Then Brother Lee rode up and handed me his gun. Said he'd take the baby back to the wagon.
A baby with her arm hanging by a thread. My stomach seized again. No. I waited for Vic to continue. He locked eyes with me, pale green iris wide as the full moon.
I told him the older girl was 4, not 6. I saved her, Lucy. At least I saved one of them.
And the baby? I asked, hardly able to force the words past my lips. He nodded slowly.
When the men and the last of the women and children were dead, they stripped the bodies, looking for anything valuable, pulled apart the wagons to get at the gold hidden inside, took the guns and the ammunition to send up north to the rest of the Nauvoo Legion, piled up the clothing and the quilts that hadn't been spoiled, the oxen and horses that hadn't been shot.
He shook his head back and forth, as if he could dislodge the memory.
There were so many bodies, so much blood.
He gripped the edge of the table.
Oh, God, Lucy. The blood.
His eyes focused on something behind me, but he continued.
We drove the wagon full of children to the Hamblin Ranch in Cedar City. It took all night to get there. The baby who was missing an arm, she was the only one who didn't cry. Just stared up at me when I wrapped her up in a quilt as best I could to stop the blood.
He closed his eyes.
I wanted to tell the children to stop crying for their parents, but I had no right to do it. Not when all of us had just clubbed and stabbed and shot their parents and siblings in front of their eyes.
And the baby? I asked again, more forcefully this time. The words tasted like curdled milk in my mouth, thick and sour. But I needed to know.
Brother Haight, the mayor of Cedar City, sorted the children out.
He said, still not answering my question. Sorted them out. I breathed.
Gave them to families in Iron County, Cedar City, Meadow, and Tokerville, who were willing to take them. He swallowed. He paid them with some of what we'd taken from the wagon train. When some of the children refused to be comforted, he said, "Poor wretches, they don't know how lucky they are." I tried to take this in, but the words knocked around in my mind for a long few seconds. Before I could speak again, Vic opened his eyes and looked at me. Nobody wanted the little girl with one arm. Said she'd likely not survive, that it'd be hard to explain to their wives. So I said I'd take her. Bishop Brunson amputated the arm and cared for her for a month in Cedar City.
The first tears finally dripped down my cheeks. Amina. My Amina. Not my Amina. What were you doing all that time you were supposed to be up north? I whispered, needing to know, but unable to muster any anger for the fact that he'd lied to me. The horror buzzing through my body eclipsed every other feeling. You were gone for weeks. Vic drew in a breath.
There would be more and more wagon trains coming up. We couldn't let them see the bodies in the meadow. We tried to bury the bodies, but there were too many. Brother Johnson and I, and a few of the other men, escorted the wagon trains around the meadow, told them it was a dangerous spot for Indian attacks. Then, when little Amina was well enough to travel, we came back home.
Vic, I whispered. Oh, Vic. There was nothing else to say.
When I try to fall asleep at night, I can still see Amina's sister. Maybe it was her sister. She was covered up in blood from the wagon ride, smeared all across her face. She wouldn't let her go when I tried to lift her out of the wagon at the Hamblin Ranch. The quilt I'd wrapped around her was soaked through with so much blood by then. It was dripping through the wagon floorboards. He shuddered. When I close my eyes, that's all I can see. He stared at me, unblinking. I felt bad we had to separate the girls. But Lucy, the Lord works in mysterious ways. The Willis family, they adopted the older girl, the one I saved. I gripped his cold hand harder, afraid to let go. I realized, in some part of my mind, that my fingers had wrapped around his in the same grip we'd shared in the endowment ceremony all those years ago. Emma, I whispered. I knew the Willises had adopted a child right before we'd gotten Amina, but Sister Willis had told me the little girl had come from a sister in Salt Lake. Vic nodded. He let out a long breath. The army men found the bones at the meadow. They know it's the Gentiles we left there. One of the officers was carrying a photo with him. Says the girls have grandparents in Arkansas who think their granddaughters are dead. My grip on his fingers finally went slack. Suffer the little children to come unto me. A verse from the Bible drifted through the void in my mind. Matthew 19:14. Vengeance is mine. I couldn't for the life of me think of the chapter and verse. Had God really said that? Or had I? I didn't know anymore.
54. Kapeputs. Sally. Corn Creek, Utah, July 1860. I glanced at Enola across the fire, heart beating in time with the soft drumming that surrounded us, sure that I was about to vomit. Tonight needed to go as planned, or everything else would fall apart. Enola ignored me, keeping her eyes on Kanash as he finished his meal. My own bowl of food sat untouched in my lap, even though the rabbit stew had been prepared with care for tonight, the celebration of midsummer. When the children of the Creator of men found the apple of wisdom, they reached for it, said Elu, one of the elders, as the drumming quieted. He stood in front of the children, telling the story they'd heard so many times before. But what did the children find at the base of the tree? A rattlesnake. Elu shook the staff at his side, which rattled a little. Some of the children made soft "oh" sounds. Then the white men came. They knocked down the tree and ate the apple. More murmuring from the children. I'd never been sure what to take from the story myself. Were the white men wise because they got the apples, or were they foolish because they killed the tree that grew them? Were the children of the Creator of men wrong to be afraid of the rattlesnake? Why hadn't it struck the white men? I shook my head and cut my eyes to Kanash once more. The evening was winding down, and mothers were ushering children away from the fire. Speak, I begged him silently, for once desperate for him to start blustering about the Mormons in the meadow. Earlier that day, a small group of army men dressed in dark blue uniforms had ridden out to Corn Creek, asking if any Paiutes would speak about what happened in the meadow. It wasn't the first time they'd tried to question the Paiutes. It wouldn't be the last. Only this time, they claimed they were closing in on making indictments and arrests. Over in Fillmore, the Mormons said it was the Paiutes who murdered all those folks in the meadow, one of the army men had said, staring at Kanash. But we'd like to know where you got the guns. Might be able to avoid hanging if you feel like talking. Kanash had turned them away, stone-faced. It was midsummer. And besides, the rumors were untrue. Now, Kanash tossed the last of his camas root into the fire and frowned. I held my breath. Surely, with Keme's recent death and today's visit from the army men, he couldn't resist the opportunity to say a few words with everyone gathered together. Speak. Elu sat down beside the other elders, and the children moved back to their parents. The fire popped in the silence, sending sparks skyward. Then, finally, Kanash spoke. The army men are either idiots, or they haven't been in Utah very long, he muttered. I released the breath I'd been holding as quietly as I could as he continued. My heart hammered louder in the silence left by the drums. If they keep poking around, they're going to find out what happens when you talk too loud about what happened at the meadow. I don't care if they are U.S. Army, Kanash said to no one in particular. More mothers tugged at their children's hands to lead them away from the fire. This was not a topic for young ones. I couldn't help but glance at Enola again. Kanash was doing just what we'd hoped he'd do. The subject had been broached. The anxious nerves in my stomach fizzed into full-blown nausea, and I wrapped my arms around my middle. Not that I'd mind if they strung up Brother Brigham, Kanash growled, eliciting a few laughs. Our chief hated Brigham Young, but he knew better than to step on the rattlesnake's tail. If the Mormon leaders found out that Kanash or the Paiute men were speaking about what they'd seen in the meadow, we could expect consequences worse than hanging. I made an oath to keep quiet, and I'm a man of my word, Kanash liked to say, even though it was clear he kept silent out of fear, not loyalty. And that silence had kept the U.S. government in the dark for a very long time. I knew from Awan that the mass graves at the meadow hadn't even been uncovered until 2 years after the massacre. That was what loyalty and fear earned a person. Now, the army was scrambling to learn the details of what happened, and they were clearly finding few willing to talk. There was little question that the Mormons had pointed the finger of blame solely at the Indians, even while they hoarded the lion's share of the Gentiles' wagons, cattle, and plunder in their homes. I could see the terror in the Gentiles' eyes over the years as a steady stream of wagons passed by Corn Creek. But so far, there hadn't been any tribes or chiefs blamed for the massacre, just Indians. That was what we got for keeping silent. The government really expects us to help them? Kanash blustered, his voice rising. When have they ever helped us? They just keep sending more wagons, more guns. Why don't they investigate what happened at Bear River? He stood and spat into the fire. I'll tell you why they don't. Because it was them who killed all those Shoshone women and children. The men and women gathered near the fire murmured their agreement. My stomach turned again when I thought of the day Awan told me about the hundreds of Shoshone men, women, and children who had been slaughtered in their lodges last year. Kanash was right about that. There had been no investigation into Bear River. There would be no investigation into Bear River or any of the other times the Shoshone, the Paiute, the Bannock, the Pavant, the Lakota, even the Utes had been killed. Let the damned Mormons and the damned government sort it out, Kanash said, as if this settled the matter. They're all liars. This was his favorite line, the one he always finished with. I wrapped my hands tighter around my stomach, around the gap in my crinoline dress. No, every part of me protested, walks without sound. But the part of me that knew my silence couldn't save me anymore dragged my shaking voice out. I raised it as loud as it would go. But you are a liar, too! Stunned silence followed, broken only by the crackle of the fire as Kanash turned to look at me. No one ever spoke to him like that, let alone me, who spoke to no one. I stood up on shaking legs and stepped forward, even though what I really wanted to do was run. I could feel Awan's eyes on me somewhere in the crowd, and I imagined his warm hand resting on my back, urging, "I'm with you." "You lied about the steers being poisoned. You knew that the Paiutes died because of loco weed, not poison. Keme and Helicu and all the others died because of you." Shocked gasps came from those around the fire. Kanash drew himself up tall, his hand raised like he was going to strike me. "So Brigham Young's little doll can speak," he mocked, taking a step in my direction. "Sounds like nonsense to me." I eased back, but didn't run. "You say that I am Brigham Young's doll? I think it's you who are Brigham Young's doll. You're afraid of him and the rest of the white Mormons. You are a coward, afraid to stand up to them, to tell the truth." With that, Kanash lunged at me. I braced, waiting to feel his rough hands on my body. Would he hit me, push me? I closed my eyes, quick as a shadow. Enola stepped forward and grabbed hold of his arm. He looked at her incredulously. "Have all the women gone mad? What is this?" Enola released her grasp and lowered her eyes. "Finish your dinner, husband. I will speak with her," she said simply, drawing more murmurs from the crowd as all eyes locked on me. She pulled a stout club covered in animal hide from where it lay beside a wickiup and held it lightly in her hands. More murmurs from the crowd rumbled. The club was used for beating dust out of skins. That clearly wasn't what Enola had in mind. Kanash followed her movements and laughed in surprise. "Well then, maybe you should talk to her." I shrank back. "No, please," I said, cowering. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. I think... "You think nothing." Enola gave me a fierce look. "You know nothing, yet you seek to counsel the chief? My husband?" "Not our husband." Numa and Povey, sitting a few feet away, exchanged glances. "You speak my dead brother's name? You insult my husband?" Enola said, shaking her head in disgust, moving toward me through the firelight. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched a mother gather her baby onto her lap, rise and slip away into the darkness. I darted to the left and tried to follow the woman and child, heart pounding in my chest so hard my breath came in gasps. But Enola stepped in front of me, blocking my escape. Kanash laughed again. "You have never belonged here," Enola said in disgust, "and you have never learned your place." "I'm sorry," I said. "I shouldn't have—" She leapt forward and grabbed me by the hair. "Be quiet, little doll." Then she dragged me into the darkness beyond the fire. 55. Nancy Huff, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. Violet sighed in her sleep and rolled out from under Peach's arm. I stared down at them, feet rooted to the floor in the middle of the dark bedroom. My whole body was trembling, but I didn't move to get back into bed. Standing there while everyone slept, I put the ring on my thumb. I already knew I was never going to take it off. It wasn't Peach's. It was Nancy's. And Nancy was me. Why had I forgotten that? Forgotten everything. My face was warm and wet as I blinked in the quiet room, but it didn't feel like blood on my face anymore. Just tears. Tears for Mama, tears for Papa, for Mary, for William, for Uncle Yuri, for Sissy Lou, for baby Tryphena. I'd been hearing Baby Try in my dreams all this time, but now I knew better. I now remembered it was Baby Try, my cousin, Sissy Lou's baby. I'd called her that.
and I'd held her in my arms while the blood soaked through the quilt around us in the wagon. I felt like the wind knocked out of me so hard that maybe I'd never be able to breathe again. I waited until the choking feeling passed, everything moving in slow motion. The memories flooding my mind were so bad, so awful, I thought I was going to die while they washed over me. It was worse than the nightmares. This was real, and it stung like poison. Mama, Papa, Mary, William, Yuri, Louisa, Baby Try, their names spun through my mind. But as the tears ran down my face, some of that poison seemed to leak out with them. Then a new kind of burning took up in my heart as I remembered the man who sang me songs. Papa, I knew now. And joy be to you all. I closed my eyes and thought real hard. He had calloused hands and a rich, deep voice and my same blue eyes. And then I saw Mama in my mind. She had soft hands and a gentle voice. Her face was blurry in my memories, but her voice wasn't. She'd recited poems and stories that lived somewhere in my bones, even if I couldn't recall all the words anymore. I knew they'd kept me safe when I was hiding from the man who'd taken her and the rest of my family away from me. She and Papa had my same dark, curly, cowlicked hair. And they loved me. They really, really loved me. When the memories finally burst through the clouds in my mind, they were clear and bright, like sunshine after a storm. So sharp and detailed, they made the past 3 years of memories feel like a dream in comparison. I found myself drawing a little closer to Peach on the side of the bed she shared with Violet. These two loved me like we were sisters, sisters who shared blood, but I was certain now that Peach knew we weren't. I knelt down, put my hand on her arm and leaned next to her ear so I wouldn't wake Violet. She smelled like sleep and apple preserves. My voice shook a little as I whispered, Peach, Peach, wake up, please. She rose up on one shoulder and rubbed sleep out of her eyes. I couldn't see her face very well in the dark room, but I could tell her brow was furrowed. Emma, go back to sleep. My voice wavered, but I forced the words out. Tell me about when I got here, Peach. She didn't answer right away. I pictured her blinking in surprise at the question. I moved my hand into a slice of moonlight coming through the edge of the oilcloth around our window. The ring I now wore around my thumb, the ring Brother Robinson had given her, glinted like the blade of a knife. She drew in a breath and sat up in bed. What are you doing? That's my ring. I pulled away from her. It's my ring. It was my mama's ring. There were still holes in my memory, big ones, but I remembered that ring clear as day now. Like parts of my mind were still foggy, and I was just waiting for those rays of sunlight and memory to break through a little at a time. Mama loved that ring. Papa gave it to her when they got married. Peach gasped. Her mouth hung open, and I watched the understanding change her face from sleepy and upset to scared. Your mama? I don't know how Brother Robinson got it, but I know it was my mama's. I tucked my hands under my arms protectively, locking the ring tight in my grasp. Your mama's? Peach repeated, choking a little. Then she went silent for a few seconds. My heart beat faster. I needed to know what she remembered about how I'd gotten here. Those memories were still locked away. I knew they were there, but I couldn't quite reach them. Tell me about the day I got here, I insisted again. I'm not supposed to talk about that, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I'll wake everybody up right now, I said, feeling braver. Ask them all myself. No, they'll be mad. Peach said, reaching out a hand to stop me. Her voice shook. Mama will get the willow switch. She's not my mama, I hissed, drawing back, feeling every willow stripe she'd ever given me, every slight she'd ever made about me being wicked, every time she'd made me go to bed without dinner. I didn't know where the runaway anger was taking me, but I was ready for the ride. Peach looked back at Violet, then got up, grabbed my hand, and pulled me away from the beds and into the tiny closet at the far side of the bedroom. She closed the door behind us. I couldn't see her face anymore. The sliver of moonlight was gone, but I could hear her snuffling. After a few minutes, she spoke in a voice that didn't sound much like Peach at all, croaky and shaky and thick with tears. You got here on my birthday, the day I turned 13. Papa told us you were only 4 years old, but I wasn't 4, I interrupted her. I was 6, almost 7. And now I was 9, almost 10 years old. Not 7, almost 8. I knew now why I was so much taller than 7-year-old Adelia Robinson, so precocious, as Brother Larson had said in Sunday school. I knew it so clearly now. How was it possible I'd hidden all of these memories from myself so completely for the past 3 years? Peach stared at me. Mama said you were a birthday present, but you didn't act like a present. You acted like a wild animal. We tried to give you a bath. You were all dirty, bloody. I grasped around my mind in the raw, burning mess where the nightmares came from. Could I remember that? The memory flashed like lightning, suddenly making the sky bright. I pictured myself sitting in our old metal wash tub, water pouring down my head while I cried and cried. A hand came past my mouth trying to bathe me. I bit it. Then I threw up because the blood in my mouth made me think about what had happened to Mama, to Mary and William and Yuri and Louisa, to baby Try, who they'd pulled me away from when the wagon reached the ranch. They called me Emma. They told me that if I couldn't forget what happened, they'd have to do to me like they did to Mama. So, I had to forget. Peach was talking again, and I tried to focus on her words. You kept screaming, "Try," when we got you in the bathtub, even though we were trying to help you over and over. Try. Not try, I whispered, knowing Peach wouldn't be able to hear the difference. When did the Robinsons adopt Amina? Peach drew in a breath. About a month after you. The images sloshed. I couldn't grab the right one. They all burned so much. Emma? My name is Nancy, I choked out, grabbing hold of the memory burning hottest and refusing to let go, even though I knew it would add to the pile of hurt. And Amina's name is Tryphena. She's my cousin. Peach was sniffling hard again. How can that be? Mama said you came from Salt Lake, and Amina's mama was dead. Papa and Brother Robinson. I stopped listening to what she was saying, even though this was what I'd asked for. Another shifting, molten wall of memory crashed into me with her words. He's not my papa, I whispered. Then I sank to the floor of the closet so I wouldn't fall. Because now I remembered the first time I'd met him and Brother Robinson.
56. Nancy Huff, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860.
I curled onto Peach's lap because there was nowhere else to go in the little closet. I didn't have any memories of seeing not Papa in the meadow, but he must have been there. While Peach hovered above me, stroking my hair, tears dripping down onto my head, I let my tears fall onto her nightgown, as my memories found their way through the clouds in my mind. The first time I saw Not Papa, it was at the little farm, the place where the man with the bushy eyebrows and the scar on his lip had driven us children. There were lots of men there. Only men. Some were shouting, some crying. Some of them were bloody. Some of them were laughing. Brother Robinson was the one who pulled me out of the wagon, away from the other children, away from baby Try. Then he handed me to Not Papa. There was a thin, half-washed stripe of black paint running along his beard. I saw it when he picked me up in his strong arms, even though I was screaming to stay with Try.
She's hurt, honey. Her arms hurt bad. Bishop Brunson will help her.
His voice was so sad. His eyes were so red. His skin looked so raw, like he'd scrubbed and scrubbed. Then Not Papa wrapped me in a fresh quilt, set me on the seat beside him in a different wagon, and drove me here, to Fillmore, to Not Mama and Peach. Violet wasn't born yet. Sissy? Peach was saying. I'd never heard her call me that, only Violet. She didn't know what name to call me anymore. I didn't answer, just tucked myself tighter into a ball and shook hard. Maybe I hadn't seen Not Papa in the meadow. I had seen Brother Robinson, though. He was the man who'd pulled me and Try away from Mama, hovering over us like a big black bird, mouth gaping wide. Then he'd sent us to the wagon with the other littlest children, keeping us safe from what he was about to do to Mama. Boom! The memory of the gunshot tore through my mind. I flinched. A sound came out of my mouth I didn't recognize, half crying, half wailing into Peach's lap. Peach froze, her hands still on my hair. Emma, Nancy, shh, you're going to wake Mama and Papa. She drew away from me a little, and I wondered if she was afraid I was going to bite her, like I'd done when I first arrived. The thought made me sit up, and I suddenly knew as clear as day that I couldn't be in this room, this house, a second longer. I love you, Peach, I told her, all the shaking gone from my voice. I stumbled to my feet and opened the closet door. I love you, Violet. Then I put on my shoes without bothering to lace them and ran into the night.
57. Lucy Robinson, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860.
I refused to fall asleep after what Vic told me. I couldn't go back to my bed and lay down next to Amina's little body, knowing what I now knew. Pieces of Vic's story kept coming back to me unbidden.
Clubs and knives. Women and children. Do your duty. None left to tell. Babies in a wagon. Arm hanging by a thread.
The second I closed my eyes, I knew I would see the Gentile woman I'd seen when I dreamed of my boys picking apples in the orchard beside her children who sat on Proctor's grave. Because they were dead too. I knew who she was now. The Gentile woman that Vic, my Vic, had killed. Then scooped her babies into a wagon. And I suspected I knew what she'd say when she turned her sad eyes to face me.
How could you exterminate me?
My children. My stomach was sick. The congealed plate of food I'd tried to serve Vic last night sat untouched on the kitchen table. He'd finally shuffled off to bed, leaving me at the table alone in the dark until the wee hours of the morning. Before he walked away, he told me that the men from the U.S. Army had moved on toward Cedar City. They already knew some of what happened at the meadow. After nearly 2 years, officers had finally found the scattered bones and mass graves. One for the Gentile men, who thought they were being escorted to safety, one for the Gentile women and children. Bishop Brunson hadn't told the army men the truth of what had happened. Neither had Vic.
Sounds like the work of Indians,
was all they'd said, just as they'd sworn to do. When I heard the sounds of Kima and my children waking in the still dark house, I walked out into the yard toward the orchard. The air smelled sweet with the scent of past ripe apples and cold dew, but all I felt was sick and numb. When I reached Proctor's grave, I lay down in the wet grass. Then I closed my eyes, put my arm to my mouth to muffle the sound, and howled. How could I take Amina in my arms again? How could I work side by side with Vic and the children in the orchard today? How could I keep moving and breathing, knowing what I knew? I moved my fingers through the grass tangling over Proctor's grave, listening to the children's voices as they did their early morning chores. Every now and then I could feel their eyes on me, sending worried looks my way, probably wondering why I'd been here so long and why their father was still in bed. Why there was no breakfast on the table. The one voice I didn't hear was Amina's, but I felt her presence all the same. No wonder she didn't speak, only whimpered so pitifully it broke my heart when nightmares woke her at night. I thought of Emma Willis, little Amina's sister who'd been torn from her at the Hamblin Ranch, then raised 3 miles apart until they both forgot their names their mothers had given them, forgot the blood in the meadow, forgot the horror they must have endured. I heard the crunch of footsteps and knew one of the children was drawing close, surely wondering what was happening, whether I was sick. My bleeding heart and rolling stomach told me I was. I squeezed my eyes shut, knowing the children weren't likely to approach me while I lay by Proctor's graveside. So there I stayed, unmoving in the pre-dawn dark. After a few minutes, I opened my eyes to stare at the dull green blades poking through the earth, nourished by Proctor's bones. Had Vic fallen asleep last night? He must have. He'd managed to slumber somehow over the past 3 years, but now I knew why he'd wasted away like there was cancer in his bones. I felt some of the same awful, festering burden in the pit of my stomach now, too. If it was even the tiniest portion of what he'd felt for the past 3 years, I understood why he'd disappeared inside himself the way he had. Dead men, dead women, dead children, all unarmed, and 17 toddlers and babies tucked into the homes of the saints who'd killed their parents. One tucked into my home. My mind kept turning back to Sally, too. What she told me that night I rode out to Corn Creek to bless the injured Paiutes. The wagon train was mostly women and children. The wagon train hadn't poisoned the steers. The Gentiles weren't to blame for Proctor's death. I'd never fully been able to push those words from my mind, even though it had been 3 years. The Paiute women hadn't been back to my house to bake bread ever since. Now I understood why. Vic told me that Kanash's men were the ones who'd stampeded the Gentiles' cattle and tried to raid their wagon train on that very first morning in the meadow. Apostle Smith, Bishop Haight, General John D. Lee, and the other leaders had given the Paiutes the guns, telling them they'd be protected from harm. They hadn't been. I remembered seeing their wounded men. Vic told me that when the Paiutes realized they would be shooting at terrified women and children, they gave the guns back and returned to Corn Creek. They'd returned to their village mostly empty-handed. The white men had taken the lion's share of the cattle and the plunder in the aftermath. And as far as I could understand, the Paiutes didn't even know that my husband had joined the other white men in painting their bodies to look like Indians after they withdrew, so they could blame them if the massacre ever came to light.
Sounds like the work of Indians,
Vic and Bishop Brunson had told the U.S. Army men. Bile rose up in my throat, and I swallowed it back, pressing my cheek against the flattened grass and feeling certain for the first time that my boy would be ashamed of me and his papa. I imagined Proctor looking down at me from heaven, eyes filled with tears. We didn't know. My mind protested weakly. Your papa was just following his leaders. He didn't have a choice. He didn't want to kill anyone. But no. The dark, dripping doubt in my belly protested. I felt the same questions rise with the bile in my stomach. The questions I'd pushed away the first time Sally said the word loco weed. And then again when I saw the hate on the wounded Paiutes' faces while I laid my hands on their heads in blessing. I closed my eyes and let the sick feeling consume me. I thought I'd known suffering in my bones. But thinking of everything Vic had told me was a new kind of agony. The army men already knew about the mass graves. More than 100 broken bodies. But they didn't know about the tiny bodies that didn't have a grave in the meadow. 17 children, including the little girl I'd tucked into my bed beside me for the past 3 years. The army men had photos with them, photos the Gentiles' family members had sent over the years, trying to reach someone who could find out what happened to their loved ones who had set out for California. Find my daughter. Find my son. Tell me what happened to my brother, my granddaughters. Mama? I looked up to see 7-year-old Adelia taking tentative steps toward me in the pre-dawn light, as if she were afraid she'd startle me. It's all right, I croaked. But I couldn't stop my bottom lip from shaking so hard the words came out in a jumbled mess. I'm not feeling well today, that's all. Her lips quivered and her brows creased. I was scaring her. Tears streamed down my face. I could only imagine the terrified looks on the children's faces in the meadow. Mama, Amina is crying, Adelia said over her shoulder. She doesn't want me or Papa. I think she wants you. The soft grass suddenly felt prickly beneath my cheek, and I knew it was time to get up. I stood, feeling pushed rather than pulled from where Proctor's body curled beneath me. Go on now, Adelia. Tell her I'll be right there. She nodded and seemed to stuff down any fear she had. I followed her toward the house. All night I'd been wondering what I should do with what I'd learned. What responsibility did I have? And what it came down to was that either Apostle Smith, Bishop Haight, Bishop Brunson, and the others had gotten things wrong, or that God had gotten things wrong when he told them what to do in the meadow. Both thoughts were equally terrifying, and I couldn't wrestle my mind into accepting either for long. All I knew for certain at this moment was that 17 children were suffering for someone's sins. Some of those sins, Vic's, and mine. And when you sinned, you repented, even if it hurt.
58. Nancy Huff, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860.
For the first time ever, I didn't care about beating the birds to the fields. I ran through the pre-dawn dark furrows and between the fig trees that would finally turn a tiny harvest, letting the wheat whip at my bare arms. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called, "Hoo, hoo, hoo!" Nancy, Nancy, Nancy. I didn't know where I was going at first, wearing only my nightgown and unlaced shoes, the ones that had been Peach's and were cracking down the soles. She'd worn them when she was my age, when she was 7, and I was supposed to be 4, but was really 6 1/2. when I'd first come to live in Fillmore. The dirt road dipped, and I saw the twice as big as ours house at the edge of the fields, the Robinsons' place. I didn't know what time it was, but from the dim gray light above the mountains, morning was close. Not too early for Brother and Sister Robinson and their children to head to work in the orchard. They had their own birds to fight and crops to tend after all. But when I got closer, I saw Sister Robinson standing at the edge of the orchard. She was holding baby Try. I ducked and crept closer, careful not to make a sound above the noise of my ragged breathing. I crouched behind a stand of sagebrush and watched. Why was I here? The only thing I knew was that baby Try was just a stone's throw away, and that, like the ring on my thumb, she was mine. Her mama had been my Aunt Sissy Lou. I watched as Sister Robinson stood there, swaying back and forth, holding Tryphena, who clung to her neck tight as anything. When my breathing and the thudding pulse in my ear calmed, I realized Sister Robinson was singing softly. My stomach twisted again. Try's one arm was wrapped around Sister Robinson's neck, and her fingers were laced into the long, dark hair that scattered over the woman's shoulders. The sleeve of her nightgown, where she was missing an arm, had been cut and neatly sewn at the shoulder so it wouldn't hang down. The little girl's face was scrunched up like she'd been crying. She whimpered and buried her face against Sister Robinson's shoulder. I wondered then if the little girl had nightmares like me. Memories locked inside her tiny small body that had been barely 1 year old in the meadow. She could hardly say the word Mama or Papa when it happened. No wonder she'd never found a reason to speak all these years. While I stood there, memories of Sissy Lou and Uncle Yuri dipped hot through my veins alongside the tears. But unlike the memories of Brother Robinson and Papa and what had happened in the meadow, these memories warmed as much as they hurt. Sissy Lou and Uncle Yuri had loved me like Mama and Papa had. They'd loved baby Tryphena too. And they'd want me to take care of her. I held my breath to listen to the words Sister Robinson was singing. I wanted to hate her. Wanted to leap from the brush and tell her what I'd seen her husband do to my mama. I'd never seen Lucy Robinson with her hair down before. Standing there in the grass, in the gray dawn light, she didn't look much older than Peach. Her lips moved, and she hefted Tryphena higher on her hip, still swaying back and forth, while I strained to hear the words she sang. Roses are red, dilly dilly, violets are blue, because you love me, dilly dilly, I will love you. Let the birds sing, dilly dilly, and the lambs play. We shall be safe, dilly dilly, out of harm's way. I swiped at the tears running down my face, not knowing how to feel anymore. As the orchard woke up with birds, I hid myself deeper in the brush and then watched until Adelia and Tryphena stood on the porch while the rest of the Robinsons prepared for work, then headed toward the irrigation ditch that ran along the west side. When Brother Robinson walked up to Sister Robinson, she pulled away from him as if he'd hit her, then said something I couldn't hear. He drew back, face turned to face me, but eyes unseeing. I studied him in a way I'd never done before. I thought I'd feel afraid, like I did in my memories, like I did in my nightmares. But all I felt was sick. His face looked so waxy and gaunt, it reminded me of the skin that formed on warm milk. He reached out a hand to his wife one more time, then let it fall and hung his head. I touched the ring on my thumb. I couldn't understand how this Brother Robinson was sad and sweet to Sister Robinson and Tryphena. This Brother Robinson brought picnic lunches for Peach and sat on the same pew next to our family at church on Sunday. I thought of a coyote I'd surprised one morning when I walked through the fig trees in the still gray light. The wind must have been just right because I saw her and her pups before she saw me. She was letting them wrestle all over her, one biting at her ear, one licking her mouth. When she saw me, she went from docile to snarling before I could even blink. People had a little of that in them too, I decided. I watched as Sister Robinson followed Adelia and Tryphena into the house. After a few minutes, she reappeared in the yard, dressed. I thought she was going to follow Brother Robinson, Kima, and the older children into the orchard, but to my surprise, she saddled a horse. A few minutes later, she rode away. I waited until the sound of hoofbeats faded. Then I stood up from where I'd been hiding and walked to the house, its windows reflecting orange with the first bits of sunlight streaming over the mountains. Through the window, I could see Adelia inside, maybe trying to coax Amina into eating some mush. I balled my hands into fists and realized how much I wanted to take a nap behind the pot-bellied stove with Amina, even if it was in Brother Robinson's home. I shivered a little and looked down at myself, remembering that I was still only wearing my boots and nightdress. The adrenaline that kept me coiled all night, heating me, was now fading. Had Peach already told Mama and Papa? I didn't know what other name to call them. That I'd run? For now, they probably thought I was out in the fields, right where I was supposed to be. But tonight, when they came home, what then? Where would I be? My stomach felt like it might empty out when I asked myself that question. Where would I be then? Where did I think I was going? What was I supposed to do with the burning sludge of memories choking me? The momentum that had brought me here was rolling back toward me like a rock on a hill, readying to flatten me. What did I think I was going to do? Walk through the Robinsons' door, snatch up Tryphena, who had no idea she was my family, and run? Run where? I looked to my left at the endless Utah desert beyond the fields. It was miles to the nearest town. I could walk there, but then what? Who would I tell that didn't know Brother Robinson, a counselor in the bishopric? Who would I tell who didn't know Brother Willis, the man I'd called Papa only yesterday at the mill? Who would I tell that would feel for me? A Gentile. Despair made me whimper. There had been so many Mormon military men in the meadow, all of them with blood on their hands. My breath came faster. A sob rose in my throat as I stumbled down the narrow dirt road running along the east side of the orchard. I ran until I reached the far edge and then stopped. I was 9 years old. I had no plan. I had no family. I had nowhere to go.
59. Kapiputs, Sally, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. I stood at the far end of the Robinsons' apple orchard, hidden among the trees, and listened to the gray dawn light. I never thought I'd come back here, especially not with hope, making my heart beat so hard I worried it was pounding through the orchard like a drum, pointing back to me. The smell of sweet fruit made my mouth water, but I didn't dare reach for the apples hanging low on the nearest branches. There. The soft, rhythmic sound came again. Footsteps. I hugged my dress around my middle, unable to stop myself from tracing my fingers over the slight bump. I'd stopped praying a long time ago, but I couldn't help myself. Please let everything go to plan, I told myself. Enola had promised me I wouldn't run into the Robinsons today. The first harvest was complete, and the remaining apples wouldn't be picked for a few weeks yet. Most of the work to be done now was in preparing the irrigation ditch for the work of watering when the summer heat hit hard. I tucked myself against the nearest tree and peered through the shady branches. Sally? A quiet voice called out. Then, in Bannock, Are you there? My heart leapt, and I stepped from behind the tree to see a young woman holding a satchel, standing a few feet away.
Her black hair hung in ringlets to her shoulders, and she wore a starched yellow dress with puff sleeves that looked just like Lucy's. When she saw me, she waved and hurried closer. She winced when she saw my bruised face and jagged haircut, but didn't comment. "Kima," she said, pointing to herself. Then, "I have everything Enola asked me to gather." She smiled like we shared a secret, which I guess we did, and looked over her shoulder. "I can't stay long. They'll miss me." She pulled a pink gingham dress from her satchel, along with a bonnet, shoes, and stockings. All of the clothes looked starched and scratchy, and the fabric was ugly and faded, but I eagerly took the clothing from her. It would cover me from head to toe, and was far nicer than the torn, bedraggled crinoline dress I'd been wearing for the past 3 years. To any casual observer, I'd look just like a Fillmore Mormon woman. If any of the Mormons or the Paiutes happened to see me walking along the road, they wouldn't see Sally Indian, and that was all I needed. "Good luck," Kima told me gently, thrusting the open satchel into my hands. What remained inside was heavy with the necessities I'd need: a thin blanket, just enough food and water for a 3-day walk. "Thank you," I told her, but she was already gone, running back through the orchard almost before the words were out of my mouth. I stood where I was for a few seconds, thinking of the stories I'd told Sweet Pea while we walked back and forth to Corn Creek all those days. Stories about me and Awan's imaginary life together. Maybe, finally, they would come true. My hand shook while I changed into the clothing and shoved my dingy old dress and moccasins into the satchel, careful to pull the little yucca horse out first. There were no pockets on this dress, I realized as I buttoned it. I was about to tuck the horse into the bag when I heard footsteps, fast and light, approaching along the orchard. I froze where I was, eyes scanning the half-light orchard. Was it one of the Robisons? Maybe Lucy? Had Kima forgotten something? My mouth dropped open as a little girl, tall and skinny, with her dark curly hair wild around her face, ran alongside the orchard on the dirt path and stopped in her tracks. I shrank back and stared at her, confused. She was breathing hard, wearing what looked like night clothes. As if she could feel my eyes on her, she whipped her head around and peered through the trees. I stayed perfectly still in the shadows of the trees. She didn't see me, but I could see her. As she rocked from one foot to the other, running her hands along her arms despite the heat, I realized she was just a child, no more than 10 or 11. When I squinted, I could see that her eyes were red-rimmed and her cheeks were tear-stained. She slowly spun in my direction, chin tilted skyward and fresh tears dripping down her flushed cheeks. Then she whimpered a little, and I felt my own mouth drop open ever so slightly, as the memory came rushing back like a wave. It couldn't be her. I took a step forward, crouching, disbelieving. It was her. I remembered those eyes, those curls, that sadness coming off her in waves. For a moment, it felt like I'd been dropped back into that clearing in the scrub oak 3 years earlier where I found her crying the first time. She was alive. She was alive. How was she alive? For another few seconds, I didn't move, unsure what to do. I needed to keep moving. What good would come of showing myself? I could slink away into the middle of the orchard easily enough, hurry down the dirt road on the other side like I was supposed to before daylight broke fully. Each second I stayed in the Robisons' orchard was a risk that I'd be recognized by someone who remembered Sally Indian. And if I were recognized, the plan would be ruined, especially if this girl told anyone what she'd seen. But somehow, I knew she wouldn't. She turned away from the orchard and hung her head, moving east. In a few more seconds, she'd be gone. She made another sound, like she had that first day I'd seen her in the scrub oak 3 years earlier, only this time she wasn't wailing out loud. She was trying to shove it down, keep quiet. My heart beat harder, twisting painfully in my chest. "Nancy," I whispered, so quietly she couldn't hear me. I moved through the grass, through the trees, drawn to the girl. Then loud enough that she startled where she stood, I called her name again, Nancy! She stopped and whirled around. Her eyes were wide, desperate, but not afraid. She looked like she was hoping to see someone she recognized. When I stepped into view from behind the trees, she stopped and took in my stolen pink gingham dress and rough-cut hair peeking from beneath my stolen bonnet. "Who are you?" she whispered in a shaky voice, moving closer to me. I shook my head, unsure what to tell her. She studied my face, her brows knitting together and then suddenly parting as she whispered, "Oh." Fresh tears dripped down her cheeks, and she reared back in astonishment. "Oh, I remember you now." Then she crumpled to the orchard floor so fast, I thought for a moment she'd tripped. Instead, she fell to her knees in a daze, staring at the little yucca horse I held out in my hand. "They're gone," she choked, eyes on the grass. "They're all gone." I didn't know how to make sense of the events that had brought her here, of our past, why we were here now in this orchard together like a strange dream. Part of me wondered if all this were a dream, and maybe I was still back in the Paiute village asleep in my wickiup. So instead of asking questions, I told her the same thing I'd said 3 years earlier. "The dead are never really gone," I whispered. She jerked her head up and shook her head. "No, they're gone," she gasped. "They're gone, and I'm here, and I'm all alone." She opened her mouth in a wordless cry, eyes blazing and red. "You're not alone," I said softly, feeling the truth of it this time. "But I don't have a mama anymore," she cried, the tears pouring faster. "I need my mama and my papa, my sister Mary, She shook her head and bit down on her lip to keep the wails inside. "They're still with you," I repeated, no longer trying to stop the tears pouring down my own cheeks. "I lost my mama too, and my papa, my home. I didn't know they were still with me, but they were, all this time." She looked at me and shook her head, disbelieving. "How?" I swallowed, thinking of Awan, of Enola. I touched my hands to my belly, imagining the little flutter of hope inside. "You'll know you found them, because they'll help you find your way back home," I told her, not knowing any other way to say it. She nodded and went quiet for a few seconds. "I have a cousin," she whispered finally. "She's my family, but I don't think she remembers." I took another step toward her, holding out the little yucca horse I'd kept back in my pocket all those years ago. "For someday when she does," I said as she took it.
60. Lucy Robison, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. I had been gone longer than I'd planned, following the dusty road outside of Fillmore. My horse seemed inclined to take small steps, and I didn't urge him faster. Were my children worried? No, the children would have wandered to the pond to play by now. Surely they'd finished the day's chores and their work at the irrigation ditch. Vic had likely drifted into the orchard, the one place that seemed to give him some peace. I already knew I wouldn't tell him what I was about to do. Maybe someday, when I had time to sort through all the wrongs and how they began. Maybe never. All I knew was that for now, we'd all have our secrets. I'd rehearsed and rehearsed what I wanted to say to the army men when I found them, and what I'd tell them if they insisted I give them my name,
or if they recognized me as Vic's wife. But when I finally saw the dust from their horses and wagons outside Fillmore, all the words left my mind.
"Ma'am?"
the general said when I stopped my horse within a stone's throw of his horse. My stomach clenched. Not sister. Ma'am. As if I were a Gentile. He looked at me quizzically, like I was familiar to him, but he couldn't remember my name. That made my stomach relax a little. I tucked my chin down to hide the tears that dribbled down my cheeks.
"Ma'am, are you lost?"
"Yes!" A voice screamed loud in my head, surprising me with its ferocity. "No," I choked. Another army man circled his horse to stand beside the general, and my head felt so dizzy and light that for a second I worried I might topple off my horse. Like Proctor that day.
"Tell them, Mama,"
his voice urged, sounding less like a 14-year-old boy and more like a man. I swallowed hard, then opened my mouth that stuck like it was filled with molasses and gasped, "The children!" The rest tumbled out in bits and starts, not enough to make a full accounting, not a tenth of what Vic had confessed to me, but enough, just enough for the general to start barking soft orders to the other men when I went silent. I'd wheeled my horse around before they thought to insist on my name or Vic's, before they could see the tears streaming down my cheeks and into my mouth that let out a wordless howl as I finally pushed the horse into a run. When the dirt road cut south along a rocky rise, I could just make out the first wickiups beyond Corn Creek. There were women washing clothing on a large rock near the creek's edge, while little ones played nearby. Their laughter floating toward me on the breeze sounded just like my children. That was when I finally stopped the horse and slumped in the saddle. I couldn't go back to Fillmore. Not until the army men were gone. A trail of black smoke rose from the center of camp. A snatch of sound that might have been a whale or a coyote drifted past, then faded. I turned the buckskin toward home and looked away from the smoke. "I'm sorry," I whispered past the tightness in my throat. But even to my own ears, it sounded like little more than wind through the grass.
Sermon excerpt. To this day, they have not touched the matter for fear the Mormons would be acquitted from the charge of having any hand in the massacre, and our enemies would be deprived of a favorite topic to talk about when urging hostility against us. The Mountain Meadows Massacre. Only think of the Mountain Meadows Massacre, is their cry from one end of the land to the other. Brigham Young.
61. Nancy Huff, Fillmore, Utah, July 1860. Peach found me at the edge of the orchard, holding the little horse in one hand and the ring still clutched in the other. "Sissy," she said, her face red and puffy from crying. She wasn't wearing her nightdress anymore, but she hadn't bothered to comb her hair. She looked wild and unscrubbed and snarly, like the way I felt most days. Peach glanced from me to the Robinsons' house. "She's theirs," she said, and I knew she meant Tryphena. Then her face bunched up, and I could tell she was about to cry as she took a step closer and put her hand on my arm. "And you're ours. Come home." So I let Peach lead me by the arm, like a lost lamb. I didn't unclench my hand. She didn't try to take the ring away from me again. Not Mama would, though, when she got back home tonight. She and not Papa were already gone for the day by the time we walked into the dusty yard. Violet was waiting on the porch, her face full of sunshine that clouded over when she saw me. I was supposed to be working. Every day except Wednesdays, I stayed in the fields from sunup to sundown. Emma? She's not feeling good, Violet. Peach soothed, like she'd planned out what she was going to say. We're going to put her to bed so she can rest. Violet lifted an eyebrow. She was little, but she wasn't stupid. The kind of sick that got you out of chores was the kind of sick that made getting out of bed impossible. She doesn't look sick. That was the moment my gut finally let go of the knot it had been twisting, and I vomited what little I had in my stomach all over the front porch. Violet scrambled to her feet. Oh no, Emma! Hush, Violet! Peach snapped, then gently took me by the arm. It'll be all right, she told me, tucking the quilt around my body as I let her put me to bed. I nodded, not meeting her eyes. For once, I felt sure I wouldn't have nightmares anymore when I fell asleep. It didn't feel like relief, though. Being awake was the new nightmare, and there was no escape from that. They're still with you. The words the Indian woman said still echoed in my ears, but I wasn't sure I could believe them. I'll bring you some water, Peach began. No, I cut her off. No. Then I closed my eyes and curled into a ball on the bed. The shaky feeling that had gone away while I ran was back. My teeth chattered, even though I wasn't cold, and my body shuddered like I had a fever, even though I wasn't hot. The bedroom door clunked shut. It felt like my skin was too tight and my brain too full. Like if I shook for much longer, I'd burst right through it, spilling my insides out. I wanted my mama. My real mama, alive again. Not the muttering, angry woman who would come back to me tonight. Terror made me shake even harder as I imagined what she would do when she realized I knew the truth. The man I'd called Papa would disappear into himself, like he'd always done, barely there. The woman I'd called Mama, on the other hand, would be angry. I could almost hear the word she'd say, ungrateful wretch. How could I keep doing my chores, keep calling her Mama? I knew I had to, but the idea of doing any of those everyday things made me want to throw up all over again. I'd always been cowlicked and wild, but I'd tried my best to be a good girl, tried my best to be sweet and obedient. I didn't want to try anymore. I wanted to bite and kick and scream and run, but there was nowhere to run. Like Peach said, this was my home now. You're ours. I squeezed my eyes shut harder and tried to begin a prayer in my mind, since my teeth were clenched too hard to speak out loud. Dear Heavenly Father, my mind went blank. All I wanted was my mama. I reached under the bed and found the second toy horse the Indian woman had given me, tucking it carefully under my arm with the first. Then I kept my eyes squeezed shut and pretended that the soft pull of the quilt tucked around my shoulders was really arms hugging me tight. Little by little, my breathing turned slower and my mind went blank. And then I fell asleep. And for the first time in my whole life, I had a dream I didn't want to end. Mama? I whispered through tears, and she kissed my head in response. I snuggled against her body and breathed in a smell I couldn't identify, but I wanted to memorize. I knew without looking that I was tucked behind the Robinson's stove and that Tryphena was tucked beneath her other arm. And I knew without asking that she both was and wasn't the mama I'd lost in the meadow. You're mine, and I love you, she murmured. Always have, always will. And it felt so good to believe her. I slept until I heard the sound of hoofbeats in the front yard. The first thing I felt as I scrambled upright in bed was longing to fall back asleep. to stay tucked in that dream safe and sound. The second was a burst of fear. I'd slept all day long. Not Mama and not Papa were home. What would happen now? I leaped to my feet, heart pounding hard again, determined they wouldn't catch me in bed. Peach was out there, and Violet. I could hear their high, sweet voices, but couldn't make out the words, except that they sounded afraid. My chest seized, and I looked around the tiny bedroom like a wild animal, spinning the ring on my thumb around and around. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. So I wouldn't. I balled my hands into fists and clenched my jaw until the fear let go. Beloved, beloved, beloved. With those words echoing in my ears, I pushed open the bedroom door, walked through the kitchen, and into the front yard, not bothering to put my boots on. I wouldn't let them find me cowering. If not Mama wanted to lash me, I'd hand her the willow switch and look her dead in the eye. I already hurt as much as a person could hurt. But I wasn't a wretch, and I wasn't hers. Beloved, beloved, beloved. I took 2 steps in the front yard and stopped. There was Peach, there was Violet. But instead of grown-ups I recognized, I saw 2 men on horseback and one standing on the ground holding his horse's reins in one hand and some kind of thin black book in the other. All 3 were wearing smart-looking blue uniforms. Everyone turned to look at me. My face burned hot, and my mind felt foggy and slow. There was a wagon coming up behind the men on horseback, but not one I recognized. As the wagon came into view, I saw another army man in a blue uniform with a little girl sitting beside him on the bench seat. Tryphena, holding a little cloth doll, her puffy face streaked with tears. As the wagon wheels stopped turning, the little girl scrambled down from the seat before the man holding the reins could stop her. Then she ran to me and hugged my waist. I hugged her back hard, like I'd wanted to do when I stood outside her window that morning. She burrowed into my dress, tiny body shaking. I have a present for you, I told her, realizing I was still clutching both toy horses in my hand. Her eyes brightened for a moment, and she took it, then buried her face in my dress again. The army man driving the wagon looked flustered, as if Try wasn't supposed to run away from him, but he didn't go after her. The officer holding his horse by the reins glanced at the other men, then at Peach. After a few seconds, he walked toward me and Tryphena. He was holding something out to me, the thin black book. He glanced at it one more time, then held it out so I could see. Oh, I breathed, the only sound I could make. It wasn't a book after all. It was a delicate photograph in a black velvet case, like one I'd seen hanging on the wall in the Robinsons' home. They were the only family in Fillmore who could afford to pay 25 cents when the photographer came through. The thin paper tucked into the velvet case looked so delicate, I didn't want to touch it for fear of hurting it. But I couldn't keep my fingers from hovering over the top. The army man didn't try to stop me. In the photograph was a family. My family. In the middle, sitting on some kind of bench, was Papa. Taller than any of us by a head. Curly, dark hair and pale eyes that seemed to look right through into my soul. Mary leaned against him on one side, William on the other. James stood behind him, one hand resting on Papa's shoulder. My eyes moved to Mama. Her dark hair curled around her ears in thick, graceful ribbons. And on her lap was a little girl, frowning in concentration, wrapped up in a frozen hug. The little girl looked just like Tryphena. It wasn't Tryphena, though. It was me. Nancy. A new memory leaped through the fog, only this time it didn't burn. I remembered sitting for that photo. We'd had to stay perfectly still for what felt like forever. 60 seconds, the cameraman counted. Papa told me I'd done a very good job, and I knew I had. If I'd had to sit on the bench by myself, I would have wiggled. But I could relax against Mama's chest, and I knew she'd keep both of us still. Before I could say a thing, the officer handed me another slim velvet case. Another photograph. A tall man with a thick, fluffy beard, a bald head, and a smart black vest. He stood with his arm on the shoulder of a seated woman. At first, I didn't know him. Then my eyes flicked to the woman, the tilt of her nose and the rise of her cheeks familiar to me before I could remember the word I'd called her. It hovered in the back of my mind, then whispered through. Nana. She was my grandmother. And the man was my grandfather. These were Papa's parents, the ones we'd left behind when we packed up our wagon in Arkansas. I couldn't pull a single memory to the surface of what their voices sounded like or what kind of grandparents they'd been, but I knew they'd loved me. Sure as anything.
Do you know these people?
The army man was saying. I blinked and looked up at him. His voice was gentle, but his face was as stern and unsmiling as the people in the photographs. Yes, I managed. That's my Mama and my Papa and Mary and William and James. I pointed out each person in the first photograph, then looked at the second. Tryphena lifted her head from my dress for the first time to look too. Her eyes went wide as she studied the photograph of my family. Papa? She whispered, haltingly, her tiny hand pointing out at the man who wasn't her Papa, but was the spitting image of Uncle Yuri. Peach drew in a sharp breath. It was the first time any of us had heard the little girl speak. I swallowed hard. Yes, your Papa looked just like that. Tryphena looked directly at me, her eyes wide as saucers. I pointed to my own chest. Nancy, I told her, knowing the word she was searching for. Nancy, she said, like my name had just been waiting for her to find it. I burst into tears all over again and hugged her tight because I didn't know what else in the world to do.
62. Kapiputs. Sally. Mount Timpanogos, Utah. July 1860. The sun had gone down hours earlier, but I stayed right where I was, at the big rocky ledge that, if followed, led up to jagged peaks that looked like a sleeping woman lying on her side. Yes, this was the place I was meant to wait, I reassured myself for the 1,000th time. Before Enola had sent me on my way to the Robison's orchard, she'd told me the story of jagged-looking peaks above the thin waterfall that dribbled down their side in the summer heat. I would know the place when I found it, if I kept walking for 3 days, and my story would be different from the woman the Weeping Waterfall had been named for. Eukonogos was a native woman whose forbidden love had died trying to meet her at the top of the mountain. In despair, she'd thrown herself off the tall peaks. Enola said her tears still dripped down the mountain on and on, making this canyon waterfall. When I found Eukonogos's tears, I was supposed to wait on the ledge where the seldom-used hard-scrabble road leading into the mountains ended. You will wait with Eukonogos, but you will not join her, no matter what. Enola had told me firmly, lacing her fingers gently around me and pulling me close, her lips brushing my cheek that was still sore from when I'd brought the rock against it. At a glance, I looked like a dusty Mormon woman in my pink dress and bonnet. On closer inspection, I looked like a bruised melon. Face and arms battered just enough that Numa and Povey had started to look at me with the slightest hint of pity. They and Kanash were quick to notice that Enola and I had fallen out when we returned from the caves the day Keme died.
Nobody did anything to stop the way she began to seemingly torment me, of course. It was Enola's right as first wife and Keme's grieving sister. Over the past month, I had come back from collecting water with a growing number of suspicious bruises and cuts. I would make a point of shrinking back from Enola whenever we crossed paths in the village. Kinosh had laughed when he came into our wickiup to find her tipping nettles onto my bed one night. It wasn't pleasant. Not on the outside. But on the inside, my body hummed with sparks like an approaching storm. And then, the night I insulted Kinosh, Enola had taken me to Corn Creek for the last time. No one in camp followed us. Enola took a knife to my hair until it was cut short and ragged all around. Then we dragged a sharp rock across my arms, letting the blood flow to the ground until she stopped it with a strip from my dress. We'd strewn pieces of my hair all over the dried purple flowers still peeking through the cattails at Corn Creek, matted and scattered along with some of my torn clothing, blood, and some entrails from the rabbits I'd had hidden in the pitch baskets. Afterward, Enola had walked back to camp without me, blood on her hands, to let the others know of my fate. A puma, she'd say. Of course, everyone would know Enola had done it. What they wouldn't know, if all went to plan, was that she'd sent me off with a brief embrace before I ran for Lucy Robinson's orchard as fast as I could go in the darkness to meet Kima the following morning. And a little girl I'd thought was dead. Before I escaped, I learned that the army men had told Kinosh that there would be an inquiry about the murdered Gentiles in the meadow by something called Congress, and that the new governor of Utah, Alfred Cummings, was willing to offer asylum to anyone who wanted to leave Utah territory with protection, especially those who were willing to speak about what happened at Mountain Meadows. Enola had been sure she'd be able to convince the Paiutes to send someone to reveal the secrets we'd kept for almost 3 years. Secretly, of course. At the fort in Wyoming, where the army men would be returning. Awan would volunteer to go. And Enola, as his mother and the chief's wife, would give him permission. Kinosh would try to stop him, but others, including Elu, would support Awan's decision. Enola told me that most of the Paiute men were still haunted by what had happened in the meadow, haunted by the faces of the terrified women and children they'd seen peering above the trench their men had dug for protection. They'd been horrified then about what the Mormons were about to do, and they were still horrified now, especially now that they wondered, what had it all been for? Would Awan succeed? Would he find me on his way to Wyoming? Would our plan work? I closed my eyes and listened to the slow drip of water down the side of the darkening canyon. I hadn't seen another soul in 3 days. I was out of food, out of supplies. I was tired all the way to my bones, and not nearly warm enough, even with a threadbare blanket. I held my breath as fast footsteps, too light to be human, whispered through the trees behind me. My heart pounded hard, and I whipped around. I could handle the calculated bruises and insults, the nettles in my bed, the whispers and the stares as I fell further into my role as pariah. But tears sprang to my eyes when I thought about what would happen if this plan didn't work. What if I stayed here in the trees all night long, shivering in the dark, feet blistered from walking so many miles in 2 small shoes on dirt roads? What if morning arrived and I was still alone? I wrapped my hands tighter around my stomach. Point me home, I prayed silently to everyone I had ever loved and lost. Awan? I whispered, pretending I could hear hoofbeats, but knowing it was just the sound of my own heartbeat thudding. More snapping twigs, more rustling. I reached for the knife in the satchel Kima had given me, terrified at the thought that I might have to use it. I wouldn't be a match for a puma or a pack of coyotes. Kape! The sound of my own name, my real name, came from within the dark, skinny pines. The branches parted, and there he was. Not on the paint mare like I'd expected, but on foot, running fast toward me. A1. I'm sorry it took me so long to find you. I had to leave the mare when the ground got too rocky. I was so worried. He stopped talking and took me into his arms, burying his face against my short, uneven hair. Even feeling his heartbeat against mine, I still couldn't believe it. That he'd really leave his home, his family, everything he'd known, to be here in the middle of the wilderness. But the way he held on to me told me, in time, I would. The tears ran down my face hot and fast. The waterfall Enola had warned me not to become. I didn't know where we'd spend our lives. That notion was still as murky as the night that surrounded us. In my heart, I wondered if, after Wyoming, maybe we might search for the Bannock and my true family, whose faces I couldn't remember anymore, but whose memories filled my belly with a longing for home. Was my mother still out there? My father? My brothers and sisters? I curled my fingers into Awan's shirt and breathed him in, feeling safe for the first time in so long. In a few weeks, Awan would send word to his mother that he had arrived at the army fort in Wyoming to tell the officers everything he knew about what had happened in the meadow. A few weeks after that, he'd send word that he had fallen in love with a Bannock girl named Kapiputz and would not be returning home. No one would question him. No one else knew my name.
63. Nancy Huff, Bentonville, Arkansas, September 1860. The Army men gave me a chance to say goodbye to not Mama and not Papa in Fillmore, but I told them no. I didn't want to. I cried when I hugged Peach for the last time, though, and Violet. I cried when Kima Robison came bursting into the yard and ran after the wagon, calling for Amina, begging the men to bring her back. Trifino wailed too, and as I held her tight against me, I thought about how both ends of the time we spent in Fillmore were spent rocking in a wagon full of hurt. There were other children who traveled with us in more wagons driven by other Army men. 17 in all. The oldest was 13, a little girl with bright red hair and a scar on her cheek that I knew better than to ask about. The youngest was the same age as Tri, barely more than a toddler. For the most part, we kept to ourselves, tucked into our own places in the wagon, wondering what would become of us. The Army men said they were taking us back to our families, in Arkansas. What was left of our families, at least. Everyone had an aunt or a grandmother waiting there. They'd been trying to find out what happened to us and our mamas and papas and brothers and sisters for nearly 3 years. They'd sent their precious photographs with the Army, knowing they might never get them back. At first, everybody thought us kids were dead. But when the Army men started looking at the mass graves in the meadow, they realized that the bodies didn't line up with Captain Alexander's list of travelers. Some were missing. 17 children's bodies, to be exact. We were a surprise, tucked away into Utah Mormon families, scattered from Cedar City to Salt Lake. The Army men said the newspapers were talking about all of us, that there were people waiting to scoop us up when we arrived. Some of the children looked afraid when they said this. Others couldn't stop crying, no matter how many miles we traveled. I felt a nervous kind of hope fluttering in my chest at the idea of being scooped up into arms that wanted me so much they'd been trying to find me for years. It took a long time to get back to Arkansas. And while we went, I told Tri every single thing I could remember about her mama and papa, and my mama and papa, and everyone else who loved us before the awful thing happened.
Some of it I made up, since I couldn't remember. Every time Try, who let me call her Try without a fuss, asked me for another story, I couldn't help myself but tell one. It felt like a little miracle that she'd said anything at all. Some of the memories really did come back, and those were the ones that made the long trip pass in a blur. We called your mama Sissy Lou, I told Try. She hardly let anybody else carry you except Mary. And then she fussed so much with your bonnet, worried you'd get sun in your eyes, that Mary always had to give you back before long. Our papas were strong. They could take the big, heavy yoke off the wagon like it was nothing. My papa, your uncle, would sing them a song, and they'd close their big old eyes and stand there calm and quiet. We liked that song, too. Try sighed against me like some part of her remembered, even though I knew she couldn't. Sing it. The words whispered around my mind like leaves in the wind. And joy be to you all, I sang softly over and over. The army men seemed to delight in spoiling us, preparing stews and biscuits for dinner that made my mouth water every time we stopped for the night. Once, after a rider appeared in camp, they gave us red lollipops after dinner. I got the feeling the men were as uneasy as us children at first. These stiff, uniformed men with their shiny brass buttons and wide-brimmed hats. But as the miles went by, they seemed to take it as their own personal goal to draw smiles from even the most tearful children. And by the time we pulled into Bentonville, I saw some of those big men wipe their eyes just like us kids. There was a group of people gathered to meet the wagons standing outside a red brick store with glass windows. There in the streets were men and women wearing clothing I'd never seen back in Fillmore. Fancy dresses of all different colors, shaped like bells. Men in smart jackets that almost looked like the army men's uniforms, but longer. Some of the women wore delicate shawls over their shoulders. To my surprise, Tryphena didn't shrink against me. Instead, she joined me and a couple of the other kids in gawking out the side of the wagon flaps as it rolled to a stop. My eyes scanned the crowd that was beginning to rush toward us. People were talking excitedly. Some were crying. My heart beat faster. I'd learned that me and Try's grandparents were named Eliza and William Huff. My eyes landed on a tall, thin woman with salt and pepper curls peeking out from her hat. She stood next to a man with a bald head and a fluffy white beard. She gripped his arm harder, and her mouth puckered in a way that I knew she was about to cry. Nancy. Her mouth formed the word, even though I couldn't hear her yet. Then, Try. She reached out a hand to the woman and man standing beside her, not taking her eyes off me. The commotion on the street turned into a dull roar that quieted when I moved my gaze to the people standing beside her. They were an elderly man and woman who looked so much like Mama it made my teeth hurt. The army men hadn't said anything about Mama's parents, just Papa's. But there they were. All four of my grandparents, like memories brought to life. We stared at each other for a long time, and I could read in their eyes that they were seeing ghosts in me and Try, too. Then all four of them rushed forward, jostling through the crowd, to scoop us up and hold us tight. Afterward. I was a Mormon girl for most of my life. My immediate and extended family are a stronghold of devout members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the preferred name for the religious organization. I grew up singing songs about pioneer children crossing the plains with handcarts. I learned about the heartbreaking stories of Haun's Mill and Winter Quarters, where violent mobs killed and harmed Mormons for their religious and political beliefs.
I read the Book of Mormon, attended Brigham Young University, married in the temple, and served as a Relief Society president. I was a believer through and through. So were my ancestors, several of whom inspired main characters in this novel. Lucretia, Lucy Robison, and Joseph Robison Jr., who I renamed Vic to avoid confusion with the other key Joseph in this story, are my great-great-great-grandparents. The Robisons helped settle Fillmore, Utah, and their apple orchards still grow there today. Proctor Hancock Robison was my great-great-great-uncle. Lucy was a devout woman who did her best to live a life of faith. She and Joseph were so eager to be baptized into the LDS faith that they cut a hole through the ice in the Oswego River. Soon after, Lucy and her family traveled west to Utah to escape religious persecution. From all accounts, she struggled there, saying, "If these Rocky Mountains were made of gold, I would gladly give them all for old New York State. It is only because of my testimony of the gospel that I came here and that I remain here." Lucy's grandson, Elbert's account of the wagon train headed for Mountain Meadows states this: "A vicious, company of travelers, moved southward through Utah en route to California. Among them were some vindictive Missouri mobsters, and in their hatred of the Mormons, they left poison in some of the springs or water holes where they camped. Among the animals that died from poison was a cow. Cowhides were too valuable to waste at that time, and the 14-year-old boy Proctor was sent to skin the cow. While he was engaged in this job, his face itched, and without thinking he scratched it with his stained fingers. The mischief was done. Neither his mother nor any medical skill could counteract the deadly effects of what those murderous people had put in the water. He was struck down in the bloom of youth." There is no mention of what happened next. While it's true that Proctor's death near Corn Creek fueled false rumors about the Gentile wagon train poisoning the creek and steers, his parents did not, to my knowledge, participate in the massacre itself or adopt surviving children. That said, many of the men who participated in the killing remain anonymous. Church leaders and citizens of Utah Territory worked diligently to hide all knowledge of the massacre, and most men who participated kept their oaths to blame the massacre on Native people and hide the events from anyone, including their wives. In 2011, the LDS Church exhumed Proctor Robison's body in an effort to investigate long-standing rumors that his death was caused by poison left by the California-bound wagon train. While the soil samples proved inconclusive, given the amount of time that had passed since his death, historians theorize that cattle anthrax, an infectious disease in cattle that can cause violent death in humans, or toxic levels of loco weed consumed by the cattle were the likely causes of his death, not poison. I thought I knew the story of Mountain Meadows before I started writing this book. The tragedy came up from time to time as a side note in the history of Utah pioneers. For most of my life, I had a vague idea that some Native Americans and maybe a couple of wayward Mormons had ambushed a wagon train and killed a number of settlers. I was deeply wrong. The LDS Church did not acknowledge responsibility or officially apologize for what happened at Mountain Meadows until 2007. The LDS Church has purchased the land where the Mountain Meadows massacre took place and maintains a memorial there. The topic of Mountain Meadows is still taboo, and many leaders and members still perpetuate false narratives about Native people planning and executing the attack, or the Arkansas wagon train provoking the attack by poisoning a creek and ultimately killing Proctor Robison. It's worth noting that the state of Missouri did not officially rescind or apologize for the governor's Mormon extermination order until 1976.
I have spent the past several years researching and reading every credible source I can find about the events that took place at Mountain Meadows, about an hour south of Cedar City, Utah, in 1857. If you are interested in learning more about the Mountain Meadows Massacre, I strongly recommend Blood of the Prophets by Will Bagley, Vengeance is Mine by Barbara Jones Brown and Richard E. Turley, Jr., Massacre at Mountain Meadows by Glenn M. Leonard, Richard E. Turley, Jr., and Ronald W. Walker, and The Mountain Meadows Massacre by Juanita Brooks. The vast majority of the names, events, places, quotes, and people in this book are historically accurate and based on careful research. Some characters, like Kanash and the Robesons, are composites, who represent the experiences of several real people. The story itself is so captivating and outrageous that, if anything, I had to resist the urge to tone down certain events for the sake of believability. Any choices I made to deviate from real chronology, names, events, or details were made for the sake of condensing this story into a cohesive narrative. Whenever possible, I made every effort to stay true to real events. The term Paiute is another notable composite. While there is evidence that Southern Paiutes did agree to help raid wagon trains' cattle at Mormon leaders' urging, it is extremely difficult to parse out which individuals might have played a role in the massacre. Because of local government and church leaders' decision to scapegoat Native people, rumors and blatantly false narratives persist to this day. Historians essentially agree on one thing. The attack was overwhelmingly planned, perpetuated, and covered up by white Mormons in Utah Territory. Sally's character is based on Sally Young Kanash, whose given name was Kapeputs. She was kidnapped from her village when she was 7 years old and sold to Brigham Young's fourth wife Clara as an indentured servant. She was later gifted to the real Chief Kanash at Corn Creek near Fillmore as a plural wife. Chief Kanash was baptized as a Latter-day Saint and, along with many Native leaders, met with Brigham Young regularly. It's unknown what became of Kapeputs, but there's some speculation she may have been killed by another of Kanash's wives. Preserving and sharing Sally's story was particularly important to me in writing this book. The story of the Mountain Meadows Massacre is a painful subject for descendants everywhere, but particularly for Native people in Utah who suffered and were scapegoated for this crime for generations. Rumors still persist among Latter-day Saints that the Mountain Meadows Massacre was an all-Indian massacre. This blame, coupled with the fact that the United States government unapologetically massacred thousands of Native people in the spirit of manifest destiny, is horrifying and heartbreaking. I'm grateful to early readers with Native heritage who were willing to read this difficult material and help me stay true to Kapeputs' story and culture. It feels important to note that because Brigham Young was the registered Indian agent of Utah Territory, he had access to funds that were supposed to be used in preserving relationships with Native people and providing safe passage for wagons headed west. Instead, Brigham Young used these funds and his position of power to manipulate Native people into aligning with the Mormon Church against the government. To young and religious leaders at the time, this fulfilled the prophecy in the Book of Mormon that if the Gentiles do not repent, the so-called Lamanites would cut off their enemies. There is a great deal of documented evidence that when the U.S. government moved to remove Brigham Young as governor, he authorized and encouraged cattle raids in an effort to illustrate just how dangerous passage through Utah could become if he were removed as governor. A letter from Daniel Wells with instructions from Brigham Young to militia leaders stated, "Instruct the Indians that our enemies are also their enemies. The Native people must be our friends and stick to us, for if our enemies kill us off, they will surely be cut off by the same parties.
Historians generally agree that what happened at Mountain Meadows was intended to be another large cattle raid that then escalated to violence. Katrina's character is based on Selita Huff, widow of Peter Huff, who died in the Mountain Meadows massacre. Her daughter, Nancy Safrana Huff, survived. She was adopted by the Willis family in the aftermath. She said of the massacre, "The Mormons got all the plunder. I saw many of the things afterward. John Willis had in his family bedclothes, clothing, and many other things. When I claimed the things, they told me I was a liar and tried to make me believe it was the Indians that killed and plundered our people. But I knew better." 17 children, the oldest just 6 and the youngest infants, survived the massacre. They were chosen based on their age, being too young to tell tales. These survivors were taken to the home of Rachel and Jacob Hamblin, who lived near the meadow. While the 50 or 60 men who had carried out the massacre returned to hide what they had done, bury bodies, and redirect the approaching Duke wagon train, Rachel Hamblin cared for the children that long night. She later described that horrifying scene. "In the darkness of night, most of them with their parents' blood still wet upon their clothes, and all of them shrieking with terror and grief and anguish." While 17 children survived the massacre, many others did not. In a sacrament meeting service held immediately after the massacre, Lee spoke at the pulpit, bragging that he had killed a father and child with a single bullet, when the father refused to give up his baby. In the weeks and months after the massacre, church leaders worked diligently to deter anyone who might reveal what had happened at the meadow, encouraging members to keep silent. Isaac Haight delivered a sermon in which he told everyone to join the know-nothings, to mind our own business and hold our tongues. Other sermons encouraged church members to know nothing that will injure our brethren in righteousness. The surviving children were scattered among homes across southern Utah. Many into homes of the men who had murdered their families in front of their eyes. Most were baptized, given new names, and told to forget what they had seen at the meadow. When the United States Army emancipated the children and returned them to their relatives in Arkansas, some of the families actually attempted to bill the U.S. government for the food and shelter they had provided the children after the massacre. The true scope of what had happened at Mountain Meadows didn't come to light until 20 years after the event took place. Federal authorities indicted 12 men for the Mountain Meadows massacre, including Colonel William Dame, Isaac C. Haight, and Philip Klingensmith. All held significant positions of leadership and responsibility within the church. Both Dame and Haight were stake presidents. Klingensmith was a bishop. Several of these men went into hiding with the help of church members and evaded arrest. At one point, the United States government posted a reward of $5,000, more than $120,000 in today's money, for the capture of key massacre participants. Only one man was ever indicted, tried, and convicted for his role in the massacre: John D. Lee. Lee was executed by firing squad in 1877. In an unusual move, officers escorted Lee back to the meadow, where he was killed in the very spot he had helped carry out the massacre of so many innocent lives. While Lee never denied his own guilt, he was vocal in his claims that he was a scapegoat meant to draw attention away from higher-ranking leaders. His last words before he was executed in the meadow were, "I have been sacrificed in a cowardly, dastardly manner." While it's difficult to know who bore the most responsibility in the massacre,
it's clear to me, and the first-hand accounts and narratives that are deemed credible by historians, that John Dean Lee was a scapegoat for the many Mormon leaders who were involved, particularly Apostle George A. Smith, Stake President Isaac C. Haight, Commanding Officer William Dame, John Higbee, and, of course, Brigham Young, whose response of, "The Indians, we expect, will do as they please," when asked for guidance about the ongoing siege in the meadow, speaks volumes. While there is great debate about how much Brigham Young knew about the massacre, his violent teachings about blood atonement, thundering sermons about rising against the United States with the Lamanites, and efforts to stonewall investigations about the massacre are troubling, to say the least. Years after the attack at Mountain Meadows, the U.S. Army marked the massacre site with a crudely constructed memorial to the dead that read, "Vengeance is mine, and I shall repay." When Brigham Young visited the massacre site years on a subsequent occasion, he ordered the memorial to be torn down and stated, "Vengeance is mine, and I have taken a little." As for the lay members of the Mormon Church who participated in the massacre, I found their stories both horrifying and incredibly sad. Some arrived on scene at the unfolding siege, summoned by their church leaders to bury bodies from an Indian attack. When they arrived at the meadow carrying shovels, they were then instructed to do their duty. There is only one account of a man who refused to participate. He was chained to a wagon wheel while the massacre commenced. John Higbee, who was instructed to shout, "Halt," as the code word for the killing to begin, initially failed to give the command at the decided time. He waited nearly a quarter of a mile past the agreed-upon ambush spot before finally giving the order. Historians suspect that the sight of so many women and children, grateful to be rescued right in front of him, was the understandable cause of his hesitation. Many massacre participants were tormented until the day they died. On his deathbed, perpetrator Nephi Johnson screamed, "Blood, blood, blood!" When George Armstrong Hicks, who did not participate in the massacre, wrote to Brigham Young in 1867, 12 years after the massacre, protesting that John Dean Lee was still delivering sermons and being approved to marry additional wives, Brigham Young replied that the massacre was none of his business, that anyone reading Hicks's letter to Brigham Young would conclude that Hicks had taken part in the massacre, and if so, he would advise Hicks to take a dose of rope around his neck. There's no way to deny that some strange things occurred while writing this book, particularly when I became discouraged or overwhelmed by the weight of trying to craft a compelling, cohesive narrative that stayed true to the very real people who lived these events, many of whom have been relegated to a side note in history or forgotten altogether. Salida Huff, Katrina in this story, was 38 years old when she died in Mountain Meadows, the same age I was when I began writing this novel. That was part of the reason I chose her as a protagonist. In the first sources I read about Salida's family, she was misidentified as Saladia Huff, who had a son named William, 2 other unknown children, and a surviving daughter named Nancy. I chose names for her unknown children in my notes for the sake of placeholders, Mary and James, then continued with my research. When I returned to dig deeper into Saladia's story, I found an updated source that named her correctly as Salida Huff and revealed the names of her unknown children, Mary and James. While these were common names at the time, which is why I chose them, it felt less like a coincidence and more like a nudge to keep going. That same day, I got a text notification from my bank alerting me of a suspicious charge on my debit card originating in Benton, Arkansas, Salida's hometown. When I called my bank to learn more and cancel my card, the woman on the phone was confused. She could see that the text notification had been sent to my phone about the suspicious purchase, but there was no pending charge on my account. When I pressed her as to whether there would be a record of the charge if it had been attempted and then withdrawn, she insisted there would be. I asked her to check for this record. She put me on hold, then returned a few minutes later, baffled to find that no such record existed. She had no explanation for why the text had been sent. Again and again, I had the distinct sensation of someone, maybe several someones, standing over my shoulder while I wrote. And as I wrote, I learned again and again that the America of the 1800s wasn't nearly as different from modern society as I'd always believed. The setting and the era was distinct, but the people were the same. Uncomfortably so. During my research, I quickly learned that this was never going to be a story about angels and devils, villains and heroes. Those ugly, starkly drawn lines of us versus them are at the heart of this tragedy. And yet, so is the will to survive, the drive to protect those we love, even at great personal cost, and the strength to persist against seemingly impossible odds. In the end, that is what I will choose to remember most about what happened at Mountain Meadows. The ones who chose humanity. The ones who chose love. Even if it was the last choice they made. Noel W. Eiley. P.S. If you'd like to hear the soundtrack for None Left to Tell, the songs that played in my head while I wrote this book, you can find it right here. List of victims in the Mountain Meadows Massacre by family. Thank you to the Mountain Meadows Monument Foundation and Dr. Burr Fancher for their work in compiling this list. Captain Alexander Fancher family. Alexander, 45. Eliza, 32. Hampton, 19. William, 17. Mary, 15. Thomas, 14. Martha, 10. Margaret, 8. Sarah, 8. John Twitty Baker family. John Twitty Baker, 52. Abel Baker, 19. George W. Baker family. George, 27. Minerva, 25. Mary Lovina, 7. Melissa Beller, 14. David Beller, 12. Jesse Dunlap Jr. family. Jesse, 39. Mary, 39. Ellender, 18. Nancy, 16. James, 14. Lucinda, 12. Susanna, 12. Margaret, 11. Mary Ann, 9. Lorenzo Dow Dunlap family. Lorenzo, 42. Nancy, 42. Thomas, 17. John, 16. Mary Ann, 13. Talitha Emmeline, 11. Nancy, 9. America Jane, 7. Millam and Newt Jones family. John Millam, 32. Eloa Angeline, 27. Newton, 23. Peter Huff family. Peter, died prior to massacre. Salita, 38. John, 14.
William, 13. Mary, 11. James, 8. Charles and Joel Mitchell family. Charles, 25. Sarah, 21. Joel, 23. Baby John. Alan DeShazo family. Alan DeShazo, 22. Pleasant Tackett family. Pleasant, 25. Armilda. William Cameron family. William, 51. Martha, 51. Tillman, 24. Isom, 18. Henry, 16. James, 14. Martha, 11. Larkin, 8. Niece Nancy, 12. Cynthia Tackett family. Cynthia, 49. William, 23. Marion, 20. Sebron, 18. Matilda, 16. James, 14. Jones, 12. Josiah Miller family. Josiah, 30. Matilda, 26. James, 9. Millam Rush family. Millam Rush, 28. Drovers and bullwhackers. These young single men were charged with caring for and driving the cattle. Alf Smith, age unknown. George Basham, age unknown. John Beach, 21. Silas Edwards, age unknown. Tom Farmer, age unknown. John Pruitt, 20. William Pruitt, 18. James Matthew Fancher, 25. Robert Fancher, 19. Lawson A. McIntyre, 21. Poteet brothers, ages unknown. Charlie Stallcup, 25. Richard Wilson, 27. William Wood, 26. Solomon Wood, 20. Surviving children. Elizabeth Baker, 5. Sally Baker, 3. William Baker, 1. Rebecca Dunlap, 6. Louisa Dunlap, 4. Sarah Dunlap, 1. Prudence Dunlap, 5. Georgiana Dunlap, 2. Kit Carson Fancher, 5. Tryphenia Fancher, 2. Felix Marion Jones, 2. Nancy Huff, 4. Milam Tackett, 4. William Tackett, 2. John Calvin Miller, 6. Mary Miller, 4. William T. Miller, 1. Acknowledgements. Writing and researching this book has been a deeply emotional experience. I'm so grateful to everyone who has walked this path with me, offering their time, insights, perspective, and unique skills. To Steph Nelson, Anna Gamel, Faith M. Gardner, Brett Mitchell Kent, Dan Blewett, Nikki Hunter, Chelsea Robarge Fife, Lisa Butterworth, Jacob Robarts, Lisa Hunter, Caleb Stevens, and Jean Allen. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your feedback was instrumental in shaping this novel. Each of you brought unique perspectives that helped me dig deeper into the characters, the story, and the emotions underpinning the novel. I'm profoundly lucky to have had your thoughts and encouragement along the way. To Deborah J. Ledford,
who took this manuscript and elevated it so skillfully. Thank you. Your keen eye and unique perspective as both a talented author of psychological suspense and a woman of indigenous heritage brought so much clarity and polish to the story. I'm so appreciative of your dedication, kindness, and care in helping me refine this book. A special thank you to Sarah Clark, who lent her expertise as a cultural consultant. Sarah, your guidance ensured that this story was shaped with the respect and authenticity it deserves. Your knowledge and sensitivity were invaluable, and I am so thankful for your input. To Patty Giese, thank you for your skilled proofreading. Your sharp eye caught those little things that slipped through the cracks, ensuring that this story was as clean and cohesive as possible. And last, but not least, to Nate Eiley, who listened to me exclaim at every other sentence in the different historical reference books I carried around with me for so many months, and believed in this project before I'd written a single word. This novel wouldn't be what it is without all of you. Thank you for believing in this story, and in me. I'm endlessly grateful for your support, and for the roles each of you played in bringing this book to life. About the author. Noelle lives in Idaho with her husband, 2 sons, and 2 cats. When she's not plotting her next thriller, she's scaring herself with true crime documentaries or going for a trail ride in the foothills with her trusty pepper spray. Room for Rent is Noelle's 4th thriller suspense novel. You can find her on Instagram at Noelle Eiley Author.
None Left to Tell was written by Noelle West Eiley and read by Lisa Cordleone. This has been a presentation of Simon Maverick.
The following is an excerpt from Noelle Eiley's Forget You Saw Her, a thriller, read by Andy Arndt, Carlotta Brenton, and Brittany Presley.
July 31st, 2015. Dear Ms. Turpin, the Ogden, Utah Police Department recently recovered the body of a 17-year-old girl. Despite our best efforts, the condition of the remains has made it difficult to identify the individual using standard methods. That said, based on certain physical attributes and personal effects recovered with the body, we have reason to believe that the remains may belong to Andrea Beaumont, who was reported missing 3 months ago. In order to confirm or rule out this possibility, we are requesting a DNA sample from you for comparison purposes. Your timely cooperation in this matter will greatly assist us in our investigation. Enclosed, you will find a DNA collection kit along with instructions for its use. Please return the sample using the prepaid envelope included in this package as soon as possible. Should you have any questions, you may contact me directly. Sincerely, Detective Monty Barker. Chapter 1. Sabina Turpin, Neskowin, Oregon. August 18th, 2015. I'd been tracking my mail deliveries for 2 weeks now, clocking the postal vehicle's daily arrival with the intensity of a child waiting for Christmas morning. Except the only thing I felt was slick, stomach-turning dread. Don't let it be a match. Please, God, don't let it be a match. My palms prickled with sweat every time I heard the hum of tires coming up our private lane. Whenever it was a package delivery driver, I breathed through the rush of nausea and forced my gaze back to my computer screen, where the landing pages I was supposed to be designing blurred and swam in front of my eyes. When it was the Postal Service truck, I tensed and counted the seconds until I could get my hands on the mail. Today was no different. At first, when the mail truck appeared around 10 a.m. like a boxy white ghost materializing through the ever-present coastal fog, my heart rate spiked as if I'd just downed a caffeine pill. Like always, I crept downstairs and waited beside the front door until the driver had deposited the day's mail in the box at the end of the driveway. My husband, Joel, was shuffling papers around on his desk down the hall. I knew he was watching too. The second I came back inside with a handful of letters, he would open his office door and wait while I sorted through the envelopes, ready to place a hand on the small of my back if one of the return addresses read, Ogden Police Department. I pressed my wedding band into the skin of my finger until it hurt, watching as the postal worker straightened the thin pile of envelopes in his hand before placing them carefully into our box. He frowned, rubbed his mop of stick-straight gray hair, then ducked back inside the vehicle. "Hurry up and go, goddammit," my mind screamed. But I stood silently on the cold entryway tile, staring through the blinds that covered the window beside the door, like I was the woman from Rear Window. After what felt like days, he leaned back out of the mail truck's cutout and deposited one more letter in the box. Somehow, I knew it was the letter. As if my desperation had finally mounted so high, I'd actually made that letter appear out of thin air. The letter that would tell me whether my own DNA matched the girl whose body was so badly mutilated that the police in Ogden, Utah couldn't identify her without my help. The letter regarding the girl whose name had been a whisper in my ear during quiet moments for the past 17 years. Andrea. When the mailman finally closed the lid of our box and gunned his truck back up the lane, I didn't even take the time to put on shoes as I yanked open the door, rushed down the driveway, and pulled down the sun-warmed metal flap. And there it was. Right on top of the stack, the words Ogden Police Department stamped in bold black letters in the upper left corner. The detective I'd spoken to 2 weeks earlier said that someone would call me when his department received the DNA results. I wasn't banking on any calls, though. "I apologize in advance if the letter from the lab reaches you by mail before I get a chance to touch base," he'd said, like we were talking about the results of a yearly physical. Like the letter I'd received asking for my DNA with a cheek swab was really that clinical. Just cells and DNA. Then again, cells and DNA were the only things that tied me to the 6-month-old baby girl I'd voluntarily given up for adoption when I was 16. The girl would be 17 now. I had no claim to her anymore, legally or otherwise, but I'd never stopped thinking about her. Something sharp bit into the ball of my bare foot as I hurried back up the walkway toward the door I'd left open. Warm liquid oozed between my toes, but I didn't stop walking or even look down. Joel was waiting for me in the kitchen, standing with his arms crossed and a crease running between his hooded blue eyes. "It's here?" he asked, and reached out a hand as he stepped toward me. When he read the look on my face, the hand fell to his side, and he didn't come any closer. I swallowed, grateful and guilt-stricken that he'd understood without me saying the words. I needed to open it by myself. It wasn't fair to shut him out, but some part of me needed to be alone in this moment. As alone as I'd been when I held my baby for the last time in the lobby of the Oregon Department of Health and Welfare Child Services. Joel wasn't Andrea's birth father. Her father had been a senior at a neighboring high school who'd signed the adoption papers as fast as he could grab the pen from my own father. I wouldn't meet Joel for another decade. Hands shaking, I moved into the open laundry room, tore open the top of the envelope, and blinked. The faint smell of fried eggs and hash browns lingering downstairs, comforting a few minutes earlier, now made me sick. "Sabi?" Joel asked softly after a few seconds, knocking on the laundry room door. I stared at the single sheet of paper unseeing, letting the words blur and swim in front of my eyes. When Andrea went missing 3 months ago, I hadn't been notified by the police, or her adoptive parents. It had been a closed adoption. which meant that nobody had my contact information readily accessible. So the first time I'd learned that my daughter had disappeared was when I read Detective Barker's letter 2 weeks ago, requesting my DNA.
We didn't have a way to contact you at first.
The detective had trailed off when I'd called the number in the letter and demanded to know why it had taken 3 months to notify me. The police had started tracking down the court adoption records, but it took them a while. It was clear enough that notifying me of her missing person status wasn't a priority. Not until the police found that body and needed my DNA. There was also the fact that Andrea wasn't necessarily missing, Detective Barker explained. She was presumed to be a runaway. And while she was technically still a minor, there was every reason to think she'd left of her own accord based on what her adoptive parents had said. This theory, that Andrea had merely run away, should have been slightly comforting if I'd heard it 3 months ago. But hearing it while Detective Barker was backpedaling to explain the letter requesting my DNA offered me little hope. There was a dead young woman lying in a morgue somewhere who might or might not be the daughter I'd given up so she could have a better life. The words missing, remains, impossible to identify had burned themselves into my brain like brands.
Sabi?
Joel asked again as he pushed the laundry room door open.
What does it say?
I gripped the edges of the letter, vaguely aware of how slowly I was reading the words. Words I'd been waiting for with every waking moment since I'd provided my DNA sample.